In 2002, I picked up the first DVD of an anime series that quickly became one of my all-time favorites. Gainax's 1995 psychological mecha masterpiece, Neon Genesis Evangelion. I'd heard of the series for years previous to actually seeing it, from an article in an old issue of Game Fan magazine, as well as perusing various anime review websites. And even 12-year-old me, whose favorite anime around then was the legendarily awful MD Geist, was cognizant enough to realize this was a masterpiece. I was immediately drawn to the intensity of the story, Hideaki Anno's striking directorial style, and the impressively animated action scenes. Admittedly, 12-year-old me didn't understand everything I was watching, but that only made me all the more interested. I just had to figure out what the hell was going on in this story. Though not the first Gainax work I'd seen, I had, in fact, watched the first two episodes of Gunbuster on the streaming video website Sputnik 7 about a year earlier. Evangelion was the show that branded the name Gainax forever onto my consciousness. After finishing that first DVD, I went all in on Evangelion and never looked back. I bought a box set of the entire series on eBay, which, unbeknownst to me, turned out to be a Chinese bootleg. I started reading Yoshiyuki Sadamoto's manga adaptation. I'd even start reading fan sites in an attempt to better understand some of the story's more opaque details. This passion's never quite dissipated, even 2 decades after the fact. Which brings me to an otherwise inauspicious day in 2006. I was perusing the manga shelves at my local Borders bookstore when I happened upon a hardcover book with Evangelion heroine Rei Ayanami gracing the cover. The book was Der Monde, a collection of illustrations from Ava's character designer, Yoshiyuki Sadamoto. Immediately, I looked for an empty seat and began reading, where I discovered, despite what the cover had suggested, Der Monde was not just an archive of Sadamoto's work on Evangelion, it was, in fact, a retrospective of his entire career, and since he'd been a founding member of Gainax, the book also served as an unofficial retrospective of the studio's work as a whole. I was awestruck by Sadamoto's beautiful illustrations, not just from Evangelion, but from series like Nadia and films like The Wings of Honneamise, which I had only watched for the first time earlier that year. But to my shock, my favorite pieces in Der Monde had come from something I didn't know existed until that day. There were a series of illustrations depicting some sort of sci-fi setting, with stunning environmental and mechanical design work. Checking the book's index, I discovered these designs were all from the same project, Uru in Blue, a proposed, as of then unmade, film sequel to The Wings of Honneamise. Though the book was scant on story details, the sheer brilliance of Sadamoto's art, plus its status as the sequel to a film I had just recently fallen in love with, meant I didn't care one bit. I just wanted it to be made. Thankfully, I wasn't alone in that. Sadamoto himself, in a comment found in Der Monde's index, said, "I can't wait for the animated version of Uru in Blue to come out." This desire of Gainax themselves, in addition to the billions upon billions the studio must have been earning in the wake of Evangelion's success, convinced me that I probably wouldn't have to wait long before Uru in Blue would grace the silver screen. By the end of 1991, Gainax had fallen to what was arguably their lowest point in their short but meteoric history. Though they had helped bring to life the first bona fide anime sensation of the new decade, 1990's Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water, that project was greenlit behind the backs of most of Gainax's upper management, as a power play by one of the studio's co-founders, Hiroyuki Inoue. Inoue was forced out after his scheming came to light, but Gainax was nevertheless obliged to complete this project that would both leave them 80 million yen in debt and, what's more, without any chance to earn royalties, as the copyright was held by NHK and Toho. The sudden success of their games division, led primarily by Takami Akai and his girl-raising simulation masterpiece Princess Maker, was able to generate enough income to keep the lights on. Nevertheless, the animation division was still in the direst of straits, and they urgently needed to do something to prove their worth. Throughout Nadia's production, the animation division would, in parallel, work on a number of short OVAs, meant to mitigate the unfathomable amount of money they were losing with that series. Some of these OVAs, notably Blazing Transfer Student and Otaku no Video, were bona fide artistic triumphs. Despite this, none of those projects were able to turn a profit, leaving Gainax in an even worse position than ever. It was in light of these failures that studio founder and co-president Toshio Okada suggested that they get out of the anime business entirely. Now, full disclosure, this era of Okada's tenure is very difficult to narrate with perfect accuracy, because there are usually, at minimum, two very different sides to every story. This decision to withdraw from anime production is a good test case. Okada himself, in an interview with An America magazine, said he wanted to halt production for at least 2 years, as he didn't feel the studio had the same sense of drive as in the past. This narrative is challenged by fellow Gainax co-founder Yasuhiro Takeda's account in the Nontenki memoirs. According to him, Okada's desire to get out of anime was simply because their projects were losing money, which seemingly annoyed Takeda because he placed the blame on those financial failures on Okada's desire to mimic the practices of other studios. One can, in this case, see a grain of truth in both sides. Their anime productions were losing money, and Okada may have used that as an excuse to, as he put it, rethink their passion. In any case, his suggestion was met with overwhelming opposition from the rest of Gainax. Takami Akai, in particular, reminded him that it was anime production that established their reputation, and they would never have found success in the games industry without the anime works preceding it. In the end, Okada acquiesced to their opposition. With that decision made, the studio's higher-ups retreated to the city of Matsumoto, in Nagano Prefecture, to hammer out the details of what was to become their next project, a film called Olympia. Olympia's primary design work was handled by Akai, who was asked to create a setting that could easily be expanded by Hideaki Anno, who was tapped to be the film's director. Yoshiyuki Sadamoto was then asked to flesh out Akai's rough sketches, and it's thanks to those sketches, as well as his commentary in the 1993 art book Alpha, that we know anything about what Olympia was supposed to be. According to Sadamoto, Olympia was a sci-fi story, primarily focusing on the titular heroine and her friends as they travel throughout the galaxy looking for components of a giant robotic superweapon called Anitaros. Their goal was to use Anitaros to defeat the Emperor of the Galactic Federation, who was described by Sadamoto as an enemy of Olympia's father. Outside of this basic outline, all that remains of the story is a series of sketches of individual scenes. A boy named Cloud wandering around a desert camouflaging an Imperial base, a girl named Chorizo who, much like Marie from Nadia, was the sole survivor of a planet-scale disaster, as well as a visit to a planet where Olympia duels using mechanical beasts shaped like dinosaurs wearing suits of armor? Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot going on in this film, arguably too much for what was only supposed to be a standalone film. It was perhaps for that reason that, almost right out of the gate, work on Olympia ground to a virtual standstill. One by one, the creative staff suddenly stopped their work. First it was Okada, then it was Anno, and then the only 3 men actively working on Olympia were Akai, Takeda, and Wings of Honneamise's director Hiroyuki Yamaga. This proved to be unsustainable, and Olympia was quietly cancelled, becoming, in Takeda's words, their phantom project. So Gainax returned to Tokyo with nothing to show for themselves, still hemorrhaging money, and very quickly running out of time to save their animation division. Fortunately, another project proposal would surface courtesy of Yamaga, a sequel to the studio's landmark debut film, The Wings of Honneamise. During The Wings of Honneamise's premiere in 1987, Yamaga and Okada apparently brainstormed an outline for a second film. According to Okada, the film would have taken place a century after the original, and would focus on an interstellar colony ship making contact with Earth, which was described as being about 4 to 6 light-years away. Their contact would lead to conflict between the two cultures, eventually culminating in war. This outline apparently came very, very close to actually entering production. The July 1987 issue of Out magazine revealed the tentative title of the film to be Blue History Shirotsuku, and some executives at Bandai were actually interested in funding it, which is incredible considering the millions of yen they had only just lost from the first film. Initial talks were set on crafting a 52-episode TV show, to which Okada suggested another film instead, albeit with a much smaller budget. There was even talk of developing 2 films, each one focusing on a different side of the conflict. Despite both sides seeming interested in getting the project off the ground, for reasons unknown, it never came to fruition. Gainax's next project for Bandai would, of course, end up being Gunbuster. Despite this, Yamaga, for his part, never seemed to have given up the desire to bring it to life, such that in 1992, after Olympia's cancellation, that's exactly what he proposed. That proposal, however, could not be further from that story of interplanetary contact he and Okada brainstormed years before. According to accounts from both Yamaga and Sadamoto, this sequel, now called Uru and Blue, would be set around 50 years after the events of the Wings of Honneamise. The titular Uru is the nickname of the protagonist, a former military fighter pilot who is living in hiding after deserting the Corps. In the past, he was romantically linked to a princess of the Kingdom of Honneamise. When that princess is abducted, Uru joins forces with a band of mercenaries to rescue her. Now, I know what you're thinking. This sounds nothing like the Wings of Honneamise, and yeah, it doesn't. To me, this feels like it came not from Yamaga himself, but a completely different person. And if you read interviews with him from around that time, it sounds like he is a completely different person. I'm specifically referencing a 1993 interview with G-Press, which you all should read because, my god, is it illuminating. He sounds so defensive that it makes the entire interview actively difficult to sit through, and his answers, they couldn't sound more removed from the forward-thinking, thoughtful man he seemed from the original Wings of Honneamise project proposal. He says he isn't a fan of stories, that the most important parts of a film are the visuals and action scenes, that people go to movies to experience something far outside their normal lives. It's clear that this interview was the product of a man who was going through an unfathomable amount of stress, and it's not hard to see why. Gainax had been existing in a state of unending turbulence for years, and this interview, indeed what seems like the entire existence of this first version of Uru in Blue, feels like Yamaga's admittedly less than healthy strategy of dealing with that turbulence. To quote blogger Sean O'Mara, with Royal Space Force, he set out to make a film to bring people back to reality, but with Uru in Blue, it sounds like Yamaga was hoping to make a sequel so that he could escape it. As different as it may have been, this was the film Yamaga wanted to make, but there was one major obstacle standing in his way. A key member of Gainax absolutely refused to allow it to move forward, and unfortunately for Yamaga, the staff member in question was Toshio Okada. To be blunt, Okada hated the proposal. He said it was basically a ripoff of the 1984 movie Streets of Fire, and honestly, anyone who's seen Streets of Fire can back him up on that. The basic outlines are very, very similar. Just add some fighter jets into the mix and bam, you've got Uru in Blue. Yamaga, for his part, called this a misinterpretation. In a 1998 interview with An America magazine, he says that Streets of Fire was used as a conceptual inspiration because it was Yasuhiro Takeda's favorite movie, and he was slated to be one of Uru in Blue's producers. The outline in question allowed for a lot of freedom in the details, so it would have certainly gone in its own direction, distinct from Streets of Fire. To be fair, he's right in that the basic outline does allow for that freedom, but to be even fairer, the only details that have ever emerged from this version of Uru in Blue is that outline, and that outline sounds identical to Streets of Fire. Perhaps it was because, in Okada's eyes, that Uru in Blue is basically a ripoff that Okada would declare Yamaga, and I quote, had neither the emotion nor the idea to make a new anime film. This put a major strain on Yamaga and Okada's friendship, which was the last thing the studio needed because, at the same time, basically everyone else at Gainax were at their wits' end with Okada as well. Okada may have been the living, breathing incarnation of the otaku spirit Gainax had always sought to embody, but as the head of the studio, he was, shall we say, less than ideal. According to Takeda, he didn't listen to the complaints of his colleagues, he didn't do much to help solve their problems, and in general, he created an atmosphere that was hostile to cooperation. Further, though Okada had always been eccentric, and still is to this day, by the early 90s, that eccentricity had reached such a fever pitch that it was actually hindering the health of the studio. To give just one example, he had recently finished a book about reinventing yourself, and in the aftermath, started talking with a Tokyo accent and picking up women, despite the fact that he had recently married. Obviously, something had to be done, and so Gainax's other co-president, Takeshi Sawamura, cut Okada's salary. This was done under Takeda's protests, because he just thought that Okada should quit outright. He didn't have to wait long to get his wish, because by the end of 1992, Okada officially resigned from Gainax. Now, this is another one of those moments that's impossible to understand with complete clarity, because there are actually 3 different stories concerning Okada's ouster, and 2 of them come from Okada himself. In one interview, he said that he left because he had accomplished everything he had set out to do in anime and video games, while in another, he said that the rest of Gainax's staff had grown and no longer needed him to develop their strengths. Takeda, on the other hand, asserted that the rest of Gainax basically forced him out. Okada apparently wavered at first, but once Takeda himself threatened to leave if he didn't, Okada finally went through with it. Clearly, these stories simply cannot coexist harmoniously, and given Okada's penchant for exaggeration and self-mythologizing, I'm much more inclined to believe Takeda's account. Regardless of what actually happened, Okada was out, and replacing him as co-president was Hiroyuki Yamaga. In the words of Takami Akai, given Gainax's history up to that point, it wouldn't have been right if the position went to anyone else. In their capacity as co-presidents, Yamaga would become the public face of the studio, while Sawamura would be responsible for dealing with the financial side of the business. Akai, though not formally a co-president, still retained enormous influence, including final say over any potential project the studio was considering, which makes sense given both Gainax's historic flexibility when it comes to rigidly defined roles, and the fact that Akai's Princess Maker series was the only thing making them any real money. Anyway, with Okada gone, there was nobody to stand in the way of Uru and Blue actually being made, so the film officially entered pre-production. Yamaga, aside from writing the script, also served as co-producer, alongside Takeda. Anno was tapped to direct, Sadamoto was slated for character designs, and an impressive cohort of guest artists were brought in to contribute mechanical designs, the most notable being Kazutaka Miyatake, famous for his work on Macross, but who had also worked with Gainax on Gunbuster, and Masamune Shiro, the enigmatic manga author best known for creating Ghost in the Shell. In fact, a surprising number of famous names were attached to Uru and Blue at this early stage, including animator Takeshi Honda, manga artist Kenji Tsuruta, and, believe it or not, Satoshi Kon, several years before he got his big break with Magnetic Rose and Perfect Blue. So, on the surface, regardless of how one feels about Yamaga's proposal, it appeared as though Uru and Blue was off to a productive start. It had a solid creative team behind it, and Yamaga, according to his panel at FanimeCon 2015, even wrote 3 short novels that covered the movie's plot. Nevertheless, despite this initial promise, Uru and Blue quickly became an even greater disaster than Olympia. First of all, despite apparently having finished the novels, Yamaga didn't have a completed script when Gainax entered pre-production. Second, because of Gainax's dire financial straits, they had nowhere near the money required to bankroll a full theatrical release. As such, any actual work done on the film at this stage progressed at a snail's pace. Akai, who you may remember retained final say over all project decisions, eventually became so fed up with this glacial progress that he gave the rest of the studio an ultimatum. They actually start production, or he would leave Gainax and sever all ties with the studio. Faced with no other choice, Uru and Blue officially entered production, despite not having enough money to fund the film in its entirety. And what little money they did have was exhausted very quickly. Recall that Gainax had not actually released any anime since Otaku no Video in 1991, so it's not as though the animation department had any real hoard of funds to sustain them. Things got so bad that at one point Takeda took out an 8 million yen loan from a loan shark. This may have kept things going in the immediate short term, but obviously that too was quickly exhausted. In the end, morale was so low that the entire studio simply ran out of steam, and with the studio's resolve and finances at rock bottom, Gainax was forced to cease production of Uru and Blue in July of 1993. With the film's cancellation, Sawamura made a grave announcement. Because no new projects were in the pipeline, after a month, paychecks probably weren't going to be sent out anymore. Knowing that, anyone who wanted to leave can and should, with no hard feelings given. And a lot of people did leave after that announcement. This period witnessed a mass exodus of Gainax's animation staff, including such notable names as Otaku no Video's director, Takeshi Mori, Gunbuster's mechanical designer, Mahiro Maeda, and Nadia's assistant director, Shinji Higuchi. Those 3 would, shortly thereafter, go on to become instrumental in the foundation of another studio, Gonzo, who would go on to release a number of worldwide hits in the 2000s, including Hellsing, Last Exile, and Afro Samurai. With this mass exodus, Gainax find themselves operating with what was essentially a skeleton crew. If morale was low before, now it was subterranean. To combat this, Akai suggested organizing a small fan event. The result was the first Gainax Matsuri, held in the hot springs town of Minakami in Gunma Prefecture. The event drew about 200 fans, and because it was planned from the beginning to be small in scale, Gainax viewed it as a success. This modest victory would, unfortunately, soon be erased by another monumentally catastrophic departure of another of the studio's founders. Since Okada's ouster, Akai and Sawamura began to have disagreements regarding the leadership of Gainax. According to Takeda, these disagreements weren't personal, it merely boiled down to each man having incompatible leadership philosophies. Because Akai believed Yamaga and Sawamura seemed to have a firm grasp on the studio's future, he felt that he should be the one to leave, and would indeed resign from Gainax in September of 1994. While losing another member would be traumatic regardless of who it was, the loss of Akai was particularly devastating because when he left, he took the rights to Princess Maker with him. Yes, despite Gainax being the developers, the copyright for Princess Maker was held by Akai himself. This was a purposeful decision made by Okada during the development of the series' first entry back in 1991. Though he himself came up with the original concept, it was Akai alone who had transformed that concept into the incredible success it had become, and so Okada thought it only fair that Akai should retain the copyright. While this was a boldly respectable arrangement and Okada should be applauded for doing it, in so doing, he had inadvertently sounded what looked like the final death knell for Gainax. The two Princess Maker games that had been released up to that point were essentially the only things that were making Gainax any money, and Princess Maker 3, which Akai had been planning before he left, was undoubtedly set to continue that streak. With him out of the picture, the life support the studio had been relying on was gone. If Gainax was in trouble before, now they were on death's door. They needed something, anything, to bring more money in. And as luck would have it, they would soon find that something, through the return of their prodigal son, Hideaki Anno. In the early 90s, Japanese otaku must have thought Anno to be the most ascendant director in the anime industry. His 1988 debut, Gunbuster, proved that he was just as good a storyteller as he was an animator, which is no faint praise considering he was probably the most gifted animator of his generation. His 1990 follow-up, Nadia, only served to confirm that, becoming the first major animated hit of the new decade. So it must have been a shock when, after Nadia's conclusion in 1991, Anno seemingly fell off the face of the earth. There are very good reasons for this. The production of Nadia, for reasons I outlined in a previous video, were nothing short of a waking nightmare, and nobody suffered more in that environment than Anno himself. The unimaginable stress from the production caused him to develop major depression, and he actually stepped away from the series after episode 23 for the sake of his mental health. The subsequent failures of Olympia and Uru in Blue, both of which he was slated to direct, only served to deepen that depression, as he felt that, as director, he was most responsible for getting them to a finished state. This depression was so crippling that, aside from a couple of minor key animation jobs he did for some of his friends, his resume was largely empty for most of the early 90s. In fact, according to his official online biography, Anno actively distanced himself from anime during this time, instead choosing to focus on other hobbies like scuba diving and skiing. Credit for Anno's eventual return to the anime industry can largely be placed at the feet of one man, Toshimichi Otsuki. Anno and Otsuki had known each other since the mid-1980s, shortly after Anno's move to Tokyo. Otsuki had been working part-time for the anime magazine Animage, which at that time was serializing Hayao Miyazaki's Nausicaa of the Valley of Wind manga. This is likely how he and Anno met, as, if you recall, Anno was one of the key animators for the Nausicaa movie. Around the time of that movie's release, Otsuki got a job at King Records, specifically in their Star Child label, the division responsible for their anime and voice acting releases. In this new role, Otsuki became one of the key figures responsible for turning King Records and Star Child into power players in the anime industry. To give just one example, shortly after Otsuki joined, Star Child signed Megumi Hayashibara, who would quickly establish herself as the most famous and prolific voice actress in Japan. Anno and Otsuki had reconnected at some point after Uru and Blue's implosion. Otsuki, now in a major position of power at King Records, apparently told Anno to, and I quote, "Bring me something, anything," and from that conversation, the two agreed to produce a TV show. Despite agreeing to take on this new job, Anno initially considered moving to another studio to produce it, which is understandable given what his recent years at Gainax had done to his mental health. However, due to his desire for consistency and wanting to remain loyal to the studio he helped create, he soon backed away from that idea and decided to return to Gainax. Once again, studio higher-ups went on another retreat to Matsumoto to plan this new TV series, and thankfully, unlike what happened with Olympia and Uru and Blue, this project actually came to fruition. More importantly, planning the show helped revitalize Anno's fractured mental state. In fact, in a fascinating turn of events, it seemed as if Anno actively went out of his way to salvage the wreckage of those earlier troubled projects. From Olympia, he decided to return to the mecha genre. From Uru and Blue, he borrowed the theme of not running away, as that appeared to have been a major element in Yamaga's incomplete script. From his personal life, he created a broken world inhabited by equally broken characters, and while he didn't know just where the world and those characters would end up, he hoped that they would eventually change for the better. By April of 1995, Anno had revealed the first 2 episodes were entering the final phase of production. Those episodes would be previewed early for fans in July of 1995, at the second Gainax Matsuri held in the town of Itako in Ibaraki Prefecture. The rest of Japan would have to wait another 3 months for the official premiere, and from comments Anno had made around that time, he seemed to have enormous expectations for the show's performance. A January 1995 interview in New Type magazine saw him admit that he wanted to bring the power and energy of anime back to how they were in the 1980s, as he felt most anime of the 90s had fallen short of that level. He also wanted the show to increase the number of otaku in Japan, and break the stale pattern robot anime as a whole had gotten stuck in. Anno, unfortunately, seemed to be the only champion the series had at that early stage, as most corporate sponsors were wary to the point of cowardice at the prospect of supporting his show. In the Nontenki memoirs, Takeda revealed that Otsuki had been lectured by a toy company executive that the show's robot designs wouldn't sell. Furthermore, most manga publishers weren't convinced that Yoshiyuki Sadamoto's manga adaptation would be a good fit for their anthologies. In the end, however, Anno would have the last laugh. After this new show began airing on TV Tokyo on October 4th, 1995, it went on to become the most significant Japanese television program, animated or otherwise, of the 1990s. It's hard to overstate how much of a shock it must have been for Japanese fans to watch Evangelion for the first time. TV anime of the mid-1990s was still neck-deep in the fantasy and magical girl boom spurred by the publication of the Sailor Moon and Fushigi Yugi manga earlier in the decade, and even what little remained of mecha anime felt like they were from a different universe. Goldron was a standard super robot romp aimed at young children, and Gundam Wing was, as per usual with that franchise, a political drama with giant robots. In stark contrast, Evangelion was a bleak, at times punishingly bleak, story of, to borrow Anno's words, a world drenched in a vision of pessimism. 15 years before the series' beginning, a catastrophic event known as Second Impact wiped out over half the world's population, drastically altered the climate, and destroyed many of the Earth's major population centers. As the shattered world attempts to rebuild, a race of bizarre alien beings called Angels begins attacking Japan. In the midst of all this, we find protagonist Shinji Ikari, a profoundly depressed young man who lost his mother Yui under mysterious circumstances when he was very young, and whose emotionally distant and abusive father Gendo is too busy leading a top-secret military organization to have anything resembling an actual relationship with his son. Out of nowhere, however, Gendo sends Shinji a letter, requesting his presence at the headquarters of his organization, NERV. However, far from trying to make up for any lost time, Gendo only wants to use his son as a tool, to pilot the colossal mechanical beast known as the Evangelion in their ongoing war against the Angels. Now, alright, we're gonna have to get a little bit ahead of ourselves for a minute. Despite being different from just about everything on Japanese TV at the time, and despite executives having no faith in its success, and despite the show having a premise that seemed actively antagonistic to courting a mainstream audience, Evangelion became a bona fide cultural phenomenon. According to an interview Anno gave at Anime Expo 1996, in Japan alone, the show had grossed $800 million in home video sales, and an additional $400 million in ancillary merchandise sales, which is almost incomprehensible considering that at the time, the show had premiered less than a year before. Those kind of numbers suggest an audience well outside the traditional otaku demographics, and while it was indeed popular with that subset, winning the Animage Grand Prix in both 1996 and 1997, Evangelion drew in an enormous number of ordinary people as well. As I mentioned in the last episode of this series, Evangelion is considered to be a key turning point in the rehabilitation of the otaku image in the wake of the Tsutomu Miyazaki murders. Indeed, Gainax asserted that after Evangelion, the line between anime fan and quote-unquote normal person was drastically blurred. And this popularity extends far outside of Japan as well. ADV Films began releasing the show in the US shortly after its Japanese broadcast run. And while it's never had the mainstream recognition in the States like it has in Japan, the fact that it's been able to hold on to pride of place among American otaku for almost 30 years is remarkable. The massive success of Evangelion is such that the show has basically become synonymous with the identity of Gainax as a whole. And here's where I need to pause, because after all, this video is not just about Evangelion. This video is about the history of Gainax as a studio, and as such, we need to consider the fact that Gainax is now primarily known as the studio that created Evangelion. This is just my opinion, of course, but my work on this series has led me to believe that Evangelion's place within the history of Gainax is much more complicated than that. The historicity of Gainax as a studio tends to conform to a common pattern, that of the fall from a golden age. Where exactly this golden age ends is a matter of debate, but universal consensus has it starting all the way back at the Daikon animations and lasting through at least Otaku no Video. But at some point, and again, there's debate concerning exactly when this happened, the studio fell from Eden, and as such, their work changed. It began to feel different, or, depending on who you ask, it got bad. Like I said, this is the most common way of historicizing Gainax, and one myself that I admittedly subscribe to. Thus far, I've released one video covering each of their 4 major early works, and this finale which covers everything else. And that's because, and I know I'm gonna get some pushback on this, I see Evangelion as Gainax's first work after the end of that golden age. Now, yeah, okay, I know, I saw that coming from a mile away. So, in light of that, let me just make something clear. I love Neon Genesis Evangelion. Not only is it one of my favorite anime of all time, it's one of my favorite TV shows of all time, period. I've probably spent more money on that single TV series than I have on anything else in my collection, except for Gundam, but it's almost unfair to compare anything to Gundam. Anyway, my point is this. Me saying that Evangelion is the first product of post-Golden Age Gainax is in no way a slight on the show's quality. In fact, I want to argue that any show Gainax would have made in place of Evangelion would have still signaled the end of that Golden Age. Gainax's defining characteristic up to this point has, at least to me, been the composition of the studio itself. It was small, consisting primarily of a close-knit group of otaku friends who basically did anything and everything their projects required of them. Former President Toshio Okada, in his interview with An America, spells this out directly when he said that Gainax's only real job title was friend. Everything outside of that was elastic. We can see this from the very beginning of their history, during the making of the Daikon 3 opening animation. As I stated in episode 1, Anno, Yamaga, and Akai worked on virtually the entire thing themselves, with no real predefined roles for any of them. This controlled chaos, as Okada calls it, continued after the studio turned pro. Recall the production of Gunbuster. Okada created the original concept, Yamaga expanded on Okada's initial vision, Anno adjusted Yamaga's screenplay at will, Shinji Higuchi storyboarded things without referencing Anno's adjusted screenplay. It sounds insane, but it worked, because these were all exceptionally talented people who were all friends, who all trusted each other. When it came time for Gainax to make Evangelion, that sort of camaraderie simply did not exist anymore. Some of you may have caught on to the fact that I've been continually repeating the story of Nadia's production woes, beginning with Hiroaki Inoue accepting the proposal behind the backs of the rest of the studio. I've done this because I've come to understand that, if the history of Gainax follows the pattern of the fall from Eden, it's this moment, Inoue's betrayal, where the studio ate the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Their fall may not have been as instantaneous as was in the biblical tale, but Inoue's actions did lead to a very concrete chain of events that permanently transformed the studio for the rest of its history. On screen now are the portraits of arguably everyone at Gainax who could be considered a founding member, circa 1989. What I want to do is trace the evolution of the studio in the aftermath of Inoue's betrayal, using these portraits as a visual aid. Alright, obviously Inoue himself started all this and would leave Gainax shortly after his betrayal came to light. Even with him gone, the studio was still committed to producing Nadia, which took a massive toll on all who worked on it. Anno, as director, took the brunt of this stress himself, and would step away from the project at the onset of his multi-year-long Depressive episode. While obviously he didn't leave Gainax entirely, I'm still erasing him from this picture because when he did return, he was in some ways a completely different creator, working at a completely different studio from the one he had left. Nadia's chaotic production exacerbated the professional turbulence between Okada and the rest of Gainax, leading to his ouster in 1992. In his absence, Yamaga became the new co-president, leading him to step away from any creative roles in favor of executive responsibilities. Like Anno, he would remain at Gainax, but also like Anno, I'm removing him from this picture because, similarly, when he returned to creative roles almost a decade later, his work and the studio was virtually unrecognizable. The studio's inability to greenlight any new projects in the early 90s led to a mass exodus of talent, including Higuchi and Maeda, and Akai's deteriorating relationship with Sawamura led to his exit shortly thereafter. In the span of only a few years, Gainax had lost basically 3/4 of its founding members, and most of those who remained, like Takeda and Sawamura, were primarily in behind-the-scenes production roles. Almost all their main creative talent, excepting Yoshiyuki Sadamoto, was gone or irrevocably transformed. If I'm right in defining Gainax as a small, close-knit group of otaku friends, it's not inaccurate to say that by Evangelion's premiere in 1995, Gainax existed in name only. The rest of their history must, therefore, be analyzed according to a different paradigm, and to that end, I'm going to suggest that for the next 15 years, the history of Gainax can be divided into 3 smaller periods, each dominated by a single auteur figure, with Anno, of course, being the first. Now, even though Evangelion is the beginning of this new paradigm, I don't want to suggest that there's zero continuity with what came before. Those who are familiar with Anno's previous work cannot miss some of the distinctive hallmarks of his style. A cataclysmic threat to life on Earth, traumatized protagonists, an otaku-caliber obsession with conventional military power structures while simultaneously suggesting only a small band of outsiders, and not those conventional power structures themselves, can solve the world's major crises. Despite the continuity, the differences from his previous work are more than enough to mark it off as the beginning of a new era. As I want to describe it, Gunbuster is a Gainax anime. Neon Genesis Evangelion is a Hideaki Anno anime. In an essay published in the first volume of the Evangelion manga, Anno says he put his entire being into the show, and yeah, it really feels like a direct response to his mental health crisis. The world is permeated with a suffocating aura of despondency, as if the second impact was a trauma that even the collective wills of the entire race could not overcome. This despondency plays itself out on the micro level as well. Shinji may be the most obvious example of this, but virtually every other character is trying to overcome some sort of personal demon, almost all of which, and this has to be significant, involves some sort of parental abandonment. It's as if the generation who is alive to witness Second Impact has passed down the wounds of Apocalypse even onto those unborn when it happened. And so it's no wonder why virtually all the main characters in the show are estranged not just from their parents, but from the world at large. Ritsuko introduces the concept of the Hedgehog's Dilemma in Episode 3, and Evangelion as a whole could reductively be described as the story of these hedgehogs relearning to tolerate the pain of close distances. But this cannot be accomplished in isolation. It's not so much that misery loves company, but more so that rehabilitation needs company. Shinji cannot reacclimate himself back into the world without Misato's guidance, and later Kensuke and Toji's support. Rei cannot hope to understand human emotion without Shinji telling her to smile. Every other character in the show can arguably be reduced to this paradigm. From that perspective, it's not the angels who are the primary antagonists of Evangelion, it's Shinji's father Gendo. Gendo's leadership of Nerve is, at its core, working for the express goal of trying to bring about human instrumentality. In other words, the collapse of every person's individual consciousness into a single higher being, with the Angel's defeat by the Evangelions being a necessary component to making that happen. Gendo may, at several points, accuse Shinji of running away, but really, instrumentality can be said to be the ultimate retreat from the Hedgehog's Dilemma, for you don't have to worry about the pain of being close to others when there are literally no others to get close to. What's most pitiable about Gendo is that, Despite the fact that the rest of NERV is acting entirely according to his hidden agenda, the mere fact that they've created their little community and have been successful at fighting the angels proves that the Hedgehog's dilemma can be overcome, that instrumentality is unnecessary, and yet he's so far gone that he never once realizes this. One of the things I always forget about Evangelion is that, when it chooses to be, the show is hilarious. There are so many little moments of ridiculous character interaction. I mean, witness any of the extended group scenes inside of Misato's apartment. These moments are, in their own way, the characters overcoming the Hedgehog's dilemma in action. There may be plenty of annoyances and aggravations, but deep down, these characters do care for each other, even if they don't or can't admit it outright. But of course, when most people think about Evangelion, they don't think hilarious, they think depressing, and with good reason. The show is uncompromising in its portrayal of trauma and mental illness, and one of the things I can respect it for immensely is its suggestion that recovery is far, far from a straightforward path. Shinji can have a goofy conversation with Misato about Pen Pen in one episode, and completely isolate himself in the Tokyo 3 loop line just 2 episodes later. When someone has gone through as many traumas as these characters have, they don't magically get better by telling themselves they mustn't run away. The line between recovery and relapse is so thin as to be almost non-existent. And that's perhaps what's the most heartbreaking aspect of Evangelion. After the protagonists spend most of the first half incrementally improving, starting at about episode 14, everything starts to fall apart. Kaji reveals himself as a double agent, Shinji relives his traumas inside the Sea of Dirac, NERV witnesses Gendo hijack Eva Unit 1 via the dummy plug and nearly kill Toji, Asuka begins to resent Shinji because of her cratering sync ratio. I could go on, but suffice to say by the end of episode 24, most of the main characters, Gendo again being the notable exception, are either dead or mentally broken beyond repair. If Evangelion was supposed to be, in some sense, Anno's response to his own mental health crisis, what does it mean that the show took this drastic turn? To answer this question, we need to look a bit closer at Evangelion's production, because, different as it may have been from Nadia, the show is also plagued by turbulence before the first episode even aired. Evangelion's chaotic creation was hinted at even during the pre-production stage. To name just a few of these issues, Gainax's initial proposal included such elements as a female protagonist, as well as the first episode focusing on the battle between Rei and Angel Number 3, which were both scrapped. These changes inevitably led to delays. As a matter of fact, the show was initially scheduled to begin airing in December of 1994, the exact same time as the debut of Yoshiyuki Sadamoto's manga adaptation, but because of those delays, it ended up premiering a full 10 months later, and even that premiere ended up coming down to the wire. Remember how I mentioned that the first 2 episodes were screened early for fans who attended the second Gainax Matsuri? The versions screened were rough cuts. They didn't even show them with the iconic opening sequence because that just straight up wasn't even finished yet. The reasons for this insane work environment were a direct result of how Anno crafts his stories. In his interviews, Toshio Okada has shed considerable light on this. Unlike himself, who outlines his stories in their entirety beforehand, even going as far as to write the final scenes first, Anno's philosophy of storytelling is almost the polar opposite. Okada compares it to that of a manga author, who works on a story chapter by chapter, or in this case, episode by episode. Anno himself seemingly confirmed this in a June 1996 interview with New Type magazine, admitting that, amazingly, he doesn't start working on the next episode's script until the current script is finished, comparing it to an improvised live performance. This is, of course, his prerogative as a creator, but it's undeniable that such a method of story crafting has the potential to go off the rails very easily, especially on a weekly TV schedule, and especially if one is creating a story from scratch. All this was made even more stressful due to issues with the animation itself. Because Gainax as a studio was basically on life support before Evangelion's debut, the actual number of Gainax staff working on the show at any given time could be counted on the single digits. Much of the actual animation work was handled by Tatsunoko Productions, the creators of such iconic TV anime as Speed Racer, Gatchaman, and Time Bokan. Again, we have Okada's interviews to thank for this, but according to stories he heard directly from Anno, Tatsunoko was repeatedly late in delivering cells to Gainax, and in at least one instance, actually lost some of those cells. Why this happened, according to former Gainax translator Michael House, dates back to Anno's time working on Macross. For, you see, in addition to the shows I already mentioned, Tatsunoko was also largely responsible for animating Macross, and apparently, their repeated delays on Evangelion was payback for Anno and Yamaga being late for their work on Macross. This almost seems too petty to be true, but because it seems to be confirmed by 3 different sources within Gainax itself, I feel it's worth mentioning. As if all that weren't enough, Anno came to realize that there was no way for the story to progress in the way he initially intended. Again, I have Michael House's testimony to thank for this. According to him, Anno had initially wanted the characters, as damaged as they were, to get better with time, but at some point, Anno apparently thought the characters were too damaged for this to happen, and so he changed course. Anno himself, in an August 1996 interview with SF Magazine, said this original schedule fell apart in late November or early December. If this is true, then it occurred just as episodes 9 and 10 were airing on Japanese TV, and when the second half was probably entering initial production. In that same interview, Anno said that at the time he went crazy and he was amazed that he didn't die. Given all the problems already outlined, it's easy to understand why. Ava's production problems may have been categorically different from those of Nadia, in that Anno didn't have a corporate sponsor breathing down his neck and pressuring him to keep to their original vision, but that doesn't make those problems any less difficult. In fact, one could argue that they were even more difficult, in that, as his own story, the onus was entirely on Anno to keep the production together. So it should be no surprise, then, that when Evangelion ended in March of 1996, it did so in the most unconventional way possible. Episodes 25 and 26 are still, nearly 30 years after their initial air date, the most controversial episodes of anime ever broadcast on Japanese TV. Rather than continuing the narrative after the end of episode 24, these 2 episodes completely shift focus to the interiority of its main characters, both in the immediate aftermath of Kaoru's death, as well as during instrumentality itself. There are no action scenes, there isn't even anything in the way of conventional narrative at all. The entirety of these episodes are told in the form of interior monologue and dialogue, making heavy use of abstract imagery and symbolic staging. Now, Evangelion as a whole seems to be a magnet for misconceptions, and nowhere is that more evident than with these 2 episodes, so I want to take the time to address 2 of the biggest. First, many people think that episodes 25 and 26 were made in this way because Gainax had run out of money. This is the same misconception that surrounds the final episode of Gunbuster, with its choice to be animated in black and white. I've already shown how it wasn't true for Gunbuster, and it isn't true for Evangelion either. As we've seen, any issues related to Ava's production weren't related to budget, but instead stemmed from Anno's peculiar way of crafting his stories. Anno himself has confirmed this in a roundabout way multiple times. A 2013 interview, for instance, has him admitting the original draft of episode 25 had to be discarded due to time constraints. Despite being different from that initial draft, Anno had no regrets about the finale, stating in the pages of New Type that the final 2 episodes reflected his feelings at the time he made them. He stuck to those guns during his appearance at Anime Expo 1996, telling the audience at his panel that he has no problem with those episodes and any issues are all on the audience. That being the case, what was the reason why episodes 25 and 26 shifted focus so drastically? I feel this is another cause for misconception. These 2 episodes of Evangelion, above anything else Gainax has ever made, has been held up as the platonic ideal of a Gainax ending, which, in case you don't remember what that is from my previous videos, is a storytelling trope where the ending makes a huge swerve in tone and sometimes in sensicality. I argued in those previous episodes that the Gainax ending description, ironic as it may sound, is inaccurate to Gainax's endings on the whole. The finales of Gunbuster and Otaku no Video, as ridiculous as they may be, did not thematically come from out of left field given everything that happened in their stories beforehand. I argue that Evangelion is the same way. This sort of suffocating interiority has been a part of the show's DNA from the beginning, and indeed, entire episodes before this, episode 16 most notably, were told in a very similar style. That being said, I will admit that Evangelion's interiority was never used to the complete exclusion of its narrative. To return to episode 16 again, Shinji's descent into the Sea of Dirac was not its only focus. The story of the rest of NERV trying to decipher the code that was this new angel was just as important. I already mentioned that time constraints forced Anno to discard the initial draft of episode 25, but even if this is so, why did he choose to end the show in this specific way? Again, I think we can find a hint in his SF Magazine interview. When he mentioned that he was going crazy, he also said the way he dealt with that feeling was by turning inwards. Anno may have felt the need, in response to the turbulence of Ava's production, to skip straight to the catharsis of its ending. Now, this video is not the place to do a complete interpretation of episodes 25 and 26. Indeed, one could easily make a video as long as this one that focuses exclusively on those two episodes. To be almost comically brief, most of its runtime consists of Shinji debating on whether or not to follow through with instrumentality. In the end, in part due to reflecting on a potential universe where he's essentially the lead in a bizarre romantic comedy, Shinji chooses to reject it, leading to the infamous scene where the other main characters surround him above a coral reef and shower him with congratulations. For many who have seen it, this is a happy ending, and based on the way the scene is framed, it's an easy conclusion to draw. However, it is entirely possible to see this finale, perhaps not entirely negatively, but at least more ambivalently. Indeed, this is what the episode commentaries on the Platinum Edition DVD releases for the show seem to suggest. The moment that Shinji gains conviction that it is okay for him to be there, the background changes, and the blue earth spreads beneath his feet. However, there are no continents on this earth, and it is covered by a gigantic coral reef. It seems this is the earth that has been transfigured by the Instrumentality Project. It is left for the audience to decide whether this ending is the best ending or the bad ending. Whatever one believes about this ending, one thing is undeniable. It got people talking, and this leads into yet another misconception, that it was a critical bomb, despised especially by fans. Again, this is not entirely true. Yes, there was a certain subset of fans who disliked the ending. Anno admits to this openly. And yet the truth is, reactions were much more varied than those deceptively loud, terminally online fans suggested, with many finding episodes 25 and 26 unbelievably powerful. In fact, Anno said the last episode garnered the highest viewership ratings of the show's history. I think it's important to remember, when discussing these episodes, that controversial does not necessarily have to mean unconditionally negative. The legacy of the show itself confirms this. As I've mentioned, whether in terms of its Animage Grand Prix wins, its astronomical merchandise sales, or its viewership ratings, Evangelion became, and continues to remain, a singularly successful phenomenon in the world of anime, with its final two episodes not detracting from that legacy, but directly contributing to it. Gainax themselves were the most significant beneficiary of this legacy, as for the first time, the studio was able to exist in a state of financial solvency without being bailed out by their video game division. This was, however, not a foregone conclusion. Because of the state of the studio before Evangelion's premiere, Gainax itself was not able to invest that much of their own money into the show. Most of the early financial windfalls came in the form of Anno's royalties as director, which he admits to distributing to the rest of the show's staff because he felt that they were not properly compensated. Over time, this began to change. Gainax would eventually earn a greater share of the profits from its production committee, and of course the phenomenal sales of its merchandise meant that they would be okay financially for the foreseeable future. In spite of all this success, Anno himself remained in a depressive state. In fact, at the end of production, he completely broke down. Now, although the end of the series was not received unconditionally, like I just argued, Anno seems to have taken the vitriol of those intensely vocal fan criticisms very much to heart. By his own admission, in the 2021 documentary The Final Challenge of Evangelion, reading those complaints caused him to once again doubt his adequacy as a creator, and he actually contemplated suicide a number of times, only stopping himself because he was afraid of the physical pain it would cause. According to Okada, once production ended, he also shaved his head as a sign of contrition, and on the suggestion of his friend and mentor Hayao Miyazaki, took another sabbatical away from Gainax, wandering around just trying to clear his mind. It seemed as though history was playing out in the exact same way it had during production of Nadia, wherein Anno had a mental breakdown and, in the aftermath, ended up largely walking away from anime. And it would appear those parallels would only continue as, much like Nadia before it, an Evangelion movie was announced very shortly after the conclusion of the TV series. When I say very shortly after the conclusion of the TV series, I mean it. The announcement came in April of 1996, only 1 month after episode 26's premiere. Gainax admitted that it was the desire of those fans clamoring for an explanation of what happened during those final 2 episodes, which gives some sense of how omnipresent discussion of those episodes must have been in Japanese culture at that time. Originally planned as a series of OVAs, the success of of the TV series meant more resources could be allocated, and thus it was decided to produce a series of films instead. What's interesting about these films is that originally, there were supposed to be 3, one being a recap of the TV series, one being an alternate version of episodes 25 and 26, and the third being a completely original story that would somehow tell the same story as the TV series and its movie remake, but from a different perspective. One question, however, remained unanswered. Would Anno return to helm these films? After all, when the Nadia movie was announced, he wanted nothing to do with it. And with him seemingly more focused on his wanderings and taking a much-needed break, one could see him making the same choice again. This time, however, he would indeed return. His official online biography specifically credits his friend's support for his ability to bounce back so quickly. Despite this, as had become a pattern with any post-Gunbuster project Anno is in charge of, production difficulties returned. The films were initially scheduled to be released from early to mid-1997. However, very quickly, the remake of episodes 25 and 26 expanded well beyond what the staff had originally anticipated. As a result, the proposed third film, the one that would have told an entirely new story, was scrapped entirely, and even when the first of these films was released to theaters in March of 1997, it was technically released in an unfinished state. The film in question, Neon Genesis Evangelion Death and Rebirth, consisted of 2 parts. The first, Death, was the recap of the TV series, although to call it a simple recap is selling it short. The scenes are arranged out of chronological order, with greater emphasis on their thematic placement than them making sense narratively. Additionally, several brief new scenes are interspersed throughout. The second part, Rebirth, was essentially a rough cut of the first 25 minutes of what would become the redone episodes 25 and 26, which would be released in July of that year as The End of Evangelion is another film I could easily devote an entire multi-hour video to discussing if I wanted to. It's rightly gone down in history as one of the greatest animated films ever made, both for the power of its narrative and the sheer incomparable intensity of its visuals. The question, then, is how I can possibly do this film justice with the limited time of videos such as this demands, and I want to begin, once again, by addressing a major misconception, one that has permeated itself wildly among Western fans. Even a critic as insightful as Dan Olson of Folding Ideas took this misconception more or less as gospel truth. This misconception is the idea that the end of Evangelion was created, and made as depressing as it was, as a form of revenge on fans who disliked the final 2 episodes of the TV series. Now, as I've already mentioned multiple times, the reaction to that ending of the TV series was not universally negative, and that negativity was mostly representative of a small subset of vocal, terminally online fans. Anno himself, based on what he disclosed in the final challenge of Evangelion, completely internalized the reactions of those fans. Far from lashing out at them, he turned the venom on himself to very nearly tragic results. This seems to be his go-to reaction. Attacking others seems out of character. This is more or less confirmed by the film's other creative staff, who have directly contradicted this narrative of the end of Evangelion as a revenge against the fans. I argue that the film does not need to rely on this narrative crutch to justify its brutality. Yes, it is uncompromisingly brutal, no doubt, but much of that brutality was prefigured by the TV series itself. Shots of the protagonist lying dead in episodes 25 and 26 demonstrate Anno already knew the broad strokes of how the story would end, even if he didn't actually portray it on screen. But even the film's new scenes, dark as they may be, are not contextually out of place, and to illustrate what I mean, I want to talk about one of the most infamous in the entire film, the scene where, to quote Folding Ideas, Shinji masturbates to completion over Asuka's comatose body. This scene, though it's obviously very different contextually, echoes the Wings of Honneamise's attempted rape scene, in that we have someone who's ostensibly supposed to be the hero of the story committing an atrocious sex crime on their erstwhile love interest. And much like that similarly controversial scene from Gainax's debut, I would argue the scene in End of Evangelion makes sense in context. Shinji is, at this stage, at his lowest point since the series began. After being forced to relive his traumas multiple times, he was then forced, again by a father who doesn't show even a hint of sympathy, to kill the one person who had arguably shown him any genuine love, because it turns out he was actually the 17th angel. It's no surprise, then, that when we first see Shinji in this film, directly before the hospital scene, he seems to be at the exact same place he first met Kaoru in episode 24, a perfect representation of his inability to healthily process his death. It's this context we should keep in mind when Shinji appears in Asuka's hospital room. In his own words, he doesn't want to see Rei or Misato because they scare him. Rei, ostensibly because of his discovery of her status as some sort of eldritch horror clone, and Misato, and I feel that this is an important point, for trying to comfort him sexually in the aftermath of Rei's supposed death. Shinji, who reacted with horror when Misato attempted an inappropriate sexual advance on him, has so quickly committed an even worse act on Asuka. Why and how does he do this? Asuka seems to be the only character Shinji feels any sort of sexual attraction towards, even if it's not consciously manifested. And while Asuka also has eyes for Kaji, she does, at some level, seem to reciprocate Shinji's feelings. This is never communicated directly because Shinji and Asuka are in some ways polar opposites, Shinji having a tendency to withdraw during periods of hardship, and Asuka putting on a mask of brashness to hide her insecurities. Asuka can't express herself to Shinji without being pissed off, even if deep down she wants to, and Shinji can't open up to Asuka in a direct way, even if deep down he wants to. The hospital scene, you should recall, is not the first time Shinji thought about putting the moves on Asuka while she was unconscious. In episode 9, when Asuka falls asleep near Shinji, he considers kissing her, but of course that time he doesn't go through with it. So we have this relationship built, on some level, on both emotional and sexual attraction, but both characters never reach a point in their own mental health journeys where they can legitimately establish that relationship, and as such, it remains in permanent stasis. When Shinji visits her at the hospital, then, we see this extremely broken young man, acutely traumatized and alone, desiring company with the one person left on this earth, in his mind, that compliments him because she's in some way his mirror. This desire for her companionship, his fear that she may never emerge from her comatose state, his sexual desires that have been heretofore repressed and unresolved, all of that comes, no pun intended here, to a head in this scene. Much like Shiro in the Wings of Honneamise, I'm absolutely not condoning what Shinji has done here, not one bit, but one cannot condone something and yet understand, as despicable as it is, why they chose to do it. Any outer textual meta-narratives aren't necessary for this scene to succeed. Anno wants us to feel, on a visceral level, just how fucked up Shinji had become, and he absolutely succeeded at that. That's why I spent so much time analyzing this scene in particular, to establish the fact that the end of Evangelion can absolutely stand on its own apart from any theories surrounding its creation and relationship to its fans. Honestly, now I do wish I could make a deep dive into this movie, but at the risk of making this video longer than it is, as if that were even possible, I want to end my discussion of the end of Evangelion by addressing this question. Just what relationship is the movie meant to have with the final 2 episodes of the TV series? Is it supposed to supersede them? Or is it supposed to complement them? Just this question, again, could be a video in itself. On the most basic level, we see that up to a point, the 2 stories are in complement. The characters die, as suggested by those final 2 episodes, Shinji struggles to come to terms with Kaoru's death, and instrumentality begins. The big question is how the 2 endings, different as they are meant to be understood when compared with one another. Because, make no mistake, on a purely visual level, it's obvious we aren't supposed to come away feeling the same way. I can't remember where I first saw this, but I vividly recall a blog that juxtaposed the final 2 scenes side by side, so the reader could see how profoundly different each one felt visually. This is a very difficult question to answer, because answering that question demands that you come to grips with what exactly the final scene in End of Evangelion is saying, and that scene has more or less become the anime equivalent of the finale of Twin Peaks, the original series or the return, pick your poison, in terms of the sheer quantity of interpretations that it's generated. All I'll say is that, at the risk of sounding comically, hilariously brief, I cannot but watch the 2 endings as complements. The TV series ending, as powerfully affirming as it may be, and as brutally honest as Anno may have portrayed the tortured logic of Shinji's suffering and eventual redemption, I always felt as though everything wrapped up a little too quickly, even neatly. The end, by contrast, supplies the messiness I felt the TV series was lacking. Shinji, at least as I understand it, comes to the same conclusion and rejects instrumentality. But that decision, while it may create a brighter world for him and him alone, still leaves the wreckage of everything that came before that decision. One good decision does not, in fact cannot, erase the damage of the past. To make that decision mean anything, one must, in some cases, create an entirely new, better world for yourself and those around you. To paraphrase an interpretation found in the pages of the Red Cross book, which was distributed to fans during the film's Japanese premiere, as Herculean as creating that new world may seem, life will go on, and so it can and must be done. I know my analysis cannot even begin to do justice to the overwhelming symbolic weight of its ending, but that, in brief, is what it means to me. As I close this section of the video, I must admit, even though I firmly feel it's a mistake for Gainax to be reduced to the studio that made Evangelion, I understand why so many people make that mistake. Even 30 years later, even in the wake of shows that sought to blatantly steal its thunder, and even in an anime landscape that was, in some ways, created in its wake, shows like this come around maybe once a generation, and Gainax, Anno, and everyone else who brought it to life deserve to reap the rewards of that success. After Evangelion became not just the biggest anime, but the biggest pop culture touchstone of the 1990s, all eyes were on Gainax to see what they would do next. And indeed, in Ava's wake, the studio began to change almost immediately. First of all, with Ava's financial success, Gainax no longer had to worry about propping themselves up with support from their video games. In fact, from this point forward, they began transitioning away from video games to focus more on anime. This didn't mean they stopped producing games entirely. Evangelion, for instance, would receive a number of very successful video game adaptations, most notably the Girlfriend of Steel series, but they did cut back. Their newfound success in anime was not the only factor in this decision. Video games had recently entered the 5th console generation, and development costs has risen to a point where it had become prohibitive for them to continue. So anime was to remain Gainax's bread and butter for the foreseeable future, and as such, they began to actively plan several future projects to keep their momentum going. And most interestingly, one of those projects was Oruchuban Blue. Yes, the aborted sequel to the Wings of Honneamise that, in its own way, led to the creation of Evangelion, was apparently back in the planning stages, with Hiroyuki Yamaga once again taking a leadership role. Recall, Yamaga had, by this point, been away from the creative side of Gainax for most of the 90s, having inherited Toshio Okada's co-president position after he left the studio in 1992. It would appear, then, in the wake of Evangelion's success, Yamaga felt the time was once again right to try creating Oruchuban Blue, and this time he, not Anno, would be taking the helm. From this point on, Yamaga would be the dominant factor behind Oruchuban Blue's development. This was acknowledged even in the late 90s, when Anno himself said that with the film, Yamaga hoped to create the final anime of the century. A 1998 interview with America described the film as nearing launch readiness, and perhaps in anticipation of that launch readiness, that same year, the Oruchuban Blue Frozen Designs collection was released, allowing fans to witness what Gainax had accomplished during their initial attempt at the beginning of the decade. But even with all that momentum, Oruchuban Blue, for the second time, never materialized. So what went wrong this time? Unfortunately, unlike the previous attempt, we don't have an Untenki memoirs to document its production, so all I can do is make some educated guesses. First of all, there is evidence to suggest that Yamaga himself may have decided to restart many aspects of the production from scratch. Even as far back as 1996, Okada claimed that Yamaga did not exactly know where the story was headed, and Yamaga himself claimed he wanted the film to focus on speed, both in terms of the animation of the fighter jets, as well as its dialogue, which he wanted to be reminiscent of Quentin Tarantino. Pulp Fiction, the film that more than any other established Tarantino's international reputation, released to general audiences only in late 1994, well after Oruchuban Blue's initial production cycle had ended. So if Yamaga really wanted the script to echo Tarantino, he would have had to rewrite large portions of it after that initial production cycle, and perhaps he never got around to finishing those rewrites. Secondly, Yamaga's plans for Oruchuban Blue had become quite a bit more elaborate since the early 90s. According to this new plan, before the movie would be released, Gainax would release a PlayStation game, a web novel, and a manga. According to Yamaga, this would be done primarily as a financing tactic, to more easily retain full creative control over the film. Obviously, this multimedia strategy never came to fruition either. With regards to the serialized web novel, it's unknown if this was the same novel Yamaga mentioned as having written in the early 90s. Either way, it never saw the light of day, and neither did that manga. As for the PlayStation game, while it never released either, a couple other pieces of Oruchuban Blue media did. and those can trace their lineage directly to this unreleased game. In December 1998, an EP of music apparently written for said game was released. This EP primarily consisted of Goa trance remixes from Jojoka, the group who would shortly thereafter become internationally recognized for their work on the 2001 rhythm game Rez. Apparently, a full-length album was scheduled to be released the following year, but I can't find any evidence that it actually ever came out, probably because the PlayStation game itself never came out. Despite this, in 2000, Gainax would release 2 add-on packs for Microsoft Flight Simulator themed around Uru and Blue. If I were to guess, the PlayStation game probably evolved into these add-ons because they would be easier and cheaper to produce. Though I've never played these add-ons myself, I must give credit to the absolutely stellar lineup of designers Yamaga was able to secure for it, including visual artist Ko Yokoyama, Evangelion mech designer Ikuto Yamashita, manga artist Masamune Shiro, and even Akira creator Katsuhiro Otomo. I'm sure by now you've noticed the same thing I did. Yamaga's ambition for Uru and Blue was now boundless, a sharp contrast to how it was during its initial production run in the early 90s. But when it came to actually executing that ambition, he just didn't. Not can't, but didn't. I want to argue that, despite his ambition, there's some sort of mental block preventing Yamaga from actually following through. On the one hand, in an interview with New Type USA, Yamaga claimed the budget for the Wings of Honneamise, despite the highest ever for an anime at the time, was insufficient, and that the film was good and, I quote, for what it was, which suggests to me his new vision for Uru and Blue was even greater than its predecessor. If I were to guess, the film in its current state was far from the boringly conventional Streets of Fire ripoff we saw before. I'm guessing that Yamaga continued to rewrite the scenario in his head in those intervening years. Yamaga himself seems to have confirmed this in a New Type USA interview. At that point, he predicted the film would need at least 2 billion yen, over twice the budget of the Wings of Honneamise, which, according to him, only a director on the level of Hayao Miyazaki, Mamoru Oshii, or Katsuhiro Otomo can secure. What's bizarre about this is in that same interview, he admitted that in the wake of Evangelion's success, all sponsors would need to hear was the word Gainax and they'd pay attention, which tells me that, had he wanted, he probably could have come close to securing his budget even without the grand multimedia strategy. So let's review. Uru and Blue's first attempt, the Streets of Fire ripoff, was written in direct response to the studio's turbulence of the early 90s, and as such, seems to reflect the mindset of a creator who valued guaranteed success above all else. This second attempt, almost in complete contrast, seems to recall the ambition of the studio's earlier history, ostensibly as a response to the newfound stability Evangelion had provided. And yet, Yamaga was once again unable to bring his vision to life. Why? Again, if I were to guess, this inability probably stems from 2 sources. The film had evolved from, to borrow a phrase I used earlier, a Gainax movie to a Hiroyuki Yamaga movie. As his pet project, he probably adopted a perfectionist attitude to its eventual completion. Again, this was to be a follow-up to the Wings of Honneamise, which by that time had safely secured a place in the anime film canon, so the pressure on him in crafting this follow-up must have been enormous. Second, despite the stability Evangelion had brought, Yamaga was probably still traumatized by the chaotic history of the studio up to that point. His ambition was probably kept in check by a complementary desire for consistency and stability, and a film as ambitious as Uru and Blue, regardless of how important it was to him, didn't, indeed couldn't, fit into that plan. Again, these can only be educated guesses, but whether I'm right or wrong, Uru and Blue would not be Gainax's follow-up to Evangelion. For that, they'd once again turn to their golden boy, Hideaki Anno. Anno had made some hints of what he wanted his next anime to be shortly after Evangelion ended its initial TV run. Details are scarce, but according to an interview with America, he said his next work would be some sort of space adventure. That project would never end up seeing the light of day, and when his follow-up eventually premiered on Japanese TV in October of 1998, no one could have begun to guess how different from a space adventure it ended up being. On the surface, His and Her Circumstances is about as unconventional a choice for a follow-up to Evangelion as is possible to imagine. After all, both Gainax and Anno himself were basically synonymous with epic science fiction stories, and His and Her Circumstances is a shoujo high school romantic comedy. Despite this, there are a number of factors that most certainly attracted Anno to this series, but before discussing them, some context is in order. His and Her Circumstances began life in December 1995 as the debut long work of manga artist Masami Tsuda. It was published in Lala, a monthly shoujo anthology that's also been home to Ouran High School Host Club and Natsume's Book of Friends. The story centers on first-year high school student Yukino Miyazawa, a girl who seems to have it all. Good looks, near-perfect grades, the admiration of her classmates, everything. However, it's quickly revealed that this perfect exterior is in fact a complete sham. In reality, she's a slovenly brat who only dons this facade because she craves the adoration of those around her, literally describing herself as the Queen of Vanity. Her quest to rule the school meets an abrupt roadblock, however, in the form of Soichiro Arima, a boy who's somehow even better at everything than she is. Arima's arrival causes Miyazawa to obsessively try and one-up him, suggesting a warped sort of admiration, made even more complicated when Arima confesses that he likes her. Miyazawa initially rejects him, but comes to believe that maybe the feeling is mutual. But before she even has time to process that, Arima catches her in her natural state. He promises to keep her secret, but only if she becomes his slave, which she agrees to for a short time before calling him out. As it turns out, Arima not only concocted that arrangement in order to spend more time with Miyazawa, but he himself has been putting on a similar act in order to escape from the shadow of his abusive parents who abandoned him in their attempt to escape a debt. If you're thinking, wow, that's almost exhaustively complex, you're absolutely right, and I hope you're beginning to understand what it must have been that drew Anno to adapt this series. His and Her Circumstances is a show where just about every major character has some sort of trauma or undiagnosed mental illness, and tries to navigate that unavoidable minefield that is human relationships. It's essentially Anno's dissertation on human interaction at its most stripped down. I could describe the series as Evangelion without the giant robots, and that would only be a slight exaggeration. Hell, Miyazawa's initial warped admiration of Arima decently parallels how Asuka sees Shinji. Parallels to Evangelion are also apparent in the animation itself. Gainax, who co-produced the show with Romcom Veterans JC staff, clearly were not working with much of a budget, but this is rendered irrelevant due to its stylistic proclivities. Anno's most experimental techniques from the back half of Evangelion are here unleashed from episode 1. Extended shots of cityscapes, rambling interior monologues, the use of on-screen text for emphasis, and most strikingly, animating entire sequences in manga panels. We may be in regular old Tokyo, but in that sense, it feels like we never left Tokyo 3. Now, I said describing the show as Evangelion without the giant robots is a slight exaggeration, because, aside from the obvious differences in genre and setting, His and Her Circumstances diverges wildly in tone from its predecessor. Evangelion, for all its comedic moments, was a downbeat show at its core. His and Her Circumstances, though obviously trying to confront the infinitely challenging subject of human relationships, is hilarious. Consistently hilarious. Introducing comedy into a show where many of the characters are clearly dealing with a mental illness is a tricky thing, as it would be all too easy to become a mean-spirited series of potshots at the most vulnerable. His and Her Circumstances, as you can probably tell from my tone, does not do this. The show is not afraid to portray our neuroses at their most honest and uncomfortable. In that sense, the show can be seen as a predecessor to later hits like Watamote or Komi Can't Communicate, and like those shows, it never allows its characters to be defined by those neuroses. They're fully rounded human beings, and like all human beings, they're a bundle of contradictions. They certainly can be selfish and obnoxious, but they're also driven, passionate, and above all, capable of love. If it isn't clear enough, His and Her Circumstances is a masterpiece. As far as shoujo romance series are concerned, it's hard to find a much better. Beyond the psychological complexity, the show must be given credit for its excellent focus and pacing. Most romantic comedies spend their entire runtimes getting their main characters together and end right when they seal the deal. Miyazawa and Arima begin dating in episode 4, giving the rest of the show room to explore subjects most stories of this type ignore. For instance, trying to maintain their impeccable academic reputations, or maintaining their relationships with their family and friends. This gives the show an excuse to introduce a number of memorable side characters, and while Miyazawa and Arima's relationship always remains the crux of the series, their interactions with these other characters is a huge source of both emotional depth and straightforward enjoyment. Now, so far, I've been overwhelmingly positive towards His and Her Circumstances, for good reason. The show more than deserves that praise. But every series has its flaws, and unfortunately, His and Her Circumstances has a massive one, in that, in its final arc, the show completely and utterly falls apart. Exactly how and why this happened remains somewhat unclear. Despite this, a couple facts about the situation have been confirmed. Midway into the show's production, Masami Tsuda went on record stating her disappointment with Gainax's adaptation. Her specific point of contention was the show's greater emphasis on comedy, as opposed to the manga, which focused more on drama. Though this was her only specific complaint, it's not hard to imagine that Anno's avant-garde directing style and interrogation into the characters' psyches probably played into her discomfort as well. In any case, there was now very real friction between Tsuda and Gainax, and in the midst of this friction, just as had previously happened on Nadia, Anno stepped down as director, and appointed Hiroki Sato to finish the series. Now, Anno's departure has long been the subject of speculation, and it was not until very recently that the record has been set straight. For many years, it was assumed that Anno had left the series entirely, just as he'd done during the production of Nadia, but a cursory glance at the show's credits shows this was not entirely true. Anno was given main scriptwriting credit on most of the episodes in the series' back half, and was still co-credited with Sato as director, albeit with the unusual choice of having his name written in katakana instead of kanji. So, what was really going on? It wasn't until 2019 that some light was shed on the situation, in the form of interviews with Anno and Sato in the Japanese Blu-ray. According to those interviews, Anno did initially plan on leaving the series for good halfway through episode 14 due to conflicts with TV Tokyo. In the end, he did not actually follow through with those plans, but he likely brought Sato on board to assist him through the stresses the network was causing him. The odd choice to begin crediting him in katakana instead of kanji, then, seems a subtle way of signaling that something had changed, that although Anno technically remained on staff, it was not to the same extent as before. Though this certainly clarifies much of what went on, a number of points still remain obscure. Specifically, what exactly was the source of the conflict between Anno and TV Tokyo? As far as I'm aware, neither party has publicly spoken about this, and a number of theories, all of them plausible, have emerged to explain what happened. Tsuda's dissatisfaction with the tone of the show seems an obvious starting point, especially given Anno's penchant of significantly diverging from the source material he chooses to adapt. Again, his conflicts with NHK during the production of Nadia are a point of comparison here. Further strengthening all this is a rumor that TV Tokyo themselves asked Anno to walk back on a number of changes he planned on making to the story once he reached a certain arc of the manga. Another rumor places the origin of the conflict in, of all things, Pokémon. In December of 1997, an episode of Pokémon called Electric Soldier Porygon apparently sent hundreds of Japanese children to the hospital as a result of epileptic seizures caused by a particularly intense strobe light effect. As a result of this, sweeping restrictions were placed on future animated programs to ensure such an incident could not happen again. As the network that broadcast Pokémon in Japan, TV Tokyo took these restrictions more seriously than their competitors, causing Anno to feel further stifled. Again, it must be emphasized that these rumors are just that. Nothing has ever been definitively confirmed. That being said, each of them seems to have a degree of plausibility. But regardless of what happened, the relationship between Gainax, Tsuda, and TV Tokyo was not a positive one, and the stage was set for some sort of catastrophe. Episode 14, the very same episode Anno chose to step back, is the first sign that something is amiss. Both it, as well as parts of the following episode, are recaps. Now, I know recap episodes are nothing new in anime, but 1.5 episodes of recap for a 26-episode show seems a bit excessive. The episodes immediately following those, however, returns the show to its usual level of quality, with episode 18 in particular, which concludes with Miyazawa and Arima sleeping together for the first time, being a particularly emotional climax, no pun intended. But from that emotional peak, the show careens headfirst into an almost unfathomable nadir. Episode 19 is such a shocking swerve that it's bound to give any viewer whiplash. The first 5 minutes is yet another recap, which, given the recaps we'd already been subjected to a few episodes before, seems particularly egregious. What makes it even worse is that this recap takes the form of narration played over a 5-minute slideshow of what seems like random cells of the show's backgrounds pulled at random out of a hat. The footage you're seeing now is taken straight from the episode itself. I have not edited or modified it in any way, I swear to God. The rest of the episode makes the bold choice of animating its characters using paper cutouts attached to popsicle sticks. Now, look, I'm not opposed to these kinds of unconventional artistic choices. Obviously, I'm a fan of the first part of this show, as well as Anno's work in general. What sets this episode apart is this. In the past, and this dates back to Gunbuster, whenever Anno chose to utilize the avant-garde, he did so in a calculated way, only at specific points, always in an attempt to make a greater artistic statement. While I respect that some viewers may not appreciate all of his unconventional choices, I don't believe he's being weird for the sake of being weird. Anno always knows what he's doing. This episode, and indeed the rest of the show going forward, feels like the exact opposite. There seems no method to the madness. It felt very much like the experimentation was meant to mask whatever was going on behind the scenes, which, if that was indeed the case, completely backfired, as it in fact drew more attention to what was obviously a terminally catastrophic production. The rest of the show fares no better. While I may have praised it for its pacing and focus earlier, the remainder of the show concerns itself almost exclusively with preparing for the school's cultural festival. There are two exceptions to this. A one-off side story focusing on Miyazawa's sisters, and oh my god, another recap episode? Are you fucking kidding me? To me, there's absolutely no reason why this school festival arc needed to be as long as it did. It's completely at variance with the brisk pace we've grown accustomed to. What's even worse is that, though it feels like we're at a pivotal point in Miyazawa and Aryuma's relationship, remember, they had just slept together for the first time at the end of episode 18, it feels like huge swaths of episode forget that they even exist. Specifically, there's heavy focus on a transfer student named Tonami Takafumi. I have no issues with him as a character, but I couldn't help but think, there aren't that many episodes left. Is it really a good idea to focus so much on a character we've literally never seen before? Shouldn't you spend a little more time wrapping up what you've already started? Obviously, they didn't take that advice, because the show has no ending. Now, let me be clear. I wasn't expecting the story to completely wrap everything up. For one, the manga was still running. Tsuda wouldn't finish writing it until May of 2005. Second, I've seen enough anime to know that most TV adaptations don't cover the entirety of the manga story anyway. Nevertheless, if the anime adaptation can't provide a narrative conclusion, it can certainly provide a thematic one. His and Her Circumstances does neither. Episode 26 is just another episode. There's no thematic punctuation on Miyazawa and Aryuma's relationship. Hell, they don't even finish preparing for the cultural festival they've spent 8 episodes obsessing over. When I say the show has no ending, I mean it in the most literal way possible. It ends at what seems like a completely arbitrary point. These concluding episodes of His and Her Circumstances are the most artistically frustrating in Gainax's entire history, surpassing, for me, even Nadia's infamous Island arc. The Island arc may have been a train wreck, but the last 5 episodes provided the show with such a fantastic conclusion that it made those episodes, awful as they are, worth sitting through. There's no light at the end of the tunnel that is His and Her Circumstances 14 Days arc. It's akin to, say, if Nadia had ended with the episode where Jean writes Nadia the song with his ukulele robot. Oh, no, we're not doing that shit again. Anyway, I wish I could provide more insight into what happened. The shift in quality between episodes 18 and 19 is so unbelievably drastic that something, aside from Anno's ongoing conflicts with the network, must have happened to cause it. Unfortunately, in the absence of any hard evidence, all I can do is speculate. In a 2002 interview, Hiroyuki Yamaga suggested that because Tsuda was upset by their adaptation, she wouldn't allow Gainax to produce any more past the 26 episodes already agreed upon. If that was the case, and I can see no reason to doubt that it was, it's likely that decision took what little wind Gainax had from their sails. The creator wasn't supporting them, the network wasn't supporting them, they weren't going to continue past episode 26, so why even bother trying? That's what that final arc feels like to me. An obligation, drained of any and all artistic passion that may have once existed. So, His and Her Circumstances ended up an auspicious start to the post-Evangelion era, for both Anno as an individual and for Gainax as a collective. For Anno, this marked his 3rd straight TV anime whose production went off the rails, and since he had only directed 3 TV anime, on that front he was batting 1,000. The evidence was basically incontrovertible that the world of television production was antithetical to how he functioned as a creator. As for Gainax, the show seemed to hint the success of Evangelion was a one-time thing, and that another round of turbulence was on the horizon. As it turns out, though it was not directly connected to His and Her Circumstances itself, that prediction of turbulence would end up coming true. The first signs of trouble manifested at 8 in the morning on an otherwise normal day in May of 1998. Yasuhiro Takeda was trying to catch up on his sleep. He had only made it to bed 3 hours earlier, when all of a sudden his doorbell jolted him awake. When he opened the door, he was confronted by 2 agents of the Japanese National Tax Agency. After a 2-hour conversation, Takeda learned that Gainax was being investigated for suspicion of tax evasion. This began an ongoing investigation into the studio's finances that ended up lasting over a year. During this time, Gainax's bank accounts were frozen and placed under government oversight, and Takeda himself, so he claims in the Notenki memoirs, was forced to make daily visits not just to the Tokyo Regional Taxation Bureau, but also the Tokyo Metropolitan Government Bureau of Taxation, and even the Municipal Government Tax Division of Musashino, the city in western Tokyo where Gainax was headquartered at the time. It should be emphasized, this overlaps exactly the production of His and Her Circumstances, so it's not that much of a stretch to suggest that investigation contributed to the show's problems. When said investigation concluded in July of 1999, the NTA indeed had enough evidence to file charges of tax evasion, singling out, as culprit, Gainax's co-president, Takeshi Sawamura. According to the charges, Sawamura was guilty of concealing a staggering 1.5 billion yen in profits between the years 1996 and 1997, the exact same time when Gainax began receiving their windfall profits from the success of Evangelion. This added up to a total of 580 million yen the studio was able to avoid paying to the government. Sawamura accomplished this by reporting fictitious costs for some of Gainax's video game and software products. To directly quote a 1999 report published on Anime News Service, they first paid fees to companies for software programs on fictitious contracts. The costs were paid back to Gainax. Those software production firms later received a part of those costs as a commission for the tax evasion scheme. As a result of the investigation, Sawamura, alongside tax accountant Yoshikatsu Iwasaki, were both arrested that same year, and 1 year later would be found guilty, although they ended up only having to serve a year and a half in prison. Takeda, for his part, actually sympathized with what Sawamura was trying to do, while simultaneously acknowledging how wrong he was for flagrantly running afoul of the law. As the man primarily responsible for keeping tabs on studio finances, Sawamura, more than anyone else, probably felt the unbearable stress caused by Gainax's chaotic period at the beginning of the decade. When Evangelion became a cultural phenomenon, he thought it could be an opportunity to free themselves from that chaos. With Sawamura's arrest, obviously he lost his position at Gainax too, becoming yet another entry in the long list of studio founders who had left or transformed since production on Nadia began a decade prior. The office of co-president he vacated would never be refilled, leaving Hiroyuki Yamaga as Gainax's sole administrator. I should say, this may have something to do with why Uru and Blue never advanced beyond pre-production, as Yamaga, as much as he wanted to make the film, probably had way too much else on his plate dealing with both the fallout of Sawamura's arrest and the deteriorating production on His and Her Circumstances. In any case, we'll get back to the early years of Yamaga's tenure as studio head in a bit. For now, let's return to Hideaki Anno. As had become the pattern, in the aftermath of his time directing His and Her Circumstances, he stepped away from any major creative roles at Gainax, albeit to a less extreme degree than he had in the past. He didn't vanish off the face of the earth or contemplate leaving the studio. On the contrary, Anno actually accepted an offer from Yamaga to join Gainax's board of directors, with a guarantee that it would not interfere with his creative work, suggesting that he had plenty of ideas still in the pipeline. This was, in fact, true, although most of those ideas were outside the realm of anime. While he was directing the end of Evangelion, Anno had become interested in digital photography and its potential for use in live-action film production. After the movie's release, before Gainax had even begun working on His and Her Circumstances, Anno had completed his debut live-action work, Love and Pop, the story of a high school girl's experience in the world of compensated dating based on the Ryu Murakami novel Topaz 2. Told entirely over the course of a single day, and featuring aggressively experimental cinematography, the film, much like Evangelion before it, found an audience despite its unconventionality, and established Anno as a director just as capable of working in live action as he was in animation. As such, after His and Her Circumstances, he pivoted almost exclusively to live action work. In 1999, he helmed a behind-the-scenes feature for Gamera 3, Revenge of Iris, a film featuring special effects from his friend and former Gainax staffer Shinji Higuchi, and in 2000, he completed his sophomore live-action work Shikijitsu, another experimental drama based on a novel by Ayako Fujitani. In hindsight, it was certainly a matter of when, and not if, Anno would make this pivot. Remember, Anno was a major creative force in Gainax's Daikon film era, and his animated work constantly borrowed the visual language of his favorite live-action films, most notably Kihachi Okamoto's 1971 masterpiece The Battle of Okinawa. He probably saw a live-action film as much less stressful and much more creatively fulfilling than working in TV animation, and so chose to make the pivot after his and her circumstances ended. Though his focus may have shifted, Anno would still be involved with Gainax's animation work, although this was mostly in animation and supervisory roles, not in directing. Indeed, Gainax's next TV show would be the first product of Anno's new supervisory position. Gainax's sole offering for 1999 is something that most fans will probably have never heard of, Anime Ai no Awa Awa Hour, or as it's usually referred to in English, Modern Love Silliness. If you're wondering why you haven't heard of it, this description should make that clear. Modern Love Silliness is an anthology series consisting of 3 short comedy segments that aired on Japanese DirecTV, all of which were aimed at a primary audience of adult women. Perhaps because of this novelty and the unconventional format in which it aired, information about this show is virtually non-existent, so this segment, by necessity, has to focus primarily on the shows themselves, and thankfully, despite the obscurity of the material, all 3 segments have been fan-subbed, so I can actually say something of substance about them. The first segment is called Here Comes Koume, and centers around the titular Koume, an office lady working at a company that designs mascot characters. When I first began this script, only the first episode had been fan-subbed, and from that episode, it seemed as though the comedy comes from the fact that Koume is singularly bad at her job. For instance, when brainstorming ideas for new characters, instead of coming up with some sort of cute animal or something, Koume comes up with this. I thought that was going to be the extent of what I could say about the show. However, in September of 2024, out of nowhere, a complete translation of Here Comes Koume hit the torrent sites, so I got to watch the rest. Turns out, it wasn't just about Koume. The show is more of an ensemble comedy about her entire office. There's Kimi, a cute girl who apparently used to be a Yankee, and there's Nakatani, who in one episode falls in love with a high school girl he saw on the train, as creepy as that sounds. I don't know, it's kind of your basic workplace comedy, which admittedly we don't tend to see all too often in anime. It didn't blow me away, but I did enjoy it, and since watching the entire show took only a little over 15 minutes, it wasn't a major time commitment, so I'd still recommend checking it out. Moving on, the second segment is called Little Women in Love. This one kind of threw me off at first. The opening credits, which focus heavily on this cat, as well as the first episode, which sees the cat adopted, made me think that the show was going to be something like, say, Chi's Sweet Home. Instead, it turned out to be more akin to Sazai-san or Chibi Maruko-chan, shows where the entertainment is derived from typical situations from Japanese family life. The main characters are, indeed, a typical Japanese family. A hard-working salaryman father, his stay-at-home wife, and their 2 adult office lady daughters. Office ladies, by the way, apparently being the theme uniting Modern Love Silliness's 3 segments. Now, as someone who's interested in Japanese culture as a whole, part of me was interested to take a glimpse into what seems like a more typical description of Japanese life. That being said, the show's humor was wildly hit or miss, and honestly, most of it was miss. I liked whenever the cat was on screen, of course, or this segment where the father talks about getting food after work, but it seemed like so much of the show was focused on the fact that the 2 daughters need to get married, like, as soon as possible. I don't know, those jokes just did not translate well, and by translate, I mean both culturally, as they felt far more awkward and uncomfortable than funny, and literally, because the quality of the fansub, to be blunt, was atrocious. You can still follow what's going on, but the translation is literal to a fault, resulting in dialogue that sounds like nothing that's ever been spoken by real people. All of this makes it the hardest of the 3 segments to recommend by a long shot. If you're looking for an entertaining look at typical Japanese life, stick with Chibi Maruko-chan. There's over 100 episodes fansubbed now, and it's much more enjoyable than this. And finally, we've come to the 3rd segment, which, if you've heard anything about Modern Love Silliness, this is the segment you know about. It's called Oruchuban Ebichu, which roughly translates to Ebichu Watches the House, although it's still usually referred to by its Japanese name even by English fans. The show is about an unnamed 25-year-old office lady who lives with her hamster, the titular Ebichu. This admittedly makes the show sound like something made for 6-year-olds, but no, this is a very adult show, almost shockingly so. Most of the comedy is sexual in nature. The primary focus is the main character's tumultuous relationship with a man who is only referred to as the worthless bum. And that's certainly an apt name. The guy's a complete asshole. He's not abusive or anything, but he's such a slob with very little in the way of redeeming qualities, aside from, I suppose, being fairly good in bed, that so often I was constantly rooting for our office lady heroine to find someone better. And where does Ebichu the hamster fit into all this? Well, she can talk, and what's weird about that is nobody in the show seems to regard this as odd. She's our office lady's biggest cheerleader, although she's often guilty of inadvertently causing more problems than actually solving them, usually by being way too TMI. Our office lady usually doesn't take this very well, and poor Ebichu suffers for it. As an animal lover, I perhaps could have done without as much of these scenes, although I will say they're so over the top that I could never feel genuinely offended. There's a world of difference between this and, say, that one scene in Elfen Lied with the dog. Yeah, fuck that show. Anyway, this is a very, very weird show, and it's no surprise that it's the one segment of modern love silliness that's still remembered. The show has been a cult classic among American anime fans for years, with most of them calling Ebichu a bizarre version of Hamtaro, and it's not hard to see why. They're both shows about hamsters, and Ebichu even looks similar to Hamtaro. Ebichu also seems to be the one segment that got the entire anthology series off the ground in the first place. Hideaki Anno had been a fan of the original source material for many years, when a friend of his introduced him to the original manga. Furthermore, Kotono Mitsuishi, the Japanese voice of Misato in Evangelion, is also a fan, and would often read the original manga to decompress when working on that series. Incidentally, Mitsuishi would be cast as the voice of Ebichu in the anime. It would appear, then, that adapting Ebichu was always the goal, likely to give Anno some much-needed relief after the tumultuous productions of both Evangelion and His and Her Circumstances. The other two segments of modern love silliness were likely added to fill time as an afterthought, something that the promotional material seems to give away. Ebichu is usually always front and center. I don't know if I've been clear thus far, but Ebichu is highly recommended. Aside from the ridiculously unconventional premise, it's really funny, in a way that most sex comedies usually aren't. As insane as it sounds coming from a show starring a vulgar talking hamster, the show doesn't feel like it's trying to be edgy for the sake of being edgy. So much of the sexual humor is rooted in the everyday discomfort in trying and failing to navigate adult relationships that many viewers will find the jokes hitting uncomfortably close to home. In a very weird but real sense, Ebichu is a decent companion piece to His and Her Circumstances. Navigating adult sexual relationships was the one area that show didn't cover, and Ebichu fills that void, albeit in a much more ridiculous way. If you want a show that's unafraid to portray all the hilariously uncomfortable aspects of being single, then Ebichu is for you. But if you just want to see a show featuring a side character that seems to have a weird unspoken sexual attraction to a talking hamster, then Ebichu is also for you. Anyway, at this point, it's worth reminding ourselves of the ontological status of post-1991 Gainax. As you recall, I argued that Gainax was, in many ways, a completely different studio, no longer defined as a small group of passionate otaku friends making unconventional projects. Gainax was now a much more conventional animation house creatively dominated by an auteur leader. For most of the 90s, that leader was Anno. However, with his recent pivot to live-action filmmaking, the studio would need another auteur to guide them into the 21st century. Thankfully, they wouldn't have to wait long to find him. Kazuya Tsurumaki was born on February 2nd, 1966, in the city of Gozen in Niigata Prefecture, coincidentally very close to where Hiroyuki Yamaga grew up. He entered the anime industry when he was only 19, contributing to in-between animation work for shows as varied as Bavistock, Kamagure Orange Road, F, and Meison Ikoku. At the end of the decade, a friend of his told him about a new series about to enter production, Nadia, and that the studio producing it was looking for new animators. He applied and was hired by Gainax in 1990. Tsurumaki must have made an indelible impression on Anno from the very beginning, as he's credited with key animation work on nearly a third of the show, and was animation director for episodes 31 and 39. After Nadia, Anno was impressed enough with Tsurumaki's work that he was given the opportunity to helm 2 series of omake for some of Gainax's Laserdisc releases, the first being Nadia Omake Theater, which I discussed in brief in the previous episode of this series, and the second being 2 additional science lessons commissioned for a Laserdisc re-release of Gunbuster. Again, these omake must have impressed Anno, as when production began on Evangelion, he appointed Tsurumaki, along with fellow animator Masayuki, as assistant director. But his responsibilities didn't end there. He provided key animation for 6 episodes, storyboards for 8, and episode direction on what are arguably 6 of the most pivotal episodes of the show. The first 2, Episode 8, which features the debut of Asuka, Episode 16, which is when the show really begins to pivot towards psychological internality, and the arch-controversial Episodes 25 and 26. In a way, Tsurumaki was the glue holding the staff of Evangelion together. When the show began to deteriorate around the halfway point, many were so disheartened that they barely had the drive to continue. Tsurumaki never let that turbulence wear him out. In fact, it was he that suggested incorporating that turbulence into the show itself. Anyway, his responsibilities would continue on End of Evangelion, where he notably contributed episode direction on the redone version of episode 25. Tsurumaki's status as Anno's heir apparent was made official after the End of Evangelion's premiere, when Anno said that Tsurumaki should be the next one given a chance to direct. He struggled to come up with an idea, however, so in the meantime, Anno went on to produce His and Her Circumstances, all the while encouraging Tsurumaki to just make whatever he wanted, unconstrained by any external or financial boundaries. It was this encouragement that finally got his project off the ground, which would, when its first episode debuted in April of 2000, become perhaps the most significant directorial debut in anime since Anno himself made Gunbuster over a decade previous. Cutie is, well, it's a challenging series to discuss. There are a couple reasons for this. More than any post-Golden Age Gainax work, Evangelion notwithstanding, this is a series that carries with it both an imposing fan reputation and a nigh impenetrable presentation. In fact, and this will surely be a point of contention, I think Furikuri is more impenetrable than Evangelion. That isn't to say that Evangelion isn't a challenging work, it's more that the jump in complexity is one of degree and not kind. Think about it like this. Evangelion is like a 300-page novel, and Furikuri is like a 300-line poem. The novel can be complex as hell, but at 300 pages, it has time to give the reader room to breathe. A 300-line poem doesn't have that luxury. It has to charge every word with the maximum amount of meaning, leading to an experience that's all the more overwhelming. All that being said, Furikuri is nonetheless built upon a foundation that's both easy to grasp and reminiscent of Gainax's previous stories of chaotic adolescence. In the town of Mabase lives a 12-year-old kid named Naoto Nandaba, and as can be expected of a Gainax protagonist, he's not a happy guy. He hates his hometown, repeatedly decrying that nothing exciting ever happens there, and hates basically everyone who lives there, seeing them as obnoxious and immature. As if that weren't enough, his older brother Tasuku, the one person he looked up to more than anyone else, has shipped off to America to pursue a career in professional baseball, leaving him all alone. To deal with all this anger and stress, despite not being a teenager yet, Naoto puts on this air of faux maturity, almost as if he's trying to transform himself into the absent Tasuku. Inadvertently helping him with this fantasy is the girl literally clinging onto him, Mamimi, a bizarre high school girl who's had some sort of relationship with Tasuku in the past, although we aren't sure to what extent. Now that he's gone, she's clearly using Naoto as a surrogate for him, even going as far as to call him by his brother's nickname, Takun. One day, as the two of them are hanging out, a delirious woman named Haruko Haruhara drives by on her Vespa and smashes Naoto in the head with a bass guitar. Soon enough, she's living in his house as a new housekeeper, and weird growths start appearing on his forehead, and robots come out of said weird growths on his forehead, and all this seems to be connected to this mysterious company called Medical Mechanica, who owns a giant iron-shaped building in the center of town. Yeah, like I said, this show is crazy, but I don't want its craziness to take anything away from its bona fide heart and emotional depth, because make no mistake, Furikuri is another Gainax masterpiece. I implied a comparison to Gunbuster at the beginning of this section, and I stand by that. Let's start with the animation, which is probably Furikuri's most striking attribute. Tsurumaki and his team have made full use of Gainax's newfound financial success, as well as the freedom and increased budget the OVA format allows, because this show looks amazing. In fact, I would go so far as to argue that Furikuri is, purely from the perspective of its animation, the most significant Gainax work since the Wings of Honneamise, as it inaugurated a heretofore unseen style that would come to define their major work for the rest of their history. Their old style, regardless of where the stories were set, was defined by realism and an incredible sense of detail. Furikuri is in some ways the exact opposite. Characters and locales often struggle to remain confined to their line work, creating a world that feels unbound, where literally anything and everything can happen in the blink of an eye. Though very different in tone, this new style is no less beautiful, and there are countless moments of sheer technical dynamism that just left me in absolute awe. And the amazing thing is, so much of Gainax's old guard worked on this show. To name just a couple, Yoshiyuki Sadamoto was the character designer, and Hiromasa Ogura, the art director on the Wings of Honneamise, the man most responsible for bringing that singular piece of environmental storytelling to life, was also the art director on Furikuri, which I find almost unbelievable given how different the shows feel in comparison. But I don't want you to come away from Furikuri with the impression that it's just an animation showcase, because it isn't. As I said before, this is a show that's filled to the brim with bona fide heart and emotional depth, one that, much like Evangelion before it, has been subject to seemingly endless amounts of discussion and interpretation. It's a daunting task to do the show justice in this format, so I'm going to focus on one specific aspect: how Tsurumaki recalls, and yet diverges from, the works of his master, Anno. Earlier I referred to his and her circumstances as Evangelion without the robots. One could very easily make the same judgment about Furikuri, although there technically are robots in Furikuri, but they're not giant robots you can pilot, so yeah, my point still stands. Anyway, it isn't hard to find parallels between Evangelion and Furikuri. A cast consisting entirely of traumatized people, a main character with a literally absent mother and a metaphorically absent father, etc., etc. Beyond that, Tsurumaki, who, we must remember, was an assistant director on Evangelion, has said in interviews that the theme of that show is interpersonal communication, and I think that theme can be carried over to Furikuri as well, though I don't think Tsurumaki was content with just recycling it wholesale. One of Furikuri's singular focuses, a focus that distinguishes it from Evangelion, is this idea of putting on some sort of false identity in order to protect oneself from vulnerability. Furikuri is often described as a show about puberty, and one can define puberty as the stage when one becomes the person you're going to be for the rest of your adult life. I'm sure you can see where I'm going with this. If one is uncomfortable with that true self they're evolving into, constructing a false identity is a logical defense mechanism to protect them from the chaos of life. We can use Naota as a test case. The only positive adult figure in his life is his brother, and he's playing baseball in the US now, so to compensate, he puts on this false air of maturity and strength, and basically tries to recreate his absent brother within himself despite being a very different person. But it's not just Naota. More or less every character in this show does this. Mamimi tries to keep her relationship with Tasuku alive through Naota because he seems to be the only one who's ever treated her kindly. Ninomiya puts on the air of disinterestedness to hide her discomfort stemming from her family's problems. Hell, even the adults, who have long since left puberty, can fit into this paradigm. Consider Naota's father, obsessed with sex in a way only creepy Japanese adults are, and almost always seen dressed as Lupin III. It's as if he's the living embodiment of someone who's donned a false identity in another lifetime and never actually took it off. So where does Haruko fit into all this? On the one hand, she's perhaps the clearest embodiment of this idea of donning a false identity, because, more than anyone else in the show, Haruko literally dons a multitude of false identities, ranging from Naota's housekeeper, to a nurse, even to the fucking Daikon 4 bunny girl in one of my favorite moments of episode 5. But unlike the other characters, she seems to be more in control, more than willing to embrace the chaos of donning and shedding these roles at the drop of a hat. The keyword here is seems, however, because, and I have to thank Reddit user Rob Cameron Fowler for his insight on this, it's so often those who are wont to project an image of absolute self-control who are, in reality, the most vulnerable. Haruko is, in reality, obsessed with the Tomsk, the Pirate King, who for most of the show is trapped inside of Kanti, the robot that materialized from Naota's head. She wants his power for herself, and will stop at literally nothing to make that happen. Everything she's done over the course of the series was in service of that goal. So, no, she's not in control of all. She's hell-bent on achieving her singular obsession, despite all the evidence suggesting that's impossible, and doesn't give a damn about the collateral damage she causes to make that happen. I'm jumping ahead a bit here, but the final moments of Episode 6 are really where we see what a lost cause Haruko is, and by extension, how far Naota's come in his personal journey. After obtaining Atomsk's power, Naota throws it away, because that power doesn't mean anything when compared to Haruko herself. He kisses her, knowing that kiss will remain unrequited. Haruko only has eyes for Atomsk, after all. But Naota has come to understand that growing up means embracing who you are. Embracing who you are means being vulnerable, and nothing is more vulnerable than falling in love with another human being. Haruko, by extension, is not there yet. Her journey chasing Atomsk is just beginning. But significantly, she gives Naota the opportunity to continue living in his boring town with the newfound freedom gained from his revelations, and leaves her bass guitar to keep as a memento. Haruko may, as I've said, be a lost cause, but the sentimental act suggests that fate is not necessarily set in stone. I feel like I've only just scratched the surface of this show. Hell, I haven't even mentioned the soundtrack, courtesy of alternative rock stalwarts The Pillows, whose combination of equal parts tumult and sentimentality makes them the perfect choice for a show like this. Again, this is a very dense show, so to prevent this video from becoming a Furikuri video, I'll say this. Furikuri is every bit a masterpiece as anime fandom has made it out to be, which makes it that much more of a goddamn tragedy that the show seems to have failed spectacularly in Japan. This can, in some sense, be explained by changing cultural trends. By the early 2000s, Japanese otaku had begun to embrace the moe trend, and what little discussion about the show that happened online seems to have centered around whether or not certain characters qualified as moe, which obviously completely misses the point of the show. Additionally, it appears that some fans were vocal about certain visual aspects of the show, including the manga sequences, leading Tsurumaki to make fun of them in later episodes once it was apparent those fans probably weren't watching anymore. Thankfully, this failure in Japan was made up for its unexpectedly spectacular success in the West, particularly in the US. The now-defunct American licensing company SyncPoint brought the show to DVD in 2001, where it developed a cult following, but when Adult Swim began airing the show in August of 2003, it became a legitimate sensation among American anime fandom. Seriously, as bizarre as Furikuri is, for a while in the early and mid-2000s, it was one of the most popular anime in the country, and that popularity extended its influence into the domestic animation industry itself. According to animator Giancarlo Volpa, the staff of Avatar: The Last Airbender was ordered to watch every single episode of Furikuri during that show's production, and direct references can be found all over 21st century American animation, including Teen Titans and Steven Universe. Even if it took a number of years and a journey across the Pacific, I'm glad Furikuri has found success and acclaim, because it absolutely deserves it. Even if Anno was going to take a step back from animation to focus on his live-action work, as long as Tsurumaki was there to let his creativity run wild, Gainax would be in good hands. Now, despite the fact that Furikuri is an out-and-out masterpiece, the fact that it was not popular in Japan meant Gainax could not entirely rely on it to guarantee a stable future. Fortunately for them, Hiroyuki Yamaga, despite having doubled his executive responsibilities since Takeshi Sawamura's arrest, took a direct role in ensuring that stability. In a 2003 interview with New Type USA, Yamaga admitted that, for much of their history, Gainax would essentially run on autopilot, doing next to nothing in terms of long-term planning. Under his presidency, this began to change. He would plan multiple TV series simultaneously, such that the studio would have a constant lineup of projects to last them for years at a time. At that time, he pitched 4 series to sponsors, expecting that maybe 2 at most would actually receive funding. To his complete amazement, all 4 of them were actually greenlit. So despite Furikuri's disappointing Japanese performance, the early 2000s actually seemed like Gainax was headed for an upswing. The studio retained enough clout to ensure every one of their projects got funded, and furthermore, Takami Akai, who, as you recall, had left Gainax in 1994 due to professional disagreements with Sawamura, had returned to the fold, perhaps because Sawamura was gone. But perhaps most significantly, Yamaga himself would direct the first of these 4 TV series, set to premiere in October of 2001. Remember, he had not actually been in the director's chair since the Wings of Honneamise released to theaters nearly 15 years before, so the idea that the world would soon bear witness to his second directorial outing must have been profoundly exciting to Japanese otaku at the time. Unfortunately, that show is about as far from that debut in both quality and spirit as was artistically possible. Mahoromatic, Automatic Maiden, is based on the manga of the same name, written by Bunjiro Nakayama and illustrated by Bo Ditama. The manga began running in 1998 in a now defunct seinen anthology called Comic Gum, which was probably most famous for serializing the long-running ecchi action series Ikitosen. This probably tells you all you need to know about what kind of story this is. With regards to that story, it centers on Suguru Misato, a junior high student who's lived alone since his parents died several years before. Suguru, to put it mildly, has a bit of trouble taking care of himself, so he decides to employ the services of a maid named Mahoro. But Mahoro is no ordinary maid. You see, she's actually a combat android, crafted by a clandestine organization called Vesper, who have, unbeknownst to the rest of the world, been waging war against an alien invasion force since the 1980s. Yes, you heard that right. Master and maid take some time getting used to this new arrangement. For Suguru, it's getting Mahoro used to living life as a normal human, and for Mahoro, it's Suguru's less-than-savory lifestyle and his proclivity for perversity. He likes looking at porno, and dirty thoughts are bad is something of a catchphrase of hers. But in time, their relationship begins to grow, and Mahoro becomes an irreplaceable part of Suguru's life. Now, many of you are probably thinking, much like with His or Her Circumstances, that this show seems an unlikely choice for Gainax to adapt, and there's definitely truth to that. However, as we've seen from His and Her Circumstances, it's more than possible to take a seemingly un-Gainax premise and turn it into something very special. Mahoromatic, unfortunately, does not do this, and that's the main reason why this show is so important to talk about. If you were watching anime fan subs in the early 2000s, you probably noticed that maid shows were kind of an obnoxious trend at the time. As part of that trend, Mahoromatic is certainly better than some of its contemporaries, but it's certainly not great either. It's somewhere in the middle, and that, I want to agree, makes the show another defining work in Gainax's filmography, albeit for all the wrong reasons. Up until this point, Gainax's work basically demanded attention. Whether in their storytelling, world building, or technical quality, seeing the name Gainax attached to a show meant that it was probably going to be something that you've never seen before. Even when their efforts failed, they failed so spectacularly that, much like a proverbial train wreck, it was impossible to look away, and all the credit in the world must be given to the fact that, for the most part, their output was the exact opposite of a train wreck. With Mahoromatic, this was not the case. It was the first Gainax work that was possible to entirely ignore. To start with the animation, Mahoromatic eschews both the classic Gainax style of overly detailed concrete worlds, or the new style pioneered by Furikuri. It's extremely plain, the one exception to this being its continued use of traditional cell animation when most other studios had already transitioned to digital. And this plainness shouldn't be blamed on its TV budget. Both Evangelion and His and Her Circumstances were able to craft unbelievably intricate worlds on shoestring budgets. Save for a few scenes of Suguru's shithole apartment in episode 1, the animation of Mahoromatic completely fails to impress. The same can be said of the story. Admittedly, Mahoro's past as a battle android does create intrigue, especially because the war against Vesper's enemies, the enigmatic group called Saint, is technically not over. Furthermore, Mahoro isn't being entirely honest with Suguru. She's only got slightly less than 400 days before she's deactivated, and in what is perhaps a nod to Season 1 of Space Battleship Yamato, this running countdown punctuates the end of every episode. The idea of Mahoro trying to make the most of what little time she has, and the conflict she has in keeping it a secret, absolutely has the potential to make the series more captivating. The problem is, this isn't where Mahoromatic chooses to focus. For the most part, the series is an episodic romp of romantic comedy cliches that anyone who's been watching anime for more than a week has seen a million times over. They go to the beach, they go to a ryokan, they get into adventures at school. There's very little to make it stand out, with the glaring exception of the moments when the show breaks down. I'm specifically speaking of the supporting characters here. They range from the forgettable, like Suguru's two guy friends who share his penchant for perversity, to the straight-up insufferable, which sadly is far more common. The queen of this insufferability is Saori Shikijo, a big-breasted teacher who really wants to bang Suguru. It's no exaggeration to say that whenever she was on screen, I wanted to claw both my eyes and ears out. Not only does she speak about 20 decibels louder than anyone else, her entire character can be summed up in her desire to sleep with an underage boy. Now, that's not to say this kind of pervert character can never work. Azumanga, a show that began airing only a few months after Mahoromatic, features a teacher who's an obvious pedophile, and he was hilarious. The difference there, though, is his creepiness was openly acknowledged. In Mahoromatic, that just doesn't happen. Then there's a trio of girls who end up becoming almost a mini harem around Suguru, even though, in the grand tradition of harem show protagonists, he does nothing that would seem to warrant such attention. Sure, he's nowhere near as bad as other harem show protagonists, he's actually intelligent and treats others well, but that doesn't erase how ordinary he is at the core. Hell, he even looks exactly like the main character of Love Hina, the platonic ideal of the cliched harem show. That's really the biggest problem with Mahoromatic. Most of it is centered on Suguru's adventures with the supporting cast, most of whom I didn't like. Between those unlikable characters and general romance/harem cliches, there wasn't enough else to keep my attention, and it's telling that when Mahoromatic does try and branch outside that romance-harem lane, it almost always falls flat. There's an ongoing story arc focusing on Mahoro's conflict with Ryuga, an android from Saint, but it takes up nearly half the show when it has no reason to. There's some potentially interesting lore about Saint near the end of the show, but it's delivered in the most painfully boring manner possible, a narration that takes up half an episode. And there's a number of instances where the show tries to craft suspense but ends up completely failing to do so. Case in point, it's eventually revealed that Suguru's father was actually a member of Vesper, who Mahoro accidentally killed in the midst of battle. It's obvious the show was trying to make something out of this, but it was just so clumsy. Characters will all of a sudden soliloquize about Mahoro's role in his death. I was so often in disbelief that the same man who co-created the Wings of Honneamise and who wrote Gunbuster and Otaku no Video was responsible for this show. The difference in quality was nothing less than staggering. The show would end without resolving anything it had set up. Yamaga had planned a 14-episode second season to cover the remainder of the manga, but that wouldn't begin airing for another year. In the meantime, he would immediately throw himself into the second of these 4 new TV shows.
Yeah.
Magical Shopping Arcade Abenobashi is a very different beast from Mahoromatic. A co-production between Gainax and Studio Madhouse, the show was directed by Yamaga and Madhouse's Masayuki Kojima, based on an original story created by Yamaga himself. The anime is set in the titular Abenobashi Shopping Arcade, located, appropriately, in the Abeno district of Osaka. This is an area that's seen better days. Many of the shops in the neighborhood have gone under, and redevelopment has condemned what little remains of Abenobashi to be destroyed in the name of gentrification. In the midst of this turbulence, we have our protagonists, Sashi and Arumi, whose families own a bathhouse and a restaurant in Abenobashi, respectively. The ongoing redevelopment has impacted both of their families. Sashi's family's bathhouse closed, and Arumi's family is about to relocate to Hokkaido. From this premise alone, when compared to Mahoromatic, Abenobashi feels like a much more intriguing show. Like Furikuri before it, albeit in a very different way, Abenobashi centers on the idea of growing up, with the ongoing redevelopment of the neighborhood being a metaphor for the inevitability of change. Also like Furikuri, the show maintains a unique style all its own. I'm not going to say that it looks anywhere near as good as Furikuri, because it obviously doesn't, but it's clear that Gainax went out of their way to portray Osaka with as much love as possible, which makes sense given the studio was formed there. Hell, they actually retained a dialect specialist to ensure the characters sounded as authentic to the region as possible, and even hired voice actors originally from the city. Furthermore, much like so many of Gainax's previous works, Abenobashi seems to be setting us up to focus on our protagonist's traumas, Sashi specifically. While Arumi remains much more stoic than Sashi, Sashi is having a much harder time coming to terms with the multitudinous change going on around him. This all comes to a head when Arumi's grandfather Masa falls off the roof in an accident. After this breaking point, Sashi and Arumi find themselves transported to another world, what appears to be a version of Abenobashi mixed with European fantasy elements. Yes, Abenobashi is an isekai show, although there are a number of factors that separate it from modern examples of the genre. If this were a modern isekai, Sashi would get an enormous harem of women he doesn't deserve, and him and Arumi would stay in that world forever because it's so much better than the real Abenobashi. Instead, the two of them actively try and return home, although when they do manage to escape this fantasy world, they find themselves in, surprise surprise, another fantasy world. This is by far the most famous aspect of Abenobashi. Each episode sees our characters in a different world, each one based on a different genre. This will remind some of you of Excel Saga, though there are a number of factors separating it from that show. Though Excel Saga similarly changed its genre every episode, it did so purely for the sake of parody and satire. Second, unlike Excel Saga, the creative staff of Abenobashi fluctuates wildly from episode to episode, making the show feel almost like a compilation film more than a standard TV series. Like most compilation films, most fans of Abenobashi resonate very strongly with specific individual episodes. I, for one, have always loved episode 3 when they're in the sci-fi world, and episode 12 when they're in the USA. This compilation film vibe makes it difficult for me to consider Abenobashi as an auteur work in the traditional sense, despite the fact that Yamaga is its chief director, writer, and created its initial premise. His name may be all over the credits, but it's often the staff of each individual episode who ends up making the greatest artistic impact. If Yamaga's fingerprints are to be felt anywhere in the show, then, it's in the ongoing story of Abenobashi's redevelopment and Sashi and Arumi's journey to return there. Unfortunately, it's precisely that aspect that ends up being the weakest. This will certainly sound confusing, as I began my discussion talking about how it's reminiscent of Gainax's earlier, more successful works. The show does indeed begin with a lot of promise, but sadly, it very quickly squanders it. Abenobashi always tries to split the difference between the dramatic opening narrative and the episodic insanity of the different worlds the protagonists find themselves in. And there is certainly a universe where those two threads could have been integrated more seamlessly. After all, those worlds appear to be based around one of Sashi's hobbies, and it eventually becomes clear that their sojourn is Sashi's way of trying to avoid the stresses relating to Abenobashi's redevelopment by using these alternate worlds as a crutch. That's why the end of each episode sees the two of them end up in a different world. It's Sashi's desire, even if he won't admit it, to continue this ridiculous journey for as long as he can. There's a lot of profound observations one can make of this. The problem is the show so often seems content to prolong our protagonist's journey by giving them one more world to explore at the expense of actually making any progress into the heart of the narrative. This puts Abenobashi in a weird position, where the strongest aspect of the show, namely the insane episodic variety, simultaneously highlights its weakest. A lot of time is eventually spent on the fact that Sashi and Arumi's families are descended, respectively, from those of the legendary Onmyoji Abe no Seimei and his rival Masayuki, and while this is an interesting development, I feel like it doesn't have any real impact on their journeys aside from establishing the fact that Sashi has inherited some of Abe no Seimei's powers. We also eventually learn that Arumi's grandfather actually succumbed to his injuries, so if the two eventually do make it back to the real Abenobashi, he's going to be dead. This leads to the most heart-wrenching moment of the entire show, because now, in addition to everything else he's had to worry about, Sashi has to figure out how to break the news to Arumi. How is she going to react? Will she be as devastated as Sashi, or will she maintain her stoicism and ride through it like she's always done? Sadly, we're never given the answer to that question. Episode after episode sees Sashi unable to decide what to do, and in the end, he doesn't have to. The final moments of the show sees Sashi using the full extent of his Onmyoji powers to create a world where everyone is still alive and Arumi isn't moving away after all. It's hard to express how much I despised this ending. First of all, Deus Ex Machina endings are very difficult to pull off, and needless to say, this show does not do it. Second, as I've said before, the most interesting aspect of the show was the idea of using Abenobashi's redevelopment as a metaphor for growing up, and Sashi learning, through traveling across the different worlds, to come to terms with that. Hell, it seemed like that was going to be the crux of the show. But no, Not only does this entire premise gradually lose steam, the ending seems to go out of its way to suggest that, you know what? The happy ending is the one where you don't actually have to confront your fears or traumas after all. This flies in the face of almost the entirety of Gainax's previous output. The message of their legendary past works was that confronting your trauma is ultimately a good thing for both yourself and the world around you. Abenobashi is giving us the exact opposite message. It's the equivalent of, say, if in Gunbuster, Noriko decides never to go out into space again, the end, roll credits. It's not an exaggeration to say this final episode almost completely ruined the series for me. The only reason I say almost completely instead of straight up completely is because many of its self-contained episodes are unforgettable. But again, credit there must be almost entirely laid at the feet of the staff of those episodes. If we're judging the series based on Yamaga's initial premise, it can only be considered a failure. This puts the show, again, in a weird position. Though I think it's a far more entertaining show than Mahoromatic, Abenobashi is unquestionably the greater failure, if only because it had so much further to fall. The fact that Mahoromatic turned out to be, for the most part, a stereotypical maid show was no skin off my back, because the reality more or less met my expectations. Abenobashi, however, began with a much stronger premise. A premise that, if given the chance, could have grown into something truly great. But in the end, that's not what we got. Abenobashi is instead another sad reminder that, despite being the sole creative force still working from Gainax's golden age, Hiroyuki Yamaga seems to have lost whatever creative spark he once had. If the quality of his output went down, the quantity experienced a corresponding upward tick. From the fall 2002 season, Yamaga was involved with 2 series simultaneously. The first was Petite Princess Yushi, the third of those 4 new series I mentioned previously. Yamaga only served as co-script director for the series. The actual direction was handled by a man named Masahiko Otsuka. Otsuka had joined Gainax during the making of Evangelion, where he quickly rose to episode director, a role he continued to fill on shows like Furikuri and Abenobashi. Petite Princess Yushi was his debut work as a full director, and for a debut work, it's an interesting one. The show is technically an adaptation of Princess Maker, Gainax's PC game sensation created by Takamiya Kai in the early 90s, although it technically was not marketed as such, owing to regulations at NHK restricting them from endorsing a specific commercial product. But how, I can hear some of you asking, is it possible to adapt Princess Maker into a TV series? The games are by and large simulators. There's a story there, sure, but it's bare bones, mostly just there to set up the simulation elements that comprise the actual game. The adaptive elements come mostly from 2 fronts. First, the designs of the main characters, courtesy of Sailor Moon character designer Kazuya Tadano, are adapted from the heroines of all the Princess Maker games that have been made thus far. Second, the core themes of Princess Maker, the concept of raising a young woman, is that in which Petite Princess Yushi was built upon. The young woman in question is the titular Yushi, who is adopted by a warrior named Gunbard after the man finds her abandoned. Due to a mysterious curse, Yushi has stopped growing, making her appear to be 10 years old even though she's actually 17, which makes the rest of her village refuse to take her seriously. Anyway, Yushi is selected as a candidate to become the Platinum Princess. To that end, she's enrolled in the Princess Academy with a number of other candidates, where they must collect the fragments of the Eternal Tiara, an artifact that will grant the wish of whoever is worthy to wear it. Yushi is an interesting show. It seems to draw heavily from a variant of magical girl shows that seemed all but extinct in the wake of Sailor Moon's success a decade before. These girls aren't transforming heroes like the Sailor Senshi, they're more akin to Studio Pierrot's magical girls of the 1980s, like Creamy Mami or Pastel Yumi, whose powers are used more for down-to-earth, even mundane tasks. In Petite Princess Yushi's case, part of the quest to become the Platinum Princess is being sent to do a number of ordinary jobs for the townsfolk, like working in a garden or at the library. This makes the show, at times, feel almost like an Iyashike, or healing show, where enjoyment is found simply by watching the girls accomplishing their tasks and slowly growing as people. Not that there's no conflict to be had. Aside from oftentimes struggling at their goals, the princess candidates must learn to get along with one another, which is sometimes easier said than done. This is most apparent with Yushi's relationship with Glenda, the feisty princess of the demon world. Glenda, Yushi, and the other candidates all have their own strong personalities, and with that comes individual problems and weaknesses, and one of the pleasures of watching the show is seeing them come to terms with those weaknesses. Though a pleasure, it's also a source of one of my biggest problems with the show. To be frank, there's no reason why it needed to be 26 episodes. Yes, the individual episode stories are pleasant, but after a while, the pace of the show just grinds to a halt. And while we're on the subject of weaknesses, I was never able to get into how the show looked. The character designs, the animation quality, how generic the world feels. Perhaps this is just me, but it checked all those boxes of early 2000s anime design that haven't aged well. That being said, the show did win me over with both its heartwarming atmosphere and an ending that makes up for the complete disasters that was Abenobashi's. Now, I'm sure some of you have heard the argument that shows like Madoka Magica, to name the most obvious, are some sort of subversive deconstruction of the magical girl genre. That argument doesn't hold for many reasons, one of which is that magical girl shows have subverted those tropes for ages, and Petite Princess Yushi is one of them. It's nowhere near as disturbing as Madoka, but the ending of Yushi is sad nonetheless. As you've probably guessed, the contest to become the Platinum Princess has a dark side. The losing candidates will disappear, and if the winner chooses not to abide by that, the rest of the world is doomed. How the girls resolve this conflict is the one thing I will not spoil. Suffice it to say, it was an unexpectedly emotional conclusion. It may be plagued with pacing issues and animation that hasn't aged well, but its positives outweigh its negatives, and though I wouldn't call it a masterpiece by any stretch, Petite Princess Yushi is a worthwhile investment, and is, by far, the best work Yamaga has been involved with since his return to his more creative roles. And I can say that with absolute certainty, because the second show he worked on during the fall 2002 season was Mahoromatic, Something More Beautiful, is that second season I mentioned a few minutes ago. Now, I'm sure you'll remember that I wasn't too kind on Season 1, but because the finale was obviously setting up for an additional season, I went into Something More Beautiful with an open mind. To my dismay, the show ended up a disappointment, to such an extent that by the end I was legitimately angry. The disappointment was apparent right from episode 1, which must rank as one of the worst first episodes of any anime series I've ever seen. Instead of focusing on the unanswered questions left over from Season 1, or even so much as recapping what happened in Season 1, it had been a year since that first season aired after all, this first episode was a rapid-fire series of terrible jokes that barely gave the audience room to breathe. Those uncomfortable, unfunny jokes from Season 1 return in full force here, perhaps to an even greater degree. I detected a noticeable uptick in nudity this season, which is wonderful considering most of the principal cast are in junior high. Shikijo, the character who I most despised from the previous season, was more annoying than ever, and sadly it feels like half the series devoted itself to a rivalry between her and Mahoro over the size of their tits. And those new plot developments promised in the Season 1 finale? Another letdown. Most of them concern the introduction of a new villainous organization called, I shit you not, Management. An Illuminati-like group who we're told control every government on Earth, however that works, who want to use the war between Vesper and Saint to further their own ends. There's only one more thing that Something More Beautiful does to set itself apart from Season 1, and that's its ending. Unfortunately, this is perhaps the most infuriating part of the entire show. Now, the ending was the one part of Something More Beautiful I was legitimately curious about, as I'd heard that this was another infamous example of a Gainax ending. Before I discuss it in detail, though, I need to talk about the ending of the manga, as the ending of the anime is a significant diversion. This was a direct request from the author of said manga, because the anime was scheduled to end before it finished serialization. Gainax actually wasn't told how the manga was supposed to end, although outside of that restriction, it appears they had the freedom to do whatever they wanted. Despite their differences, the anime and manga do feature a couple aspects in common. They both feature Mahoro dying, as was foreshadowed from the end of episode 1, followed by a decades-long time skip. Their diversion comes from what happens after that time skip. In the manga, Suguru joins Vesper, snuffing out the last remnants of management's forces on Mars. Back on Earth, Mahoro has been reborn, growing up with her memories of Suguru intact. When Suguru's mission ends and he returns home, he's reunited with Mahoro. Now, I don't love this ending, but it's admittedly a hell of a lot better than what we got in the anime. Instead of joining Vesper, Suguru decides to abandon Japan, abandon Earth itself actually, and become a cyborg hunter somewhere on the colonies of Jupiter. Mahoro's death has obviously left him a broken shell of a man. He lives for nothing but his work, and seems to have no significant close friends aside from one older man. Unbeknownst to him, that older man is a cyborg looking to collect the bounty on Suguru's head, and by episode's end, Suguru is critically wounded. As he lays dying, Suguru sees Mahoro again. The two of them are transported to a field of flowers, Suguru having transformed to his younger self, with Mahoro telling him that they should return home. Now, as I've already made clear, I hated this ending, for a number of reasons. First of all, Suguru dying, transforming into his younger self, reuniting with Mahoro, and going back to their old life. Yamaga's shamelessly recycling his ending for Otaku no Video. Now, you may remember that I loved Otaku no Video's ending. It was an appropriate thematic capstone to its story, leaving the viewer with an over-the-top sense of triumph, which the show had been building towards from the beginning. Mahoromatic has none of that to fall back on. The show was such a tonal mess, focusing mostly on inappropriate sexual jokes, only sometimes interspersed with moments of drama, that its ending could never have felt as thematically resonant as Otaku no Video's was. Yes, I understand Mahoro's death and Suguru inevitably having to come to terms with it had been set up since the beginning, but because, for the most part, that theme wasn't given focus, when the show decided to go hard in that direction for the last episode and a half, I felt it was too little too late. I knew the show had nowhere near enough time to come to a satisfying thematic conclusion, and I was 100% right. Despite the fact that Suguru's friends all had close relationships with Mahoro as well, the show completely writes them off. Granted, I didn't like most of them, but at the very least, they deserve some closure. Instead, the finale hyper-focuses on Suguru, which was a huge mistake. It would have been really interesting if the ending was some sort of concluding arc where Suguru and his friends come together to communally work through their grief and losing Mahoro, but no. We're led to believe that Suguru basically abandoned them in order to become this totally unlikable edgelord who, had he not been killed, would probably never have come to terms with Mahoro's death anyway. I get that Suguru's been traumatized by her death, but personally, what he does in the aftermath completely lost any sympathy I may have had for him. Not only is the ending an unearned retread of Otaku no Video, Yamaga seems to have made the same terrible decision he made with the ending of Abenobashi. Just like Sashi, Suguru not only refuses to come to terms with his traumas, but in a roundabout way, he ends up returning to his youth, even if it is in the form of a delirium brought about by his injuries. And it must be emphasized, Yamaga is entirely to blame here. The rest of the show was much more faithful to the manga. This is the most significant point where the two stories diverge, and I find it both fascinating and heartbreaking that the one opportunity Yamaga had to leave his mark on the story sees him walking the same depressing path he had previously tread at the end of Abenobashi. It should be said, before we move on, that there was one more piece of Mahoromatic media released, a one-episode OVA called the Summer Special. This is basically a standalone episode of the show that could have fit in anywhere before the finale. Since you already know how I feel about the show at large, I feel no need to go into any greater detail here, so let's just move on. Alright, so at this point, we can see Gainax's output in the early 2000s can be split into two distinct categories, the work of Kazuya Tsurumaki and the work of Hiroyuki Yamaga. Tsurumaki, at this point, only has Furikuri to his name, but even so, that one work had done more than enough to establish his style. Dynamically animated, almost stream-of-consciousness level stories about the chaos of growing up, starring, as was the case with his mentor, a cast of profoundly traumatized adolescents. Furikuri still felt tonally different from Gainax's earlier work. That powerful sense of hope and triumph that characterized their oeuvre up till Otaku no Video can't really be found here, but it doesn't matter. As a foundation for a new era for the studio, Furikuri was more than a worthy candidate. Unfortunately, as far as sheer quantity goes, this era has been dominated by the work of Yamaga, and compared to Tsurumaki, the two could not be more different. In complete contrast, his shows, despite the occasional glimpse of something interesting, were much more conventional and even forgettable. In his 2003 interview with New Type USA, he admitted that he didn't know how his directing skills had evolved since the Wings of Honneamise. He may not, but I certainly do. If I'd just seen Mahoromatic, and was later told that this was the same man responsible for the Wings of Honneamise, I'd refuse to believe it. I get the fact that as studio head, he was trying to build stability and plan for the future, but could he not do those things without sacrificing his passion? Forget the Yamaga of the Golden Age. Hell, at this point I'd even take the Yamaga of the late 90s, who at least seemed like he was hell-bent on restarting Uru and Blue into something much more interesting. Which reminds me, was he even still working on Uru and Blue in the early 2000s? Apparently he was. In that same interview where he revealed those 4 new TV shows, he did briefly mention Uru and Blue. Admittedly, I'm not sure if this was a continuation of the same planning sessions he had begun in the late 90s, or if he was once again starting from scratch. It seems like he was indeed starting from scratch, though, because in that same interview, he said that Uru and Blue was, at the time, just a title and that's it. He also said that he was working on an Uru and Blue novel that he wanted to be published by the end of the year. Again, I have no idea if the novel is the same or different from the novel projects he had mentioned in the 90s, but it really doesn't even matter because neither that novel nor the film were released here either. So despite how conventional and often infuriating his TV anime was, it seemed that somewhere deep down, Yamaga still wanted to bring his passion project to life. But of course, he wasn't doing that, instead focusing on seasons upon seasons worth of relentless mediocrity. Honestly, after sitting through several years of that schlock, I needed something to cleanse the palate. Didn't even have to be a TV show or even a movie. Hell, I'd settle for a quick little advertisement at this point. Speaking of which... I'm not going to pretend that Anime Tensho is some sort of life-changing work of genius, because it isn't. But it's so ridiculous and has so much heart and passion that it's almost impossible to watch it without a smile on your face. So, for context, Anime Tensho was an advertisement for Animate, the largest retailer of otaku-related merchandise in Japan. The advertisement itself functions as an origin story for Animate's mascot, Meito Anisawa. According to that story, Meito received his role from a previous manager, who was killed by a rival store. In his new role, Meito becomes the new manager of Animate, as well as an almost Toshio Okada-like embodiment of the otaku spirit Animate is meant to cater to. Like I said, it's dumb, it's ridiculous, but goddamn is it fun. Meito himself was designed by Kazuhiko Shimamoto, the author of Blazing Transfer Student, which, as you recall, Gainax adapted into a 2-episode OVA back in 1991. Shimamoto's involvement is honestly pretty obvious. I mean, Meito and Noboru look very, very similar to one another. That's a big part of what drew me to Anime Tensho in the first place. It felt like the opening to a 3rd episode of Blazing Transfer Student that was never actually made. Compared to everything else Gainax was working on at the time, Furikuri being the one major exception, Anime Tensho feels like an actual work of art made for the sheer love of creation, which is kind of insane to admit because, remember, this was a commercial for a retail store. Even so, it's enough to know that Gainax was still able to produce works of this quality even without their auteur leader at the helm, so perhaps there was still hope for the future. Indeed, their 20th anniversary was just around the corner, in 2004, and in celebration of that historic milestone, Gainax would release 4 new works in that year alone. Perhaps their initial stumble into returning to TV anime was just a fluke, a period of necessary growing pains as the studio transitioned into more regular seasonal work. Unfortunately, though, this was not to be. This Ugly Yet Beautiful World is a 12-episode series that premiered in April of 2004. Like Mahoromatic, Gainax produced the show with assistance from Shaft. However, unlike Mahoromatic, Yamaga did not direct it. He was, however, co-credited with the series' composition, alongside the show's actual director, Shoji Saeki. Saeki is another man who joined Gainax during production of Evangelion, starting as a key animator but quickly working his way up the studio ranks. The Mahoromatic Summer Special was his directorial debut, but since that was a 1-episode spin-off based on an already established property, This Ugly Yet Beautiful World was his first real chance to show off, and the final result was perhaps the most profoundly disappointing work Gainax had created thus far. The series begins on an intriguing note, discussing the causes of various extinction events that have occurred throughout history. We then cut to protagonist Takeru Takemoto, a cynical and honestly rather unpleasant high school student. In spite of this, he seems to have a solid group of friends, including the school's most popular student, Ryo Ninomiya. As the two of them go out on a delivery one night, they see a blinding light streak across the sky. Following it into the forest, they discover a beautiful girl named Hikari, who is immediately attacked by a monster. The monster is beaten back by Takeru himself, who transforms into some sort of Devilman-esque superhero form. Once the monster is defeated, Takeru takes the girl in to live with him, and the two of them share adventures with his friends. So, my issues with this series are manifold, and they start with the title, This Ugly Yet Beautiful World. I fully admit, I was biased against this show from the beginning because of the sheer unabashed pretension of its title. That negative feeling set my expectations low, and in that case, I wasn't disappointed, because, to be frank, this show is just Mahoromatic with a different, hastily applied coat of paint. The similarities are obvious to the point of self-plagiarism. A troubled young protagonist who comes to live with a mysterious woman who dotes on him for what seems like no reason, a hint of tragedy underneath the show's surface combined with the show's choice to ignore it to focus on obnoxious sexual jokes and fan service, an annoying cohort of side characters. Hell, even some of those side characters are ripped straight from Mahoromatic. Jessica Portman is the most prominent example. She's clearly a retread of Shikijo, but instead of being a pedophile, she's a drunk. That's it. She's the dictionary definition of one note, and even that one note is played embarrassingly out of tune. Even Mahoromatic's cosmic, world-ending finale is transposed into This Ugly Yet Beautiful World, only somehow done even worse. Now, I didn't much care for Mahoromatic's ending at all, but I at least need to give the show some credit. The idea that Mahoro only had a set number of days to live, and counting down the days at the end of each episode, wasn't a bad idea. I don't think it was handled well, but it at least had potential. This Ugly Yet Beautiful World replaces the countdown with that mysterious bit at the first episode about the mass extinction events. Obviously, Gainax was setting this up as a key component of the world's lore, but the series seems to completely forget about it until episode 9, when, and I swear to God I'm not making this up, it's revealed that Hikari is actually a goddess designed to destroy all life on Earth who'd lost all her memories of that mission. Yes, this girl is the one responsible for all those previous mass extinction events. And you remember how Takeru had the ability to transform into that Devilman-esque superhero form? That's because he's got supernatural powers to fight back against the possibility of extinction and preserve the planet's life. The show calls these powerful beings Extended Definition, or ED, which made it impossible for me to take it seriously because all I could think about was erectile dysfunction. And we're not done with Takeru just yet. Remember how I described him as relatively unpleasant? In a series of flashbacks, we're told that the source of his bad attitude is due to abandonment issues caused by his mother when he was only a child. This is the absolute worst example of a stereotypical Gainax ending. Having a mostly normal show for 2/3 of its runtime and then throwing in a bunch of cosmic, psychological nonsense does not make you a deep or profound storyteller. All it does is make you guilty of falling back on cheap narrative tricks to create the illusion of profundity. Again, comparing this ending with those of Gunbuster or Otaku no Video, two great series that, it must be repeated, Yamaga himself wrote years ago, will illustrate what I'm talking about. The notion of a show that starts as a school drama at a robot high school, concluding with detonating the planet Jupiter in the center of the galaxy to prevent the extinction of the universe, or the story of a group of anime fans concluding with them taking off in a spaceship to otakunize the distant stars, may seem like ridiculous leaps of logic, but those seemingly ridiculous endings were well planted from minute one. The ending of This Ugly Yet Beautiful World was just not. All the revelations came so suddenly, so close to the series' end, it just made everything seem too little too late. All the ending managed to do was make me realize how blatantly obvious the meaning of This Ugly Yet Beautiful World was. Takeru starts the show thinking the world is ugly. Hikari thinks it's beautiful. But when Hikari regains her memories and threatens to destroy the world, it's her who now thinks the world is ugly, and it's Takeru who needs to reconvince her of its beauty. The message itself is not a bad one, but it's so on the nose and so ineptly executed that all it managed to do was make me angry. In all, This Ugly Yet Beautiful World, for all its mediocrity, manages to be another trademark example of how far the studio, and Yamaga specifically, had fallen. For the show demonstrated, at least to me, that Yamaga knows what Gainax did, but had forgotten why Gainax did it. Just about every signifier of a stereotypical Gainax anime is here in some capacity. A traumatized protagonist, fan service, sci-fi elements, a weird ending, but they're all used superficially, almost as if a committee of network executives have been asked to put together what they think a Gainax anime should be. Hell, even the end of the series draws, blatantly I would argue, from the visual language of the third impact scene from End of Evangelion, with nowhere near the emotional impact, of course. It may be disappointing for a 20th anniversary project, but perhaps it's a fitting one. The studio that had once been so daring, reduced to creating creatively bankrupt rehashes of their glory days. So, the first product of their 20th anniversary ended up a disaster, though their next work would be of a higher quality. Because this ugly yet beautiful world set the bar so low, even that jump in quality meant the show would be, at best, barely above middling. The Melody of Oblivion is, in a way, an anomaly in Gainax's filmography. For the first and only time in their history, this is a show where the studio was only involved in planning. The actual animation was entirely handled by JC staff, who, as you recall, was Gainax's partner during production of His and Her Circumstances. Despite Gainax not being involved with the actual animation, I'm including it here because the show was their idea. Indeed, this was the fourth of those 4 new shows Yamaga had announced several years ago. Anyway, Yamaga was credited as one of the men in charge of planning, with Yoji Enokido, chief scriptwriter on Furikuri, writing every single episode. Now, after subjecting myself to hours upon hours of mediocre sex comedy, I admit I was more than a bit intrigued by the first episode of The Melody of Oblivion. According to the show's lore, at some point in the 20th century, mankind fought a devastating war against an army of monsters and lost. It's been years since the end of that conflict, and amazingly, most people seem to have completely forgotten the war even happened. One major exception to this is our protagonist, Boka Serenade, who's heard rumors of the war from Tsunagi, the eccentric old man he works for. Boka's life is forever changed when he runs into Sayoko, an eccentric woman who's looking for a warrior named Kurofune. Shortly thereafter, he discovered Tsunagi is actually the scientist in charge of developing the technology used in the fight against the monsters. As a result, Boka becomes a soldier in that fight, what the show calls Melos Warriors, and travels with Sayoko not only to continue the war, but to seek out the mysterious girl called the Melody of Oblivion, who apparently has the power to somehow destroy the monsters once and for all. So, what is there to say about this show? It didn't actively anger me like This Ugly Yet Beautiful World or the second season of Mahoramatic. At the same time, though, I can't in good faith say it's worth watching. And that's a shame, because, like I said, the beginning genuinely intrigued me. We see a lot of shows where humans fight aliens, but not so many where the humans are the decisive losers. Further, we find out that a major reason why all knowledge of the war has been forgotten is because there's a group of humans who are actively working with the monsters in exchange for power. This is potentially a really interesting idea, allowing the show to explore the uncomfortable notion that tyrannical rulers are able to rule, in part, by collaborating with those they're oppressing. Unfortunately, the show did not live up to that potential. Most of it is broken into a number of short story arcs, each revolving around Boka and Sayoko arriving in a different location and, in time, freeing them from the unique form of oppression the monsters have imposed on them. A couple issues with this. First, dividing the show into basically standalone arcs didn't make me feel like Boka was making any substantial progress in the war itself. It didn't make me feel strongly one way or another, actually, which is impressive given the villains in this show retain their power by sacrificing small children. That's not actually a bad summation of my feelings on the Melody of Oblivion as a whole. Aside from the music, nothing about this show seemed to radiate any sort of passion. This is most evident from the animation. Now, I understand this is a TV show made during the dawn of the digital era, but again, as we've seen from Evangelion or His and Her Circumstances, you don't need a huge budget to create a memorable, strikingly designed world. And to be frank, the Melody of Oblivion's world just feels lifeless. Neither the Melos Warriors or the monsters have anything approaching a memorable style. The battle scenes, and remember, this is an action show, are boring, and even the motorcycles the Melos Warriors ride, the Ibar machines, are very ho-hum. All this lackluster design work is honestly shocking, considering that Yoshiyuki Sadamoto, as well as Yutaka Izubuchi, the mech designer for Patlabor and Mobile Suit Gundam Char's Counterattack, a man I consider among the greatest mech designers who's ever lived, worked on this show. Sadly, they have very little to show for it. here's a perfect example of how little effort seems to be put into the Melody of Oblivion. I've been referring to the monsters the Melos warriors are fighting as simply the monsters. Make no mistake, their official name is the Monsters, and the humans who are working in the shadows to keep the monsters in power? The Monster Union. Okay, maybe I'm being a bit harsh. The other names do have a bit more effort put into them. For instance, the Melos warriors are named after musical terms, and their attacks are named after card games. But this leads well to my final point. Do these names actually mean anything? Because the show really wants you to feel like they're significant, but I don't think they are. And that's not even getting into what feels like an absurd amount of visual symbolism. The most infamous is the scene in the final story arc where a bunch of attractive women are portrayed as cows. I feel like I've seen enough experimental anime, both good and bad, to be able to separate the wheat from the chaff, and this gave me chaff vibes all the way through. And I'm not alone in this. The few otaku who actually remember this show exists don't tend to remember it fondly. Most of them are quick to throw out the word pretentious, and I'm inclined to agree with them. If pretentiousness is defined as an attempt to convey greater depth than actually exists, then I would say the Melody of Oblivion is pretentiousness embodied. Perhaps this is a cop-out, but I genuinely do not believe there's enough substance under the surface to warrant any sort of in-depth breakdown. And this is surprising, as Yoji Anakido, aside from working on Furikuri, was also the chief scriptwriter for the landmark shoujo series Revolutionary Girl Utena. This guy is more than capable of writing genuinely avant-garde works, so why this one fell so unbelievably flat is a complete mystery. In any case, a Hideaki Anno show this is not, and let me just say, after realizing half of their 20th anniversary projects were continuing their slow decline into relentless mediocrity, what I wouldn't give, at this point, to be able to watch more of Anno's work. Well, lucky me. Alright, so some among you will be quick to point out that the live-action Cutie Honey movie is technically not a Gainax work. And you'd be right. The film was primarily produced by Towani, a consortium consisting of Toshiba, Warner Brothers, and Nippon Television. That being said, I'd argue that it more than deserves its place in this video, because it's basically a Gainax film in all but name. Masayuki is assistant director, Yoshiyuki Sadamoto is character designer, Hiroyuki Yamaga and Shinji Higuchi are involved in planning, and of course, Hideaki Anno is the director. And this was, it seems to me, an important project for Anno. His official biography said he began pre-production in the summer of 2000, a full 4 years before its actual release. Actual production only began in the spring of 2003, and the film released to theaters in May of 2004. Now, I'm going to start by giving a summary of Cutie Honey's plot. This is because, although technically the film does go into her backstory, that backstory consists of only a couple brief sentences. I get the feeling Anno and his team assumed that audiences would already be familiar with the story of Cutie Honey, as she's been a cultural icon in Japan since Go Nagai's original manga and anime debuted in the early 70s. This makes sense for a domestic audience, but for those watching it in the West, where Cutie Honey is not as famous, it leads to the potential for confusion. So, Cutie Honey is the story of Honey Kisaragi, the daughter of the preeminent android designer Dr. Kisaragi. One day, a terrorist organization called Panther Claw assassinates the doctor. After his death, Honey learns that she's actually an android designed by Dr. Kisaragi, with the power to transform into the magical girl known as Cutie Honey. With her newly discovered powers, Honey decides to take revenge against Panther Claw and its leader, the nefarious Sister Jill. Anno's film retains this basic structure, albeit with several minor adjustments. In the original manga and anime, the mechanism Honey uses to transform is called, rather awkwardly, the atmospheric element solidifier. In the movie, Dr. Kisaragi, who's been rewritten as an expert on nanotechnology, gives Honey the eye system. Much easier to say, for sure. Also, in the original manga and anime, Honey's a student at a Catholic boarding school, where she has to deal with the machinations of her mean old teacher Miharu Tsuneni, nicknamed Histler, which, I shit you not, is a contraction of hysterical and Hitler, I swear to God. In the movie, Honey's been aged up and works at a temp job in an office, where she's basically treated as a punching bag. And what's perhaps the most important change, in the original manga and anime, Sister Jill heads Panther Claw's Japanese branch under the command of her sister Panther Zora. In the movie, Sister Jill is the absolute ruler of Panther Claw, implied to be some sort of immortal cosmic entity requiring the life force of young women to stay alive. Seriously. Now, live-action adaptations of anime and manga, whether made in Japan or the US, don't have a great reputation, for, let's say very good reason. Because of that, despite the pedigree of Cutie Honey's creative team, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have major reservations going in. Well, I should have known Anno wouldn't let me down. Cutie Honey is, without a doubt, the most enjoyable live-action anime adaptation I've ever seen, bar none. Part of that is due to the fact that Anno clearly understands the ridiculousness of the source material, and has no problem indulging in that ridiculousness. Now, the film clearly doesn't have much money to work with, but Cutie Honey more than proves a talented and passionate creative team will take you infinitely farther than having a large budget. I'd much rather watch a movie like Cutie Honey than some generic Hollywood blockbuster. There's so much character in this film. Hell, the opening action scene has an Ichiro Itano-style missile barrage, probably just because Anno thought it would be fun. If you want to watch Cutie Honey as simply an over-the-top tribute to both its source material and the tokusatsu tradition, you absolutely can. But, and this surprised me, the film retained many more of Anno's signatures than I was expecting in a work such as this. His brilliant sense of environmental storytelling is on full display here, as is his penchant for action scenes set to classical music. Honey's fight with Black Claw is set to Mozart's Eine kleine Nachtmusik. But more than anything, I was not expecting Anno's trademark obsession and simultaneous admission of the inadequacy of traditional military structures, but it's all over this film. This is most apparent in the character of Natsuko Aki. Fans of Go Nagai's original work will recognize her name. In the original manga and anime, she was Honey's best friend and roommate. In this movie, Anno's transformed her into a stiflingly by-the-book investigator for the National Police Agency. Natsuko, or Natchan as Honey is wont to call her, is going after Panther Claw as well, but, as is per usual in an Anno work, her, and the National Police Agency as a whole, is pathetically incapable in comparison to Honey. This drives Natsuko more than a bit insane, but at the same time, she just can't take her mind off of Honey. She's so dreamy. A lesbian relationship between Honey and Natsuko has been hinted at since Nagai first published his original manga, and Anno is absolutely having fun with that tradition. Aside from this rivalry/potential attraction, we can also see Natsuko as, in some ways, Honey's dark mirror. Like Honey, she's essentially isolated, living for nothing but her work. But unlike Honey, she seems to actively be pushing everyone away. Honey is the exact opposite, trying all she can to get Natchan to open up to her, and to her credit, she does eventually wear her down. In fact, Honey, Natsuko, and Seiji Hayami, a reporter who's another holdover from the original source material, form this cute little found family with Honey as its cornerstone. Honey admits, in an early scene, that she far prefers love to hate, and it's that commitment to love that leads to the defeat of Sister Jill. In context, Sister Jill has raised her fortress to the surface from beneath Tokyo Tower, because this is Japan and a tokusatsu film at that, so of course it's underneath Tokyo Tower. Anyway, Natsuko and Honey's uncle and successor to Dr. Kisaragi's research, Professor Utsugi, have been captured by Sister Jill, and Honey agrees to merge with Sister Jill to further extend her life if Jill releases the hostages. She does, and with Natsuko's help, Honey activates the eye system and enters into Sister Jill's consciousness? Yeah, the ending of this movie gets very end of Evangelion-like out of nowhere. We learn that Jill is another foil for Honey, in that they're both, in very different ways, isolated by their immortality. The difference, of course, is that Honey has embraced love where Jill has not. This is evident in the name of Honey's transformation device, the eye system, which puns on the Japanese word for love, which is, of course, eye. Anyway, Honey argues for the triumph of love over hate, and with that, Jill, who's heretofore been associated with the symbol of a decaying tree, transforms into a flower in bloom. Yes, it's admittedly rather sudden, and perhaps a bit on the nose, but I still enjoyed it. As out of nowhere as the film may have entered into Evangelion territory, the ending didn't feel like Anno was just pulling shit out of his ass. This idea that love is the key to overcoming isolation is, again, something the film had been setting up since basically the beginning. Hell, you could say this in itself is another one of Anno's signatures, as this is arguably one of the core themes of Evangelion, albeit in a much different sort of way. In that sense, the ending of Cutie Honey is the antithesis to that of This Ugly Yet Beautiful World, authentic to the core, as opposed to a flood of empty signifiers. I was not expecting a live-action Cutie Honey film to be as affecting as it was, but I suppose, when talking about Gainax, and especially Anno, it helps to expect the unexpected. Although, I don't think Anno was expecting it to be as affecting as it was either. He admits to breaking down crying after he finished it, and has used the film's momentum to establish himself as one of the most significant, if not the most significant, tokusatsu film directors in Japan, helping to bring to life such beloved franchises as Godzilla, Ultraman, and Kamen Rider. But again, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, as in the mid-2000s, Anno just wanted to keep that Cutie Honey train rolling. To that end, 2 months after the film's theatrical premiere, Gainax released a second Cutie Honey project. Cutie Honey is a 3-episode OVA based on the live-action film. Actually, it's not quite that simple, because although the OVA does retain the same characters and plot of the live-action film, it isn't a one-to-one retelling. For that reason, I would recommend watching the live-action film before the OVA, even though it's technically a self-contained story. Just like how Anno assumed audiences of the film would already be familiar with Go Nagai's original manga and anime, I'm guessing Anno similarly assumed audiences of the OVA would already be familiar with his film. That film introduces the characters in a much clearer and more direct way than the OVA does, so if you start with the OVA, you may end up feeling lost. Anyway, like I've said, the OVA basically retells the same story as the film, although in a way that's several degrees of magnitude crazier than the film. Seriously, I know the film was crazy enough in itself, but this OVA, it just embraces insanity from second one and does not stop. Anno and his team clearly wanted to use the medium of animation in a way that live action simply can't replicate, and in that respect, they more than succeeded. The action scenes move at the speed of sound. There's so much energy in every single scene, I literally could not take my eyes off what I was watching. But again, much like the film, Cutie Honey is not simply an exercise in animated indulgence. It retains the intelligence and heart of both its source material and the best of Gainax's previous works. Each of the 3 episodes features a different creative staff, and Anno seems to have given enough freedom to the extent that, similar to Abenobashi, albeit to a lesser degree, Cutie Honey at times feels like it's an anthology piece. Episode 2, for instance, centers on the idea that the people of Tokyo feel more threatened by Honey, and the collateral damage she causes, than Panther Claw itself, a theme that was completely absent from Anno's original film. But it's episode 3, directed by Masayuki, which best exhibits this anthology piece atmosphere. While it does recreate that, for lack of a better term, Gainax ending featured in the film, it makes significant changes. In the film, Sister Jill was simply this immortal demon incapable of understanding love. In Cutie Honey, it's revealed that Jill was, in fact, an earlier prototype for the eye system, one that was discarded as a failure because she didn't have a human heart. In response to that failure, Dr. Kisaragi used his daughter, who had earlier passed away in an accident, as the next test subject, and because she was once human, the eye system accepted her. It's not just this backstory that distinguishes Cutie Honey's conclusion. When Honey and Sister Jill meet in the realm of consciousness, Sister Jill comes to the conclusion that, if you depend on others, you'll inevitably be hurt. Based on that insight, Sister Jill, to put it bluntly, tries to begin human instrumentality, and no, I'm not exaggerating when I say that. She admits she wants to draw all other living beings into herself, and Masayuki very deliberately echoes the imagery of Third Impact from End of Evangelion. Again, this makes Cutie Honey another antithesis to this ugly yet beautiful world, for similar reasons as the live-action film. It's hard for me to unconditionally recommend Cutie Honey independent of Anno's film. This isn't due to any faults intrinsic to the OVA itself, but simply because, as I said before, the film sets up the main characters in a much more understandable way. That being said, I absolutely recommend watching them in tandem with each other, as they each, in their own way, do a remarkable job of resurrecting Go Nagai's classic work. Honestly, I'm just happy that at least one of Gainax's 20th anniversary works didn't turn out to be a massive disappointment. There was only one more of these projects left, and that project would perhaps be the greatest artistic risk Gainax had taken in over a decade. The prospect of creating a sequel to a film or TV series that's considered a bona fide classic is a daunting one. To craft something that both honors the original while simultaneously justifying its own existence is not impossible to do, but it is very, very hard, with that difficulty only increasing the more beloved the original work is. It takes a minor miracle to create something like The Empire Strikes Back. Most sequels are going to be closer to, well, The Force Awakens. So when I heard that Gainax, a studio that, with relatively few exceptions, was existing as a shadow of its former self, announced for their 20th anniversary they were planning a sequel to Gunbuster, to say I was skeptical is a hilarious understatement. Gunbuster 2, or as it's known in Japan, Toppo no Dai 2 Diebuster, was announced at the 2001 Japanese SF convention. Apparently, Bandai Visual, Gunbuster's rights holders, approached Gainax with the idea for the sequel, and the studio agreed to do it. The only problem was most of their staff, Anno included, was busy with other projects, so directorial responsibilities fell to Kazuya Tsurumaki. Now, Tsurumaki had by this point more than justified his position as Anno's protege. That being said, the idea of anyone, even someone as preternaturally talented as Tsurumaki, making a sequel to Gunbuster seemed like a guaranteed recipe for disaster. This seemed all the more likely because Tsurumaki was once again teaming up with screenwriter Yoji Enokido, who may have, pun intended, knocked it out of the park with Furikuri, but remember, the same year he wrote Gunbuster 2, Enokido also wrote that pretentious heap of mediocrity called The Melody of Oblivion. Again, it was not impossible for them to craft a worthy sequel to Gunbuster, but they had a lot to prove to their audience. The only thing that made me feel slightly less apprehensive was the fact that both Tsurumaki and Enokido understood how enormously difficult the assignment in front of them was going to be. Enokido, specifically, admitted that he didn't think Gunbuster needed a conventional sequel at all. He had been a fan of the original for years before he started working for Gainax, so when he was chosen as screenwriter, he wanted to do everything he could to honor the legacy of that original. Likewise, Tsurumaki agreed with his partner in not wanting to create a conventional sequel. At its announcement, he described it as a sort of sequel that will probably break some fans' expectations. So, did they succeed? I'm not going to bury the lead with regards to how I feel about Gunbuster 2. Not only do I think, in spite of all my apprehensions, that the show is a success, but I also think, if its quality is measured against its status amongst the fandom, Gunbuster 2 is without question the most criminally overlooked entry in Gainax's entire catalog. Because of that, I'm going to approach this show in a slightly different way than I've done up to this point. My analyses in this video have leaned on the shorter side, partly because of the scope of the story I want to tell, partly because most of the shows we're looking at frankly don't warrant anything in depth, and partly because, for some shows, in-depth analyses are already plentiful. For Gunbuster 2, I'm going to be a bit more thorough, akin to what I did for the first 4 videos of this series. Maybe not quite that long, but you get the idea. The show deserves that sort of respect, because it is frankly an amazing piece of work, one that just gets better each time I rewatch it. So, because of this, I'm going to throw in a pause to let those of you who haven't seen Gunbuster 2, and Gunbuster 1 for that matter, to watch them now. And yes, you should absolutely watch them both, one after the other, because not only will what comes next mean next to nothing if you don't, but more importantly, they're some of the best sci-fi mecha anime that's ever been made. So, go ahead and watch them all if you haven't. I'll be here when you get back. So, the first question most will ask after beginning Gunbuster 2 is obvious. What exactly is the connection between this show and the original Gunbuster? And it's a good question, because at first, the show itself does not provide a clear answer. Here's the story. A human-like robot girl named Nono leaves her home in a snowy backwoods town to move to the big city, with the express goal of becoming a pilot, just like her idol Nonoriri. Unfortunately, that dream seems completely out of reach, as all she's accomplished thus far is working for slave wages at some shitty diner, where her boss looks down on her for being a naive dreamer and her customers sexually harass her on a regular basis. All this changes when Lauk, a member of the elite topless military squadron, rescues her from what's possibly the worst shift of her working life. Seeing Lauk as her key to becoming a pilot, Nono basically stalks her, calling her One-sama and saying she has the hard work and guts to make it, though Lauk remains thoroughly unconvinced. But when the city is attacked by a renegade space monster, Lauk, piloting a buster machine known as 19, is unable to defeat it. In contrast, Nono, using a lightning kick, literally splits it in half. At that point, Lauk is forced to admit the girl's potential, and Nono joins the fraternity of topless pilots even though at this point she's still unable to actually pilot a buster machine. From just this first episode, it seems like most of Gunbuster 2's connections to its predecessor are basically surface level. There's a girl who wants to be a pilot. She's gonna make that dream come true with hard work and guts, idolizes her One-sama, does lightning kicks. So far, this all seems like it's just fan service. But is there any bona fide narrative connections? Gunbuster ended about as conclusively as one can imagine. Continuing beyond that endpoint seems impossible, and the show seems to hint at this. Nobody in this initial episode makes any reference to what we've seen in the original, and to be frank, this world looks and feels so different from that original that it's hard to believe that the two can be connected. Gunbuster was set in the not-too-distant future, one that's more technologically advanced than what ours will be, to be sure, but a not-too-distant one regardless. As such, its world felt, in the grandest sense of irony given what actually happens in that show, more down to earth. It draws from actual science, and even when it makes shit up, integrates it so convincingly that it passes for reality. There are no ether fields in space, but hearing them explained in the science lessons won't break your suspension of disbelief. In contrast, Gunbuster 2 seems to have abandoned the entire tradition of hard sci-fi wholesale. It feels like anything and everything can happen, laws of physics be damned. This was actually a conscious choice by Tsurumaki, who admitted to once liking hard sci-fi but had since lost interest. He discovered the works of Chohei Kambayashi, a writer perhaps best known for Yuki Kaze, a Seiun Award-winning novel that was later adapted into an unbelievably boring anime OVA by Studio Gonzo. His blending of science fiction and fantasy elements appealed to Tsurumaki much more than hard sci-fi, and so used that blend when designing Gunbuster 2's world. This blended style carried over into Yoshiyuki Sadamoto's character designs, who are crafted, according to Tsurumaki, with a manga bias to prevent them from looking too real. All this to say, Gunbuster 2 feels more reminiscent of Furikuri than the original Gunbuster. This should surprise nobody, given that we more or less have the same creative staff here, but Furikuri and Gunbuster are very, very different shows, and at this early stage, it seems that Tsurumaki wants to make a sequel to Furikuri with some Gunbuster references thrown in for good measure. I mean, hell, Lauk literally drives a motor scooter, and the Topless derive their powers from a weird-looking thing on their foreheads. There's no way that that's an accident. Now, remember, I love Furikuri, but a Furikuri-like show with a light veneer of Gunbuster isn't what I'd want from a sequel. But then I remembered, this was only the first episode, and episode 1 of the original Gunbuster made it seem like it was going to be nothing but an aim for the Ace parody, which ended up being the furthest thing from the truth. And sure enough, at the tail end of the first episode of Gunbuster 2, I got my first indication the show had much more to show me, when during Lauk's battle with the space monster, it's revealed the entire episode was set not on Earth, but Mars. In fact, as the following episodes will establish, just about the entire solar system has been colonized, and it's been that way for what seems like a very long time. Though this seems like a minor point, it felt like a major revelation concerning what the show is trying to do. Maybe the reason why this world felt so foreign to the original Gunbuster was that it's set so far in the future that this civilization really can do anything. Maybe hard sci-fi really wouldn't be the appropriate choice here, for just that reason. From that one reveal, I was able to much more easily engage with Gunbuster 2 on its own terms, and thank God I did. One of the themes of the original Gunbuster is the literally world-changing power of the passion of youth. Noriko is an otaku who, by virtue of her position as the pilot of the Gunbuster, literally cannot grow up, and it's for precisely that reason she can destroy the space monsters. In Gunbuster 2, this notion has been codified through the existence of the Topless. Only they can, as they put it, spread happiness to the world by piloting the Buster machines, but that power disappears upon reaching a certain age, an obvious embodiment of the transition from adolescence to adulthood. To sum up, we have an acknowledgement of the power of youth as seen in Gunbuster, and a preoccupation with the liminal stages of life as seen in Furikuri, and this is a big part of why Gunbuster 2 is such an artistic accomplishment. It seamlessly weaves together elements from Gainax's previous works, from all eras of their history, into one cohesive whole. I've mentioned earlier that a preoccupation with Anno's oeuvre as a whole, including Gunbuster, is the idea that conventional military structures are basically useless to overcome the threats of their world. In Gunbuster 2, this idea is explored more directly than any other Gainax work to date. The conventional military, embodied in the character of Hattori, doesn't trust the Topless, at one point going so far as to compare them to the space monsters. His distrust is echoed by the rest of the military, who resent the Topless for drawing a disproportionate amount of attention and resources. Rather than reforming and finding their niche apart from the topless, they've allowed this resentment to define them, and as a result, have institutionally calcified. Without confronting this resentment, nothing will change. This does not mean, however, that Gunbuster 2 subscribes to a neat adult bad, youth good dichotomy. The show is far too nuanced for that. For one thing, this toxic cynicism permeating the conventional military exists among the topless as well, albeit in a modified form. Cassio and Nicola spend much of their screen time in episode 2 having conversations about Moe and making Kamen Rider references, and I think it's significant that Gunbuster has evolved into a show where the otaku spirit does not save the world, but stifles it. In my analysis of Otaku no Video, I spent quite a bit of time characterizing what I felt was Gainax's ideal portrait of an otaku: intellectual, creative, and passionate. These guys feel like the exact opposite of that. I feel like I'm watching a conversation on 2chan made sentient. But it's not just them. Consider how Lauk treats Nono during their initial encounter. She doesn't take any of what Nono says seriously. Cynicism has drained the vitalizing spirit that so characterized the original Gunbuster almost entirely. Nono is the only one who seems to retain that spirit, and it's that spirit, at this early stage, that seems the key to mankind's victory. Episode 3 is perhaps the clearest example of what I'm talking about. Instead of focusing on Nono or Lauk, Episode 3 is mostly centered on Taiko. Taiko is Gunbuster 2's answer to Jung from the original Gunbuster, and by extension, Asuka from Evangelion. Much like how Asuka, for most of Evangelion, is obsessed with keeping her sync ratio above Shinji and Rei's, Taiko is obsessed with being seen as the greatest pilot among the topless, to such an extent that, during a mission to clear a particularly large group of space monsters blocking trade routes around Jupiter, she nearly destroys her Buster machine. As a result, she's temporarily benched while the topless fraternity rules out the possibility of space radiation syndrome. She says she's not worried about all this, but we know she's lying. What's driving this unhealthy attitude stems from a tragic event dating to shortly before she received her topless powers. An unnamed boy, implied to be her first love, is dying in hospital from space radiation sickness. Taiko, unfazed, says she'll use her newfound powers to save him, and promises that they'll watch the snowfall next month. Of course, as we know all too well from the end of the original Gunbuster, space radiation sickness is not something easily overcome, and indeed, the boy died shortly thereafter. As a result, Taiko becomes entirely disillusioned to the potential of the topless bringing about any positive change, and yet she remains a member, and seems to care more than anyone else about piloting. In fact, the fraternity has a new Buster machine in their possession, and Taiko is obsessed with ensuring she's chosen to be its pilot. She may not be able to control her powers to the extent that satisfies her, but one thing she can control is her own piloting skills. Ironically, it's this obsessive devotion to those skills that holds her back. It's for exactly that reason she isn't chosen as the new pilot. It isn't until Nono brings her back to sense that she's able to move on. She throws away her earring, the most important memento from the hospital boy, as a sign that she can live for herself, unconstrained by the trauma of his death. So while it's clear that Nono's attitude has the power to crush the unrelenting cynicism of her peers, change on such a large scale does not happen overnight, and indeed, Episode 4 is amongst the saddest in the entire series, for a number of reasons. Nono has not seemed to have made any progress in breaking through Lauk's shell, which brings her to the brink of despair for the first time in the series. We'll come back to her in a bit. For now, I want to return to the rest of the topless, as Episode 4 is where the idea of losing one's topless powers after a certain age once again returns to focus. And at this point, I think it's helpful to compare this idea to Tsurumaki's work on Furikuri. One of Furikuri's overarching themes was that of growing up, in the sense of accepting your authentic self, regardless of how vulnerable it makes you feel. One of Gunbuster 2's overarching themes, by contrast, is growing up in the more conventional sense, transitioning to adulthood in an accepting and healthy way. We've already seen, from Hattori's example, that many people don't handle that transition well, and this seems universal among the topless. Cassio is another example. After losing his powers, he stayed on at the fraternity as a mechanic and overall advisor to the current generation. One can easily see him as a variation on the figure of the high school quarterback who gets a job at his alma mater because he refuses to move past his glory days, but I don't see Cassio as that pathetic. I cite his near-critical scene near the end of Episode 4, where he and Nono find a new Buster machine near Pluto. When that Buster machine is excavated, for one more minute, he believes that maybe, just maybe, he can pilot it, but realizes almost immediately that it's a lost cause. Somehow, I think he always knew this was to be the case, but the memories of his time as a topless are so special to him that this new Buster machine triggers an almost unconscious reaction. To his credit, he handles that disappointment about as well as he can, returning to his previous position with no trace of bitterness or hostility. As for the rest of the topless, there's an all-pervading anxiety about the inevitability of that transition occurring, and doing whatever one can to avoid that anxiety. The most extreme example is the Serpentine sisters, the two eldest topless who seem to have discovered a secret method of prolonging their powers, a method they eventually share with Nicola, who, underneath his cocky exterior, is perhaps more nervous about the transition than anyone. As the episode approaches its conclusion, we discover the horrifying truth of what that method entails when, buried far beneath Titan, an abominable being known as the Fluctuating Gravity Well reawakens, a being the Serpentine sisters also refer to as the Eternal Topless. The method of prolonging their powers was eating some of its meat, which Nicola is appalled to discover. This moment, the awakening of the Fluctuating Gravity Well, is in some ways the pivotal moment of the entire series, because all it takes is one look at its design to realize it looks exactly like the space monsters from the original Gunbuster. In fact, it is a space monster from the original Gunbuster. To jump slightly ahead for a minute, the opening of Episode 5 features Hattori providing the necessary exposition linking the two shows together. After the successful detonation of Buster Machine 3 in Gunbuster Episode 6, mankind confined itself to the solar system and developed a defense system to protect itself from future threats. That defense system is, in actuality, the space monsters the topless have spent the entirety of Gunbuster 2 fighting against, some of whom have turned against the human race because they perceive the topless as a new threat. Alongside recontextualizing the entire series, this is also where the references to Gunbuster become much more thematically substantial. We first see this with regards to Lauk, who, as it turns out, actually does care about Nono more than she's ever admitted, although of course it's only when Nono is off on her mission to Pluto that she realizes this. The poignancy of how much she cares about the girl is vividly illustrated in a scene where she reflects on what's basically a normal memory, the two of them just hanging out, and in the background, one can hear the faint sound of a music box rendition of the theme of the original Gunbuster, Act of Heart. This is far beyond mere fan service. Tsurumaki's choice to include that song at this exact moment shows how clearly he understands his source material. Act of Heart is basically the sonic translation of Noriko's ultimate triumph in the original Gunbuster, as culminating in the synergy between her and Kasumi as they pilot the Gunbuster itself. This music box rendition, through its tone of longing and melancholy, suggests not only what Nono and Lauk have yet to achieve, but also what's been lost in the time between the two series. In a world where technology is so advanced that one can travel to the ends of the solar system in a heartbeat, where the Rip Van Winkle effect has been rendered all but irrelevant, mankind has nevertheless socially regressed. Gunbuster's characters had their interpersonal struggles, but were able to overcome them. Even time dilation couldn't get in their way. Gunbuster 2's characters, by contrast, are so wrapped up in their own problems that they don't even need time dilation to keep them apart from one another. They do it to themselves. But this scene with Lauk proves that, deep down, there's desire for that distance to be overcome, something that's reciprocated by Nono herself, who, all the way on Pluto, hums the same song, no doubt eagerly awaiting her reunion with her One-sama. That reunion, however, is complicated when Nono's true form reawakens. The girl is not just a robot. She's one of the space monsters herself. In fact, she's basically the queen of the space monsters. Now christened Buster Machine 7, Nono takes command of an endless army of smaller space monsters, destroying the Fluctuating Gravity Well like it was nothing. She's overcome her despair, finally realizing that those who believe in themselves don't need the ability to pilot a Buster Machine like the topless. They have a Buster Machine in their heart. And quick aside, I haven't talked too much about the animation thus far, but the increasing insanity of the action scenes in the back half makes it impossible to remain silent at this point. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Imagine Furikuri's unbound energy applied to mecha action scenes, which perfectly complements this far future setting Tsurumaki's created. Combine that with original Gunbuster composer Kohei Tanaka returning to score the series, often using some of the same songs he composed for that original series, every action scene sticks the landing. They start off insane, and they just get that much more dynamic as time goes on. Anyway, aside over. As uplifting as all this is, the revelation of Nono's true identity means nothing will likely ever be the same between her and the rest of her cohort. And that's to say nothing of the stress that cohort now find themselves in. Because the topless are virtually powerless against the fluctuating gravity wells, and because their existence continues to pose a threat to the rest of humanity, their powers are forcefully sealed by the rest of the military. While this is going on, Lauk shows signs of breaking further out of her shell, giving Nono a paper crane when she comes to visit her in the hospital. On the other end of the spectrum, we have Nicola, who actually loses his topless powers at nearly the exact same time. It was earlier suggested he was more or less living on borrowed time, hence why he sold his soul to the Serpentine sisters, but after discovering their secret and distancing himself from that atrocity, it was just a matter of time before his powers would vanish. Of course, he doesn't handle this well at all, to such an extent that he sexually assaults Nono, under the delusional belief that she's close enough to a buster machine that doing so will somehow bring his powers back. As if that weren't bad enough, Lauk walks in at that moment, witnesses the assault, and gets angry at Nicola for not doing that to her, before leaving and telling Nono not to follow her. Let me go over that again, in case you weren't paying attention. Lauk gets angry at Nicola not because he's assaulting Nono, but because he's doing it to Nono instead of her. Lauk actually wishes she were being assaulted by Nicola, and begins to resent Nono for being in her position. This is so much worse than victim blaming. It's quite possibly the worst reaction I've ever seen to a sexual assault. And once again, we have a Gainax property with a scene of sexual assault that's prone to misinterpretation. So let's take this slowly and carefully. Lauk and Nicola were, up to this point, some sort of item. The show did not go into their relationship in any great detail, yet clearly something was there. At no point prior was there even a hint of a relationship between Nicola and Nono. Nicola stayed with Lauk, while Nono went the whole series without any romantic attachments whatsoever. So I believe it when Nicola says he attacked Nono as an attempt to reclaim his topless abilities. I can see him giving in to such delusional thought. But what about Lauk? Well, like I said, we don't know how close the relationship actually was, though she's clearly carried a very real flame for him. So when she witnesses him assaulting Nono, consider where she is at this point. Her topless abilities had just been sealed away, so she's already going through a major existential crisis, and now she believes she's losing her love. Just as Nicola was delusional for what he did to Nono, Lauk similarly succumbs to her delusions for wishing to trade places with Nono. As disturbing as that is, she's that desperate to prevent the one remaining vestige of her old life from disappearing. This also explains her resentment towards Nono, although it can also be argued that the aftermath of her transformation into Buster Machine 7 made it that much easier for Lauk to justify treating her as something less than human. While all this is going on, it's decided to send the military to the black hole from Gunbuster Episode 6, as it appears there's another fluctuating gravity well contained therein, and it's in danger of escaping. Nono, using her new powers, divides the massive wall of space monsters guarding the black hole, known as the Red Milky Way, and attempts to contain that fluctuating gravity well, but it's actually been absorbing the energy of that black hole, resulting in it being larger than the planet itself. Lauk manages to survive an attack on the ship, but her escape pod is destroyed, effectively sealing her fate. Powerless to do anything, Lauk falls even deeper into despair, but, to her credit, that despair makes her once again realize how amazing Nono is. Talk about whiplash. Nono actually finds Lauk during her Dark Night of the Soul, and amazingly, not only does she not hold anything against Lauk for what she did after Nicola's assault, she reaffirms her boundless admiration for her One-sama. Lauk may be just a normal girl, but so is Nono's idol, Nono Riri, and that's exactly why Nono looks up to her. Using her semi-divine powers, Nono unlocks Lauk's topless powers once again. Lauk summons Disneuf, declaring together with Nono she can do anything. But this newfound optimism is not enough to declare victory. Not only is their assault completely ineffective against the fluctuating gravity well, the end of the episode sees not only it, but Nono herself, warping to space unknown. Mankind's last hope, and Lauk's partner, is gone, and the episode ends with the girl screaming Nono's name, falling into an even greater despair. Several months have passed. Lauk, despite remaining a topless, seems to have also become a high-ranking politician, effectively finalizing her transformation into a Hattori-like cynical adult. In the time since Episode 5 ended, Lauk has been put in charge of mankind's final stand. The Earth itself has been converted into a weapon, and will be used to destroy the fluctuating gravity well when it inevitably returns. This, of course, echoes the final episode of the original Gunbuster. However, the solemn grandeur of that episode is here nowhere to be found. We now know that such a strategy will not guarantee victory for the human race, but only, at best, delay the inevitable. Lauk and the rest of the top brass did not seem to care. The image of the cradle of mankind being sacrificed in what is basically a pointless suicide mission is the perfect embodiment of the emotional state of the race as a whole. Even so, despite her cold exterior, and despite her telling the top brass not to think anymore about Nono, Lauk cannot forget her. 2 months ago, she visited Nono's adoptive father, and the two of them spent a day reminiscing about the missing girl. They eat Japanese food, which was Nono's favorite because Nono Riri was apparently a traditional Japanese girl, with Lauk adding that all she knows about her was that she saved the solar system thousands of years ago. This confirms it. Nono Riri is Noriko, and Gunbuster 2 is the story of what happens in between the detonation of the black hole bomb in Gunbuster Episode 6 and that episode's final scene. Nono's father says that heroes are usually isolated, and the fact that Noriko was also isolated probably gave Nono the strength to fulfill her own destiny. This probably explains her continued disappearance. Better to fight on your own than to involve anybody else. Perhaps in an attempt to break that sense of isolation when she inevitably returns, Lauk arranges a reunion of the topless, which she melancholically calls a graduation, for a group picture. Again, this is an echo of the original Gunbuster, specifically the first scene in episode 5, but it's used in a very different way. In Gunbuster, the graduation is just for Noriko and Kasumi, given that, due to time dilation, the rest of their class graduated over a decade previous. The scene is simultaneously funny, given that it retains the pomp and circumstance of a Japanese graduation ceremony even though it's literally for two people, and sad because it reinforces the sense of isolation the two girls must be feeling. The graduation in Gunbuster 2 is, in a way, the antithesis of its predecessor. The isolated heroine is absent, and the ceremony consists only of those who remain. That, I think, gives us a hint as to how we should interpret this conclusion. This is the closest approximation to how it must have felt for Noriko and Kasumi's friends and loved ones who remained on Earth. Despite carrying that flame for Nono, when the fluctuating gravity well does make its return, Lauk doesn't hesitate to live up to her new nickname, the Mover of Planets. She accelerates the Earth on its collision course. At the same time, an enormous machine, Diebuster, emerges from space and stops the Earth dead in its tracks. Of course, Diebuster is Nono's ultimate form, composed of an amalgamation of space monsters merged into a single gigantic body. Lauk tells Nono to stay out of the battle, but Nono has none of it. She unloads a barrage of attacks on the fluctuating gravity well. Lightning Kick, Collider, Buster Beam, every one of the signature attacks we've come to expect from Gunbuster. But here's the thing, all those attacks, they're completely ineffective. This was honestly shocking. From the original Gunbuster, we've come to expect that whenever the titular mech appears on screen, what we witness isn't so much a battle as a slaughter. Here the exact opposite happens, and I firmly believe this was Tsurumaki's most obvious attempt at carving his own path outside the legacy of his predecessor. What's the conventional legacy of the original Gunbuster? Noriko, by remaining young, was able to destroy the space monsters and save the human race. While that's certainly true, it's not the whole picture. Noriko could not have accomplished that mission on her own. She needed Kasumi. And critically, by the time of the mission, Kasumi was an adult, who had become an instructor at their old school. Noriko and Kasumi, youth and adulthood, needed to come together, and I think Tsurumaki wanted to reinforce this aspect of Gunbuster's legacy that's so often forgotten. Tsurumaki, obviously, does not have an unconditionally negative view of adulthood. Sure, some adults can be shallow husks of their former selves, but Gunbuster 2 has been so predicated on accepting the fact that adulthood is a journey we all must take. As part of that, he doesn't see youth as unconditionally positive either. I've already discussed some of the individual members of the topless, but I want to argue that this has been hinted at even in Nono herself from the very beginning of the series. Consider the first scene of episode 1. When Nono is sneaking away from her father's house, her dog starts barking, threatening to blow her cover. In response, she actually kicks it, which I refuse to show because I'm not a monster. Later in that episode, when she starts following Lauk, she seems to view her would-be Onesama less as a person and more as a means to an end, that end being her dream of becoming a pilot. So youth, even as embodied in the uber-positive form of someone like Nono, can succumb to a sort of toxic selfishness. We already saw that with the rest of the topless, who so often were more concerned with their own situation than anything else. And we're still seeing that with Nono. She may think fighting in isolation is the key to winning the war, just like her idol Nonariri, but her fatal flaw is believing Nonariri also fought in isolation. Lauk, of course, embodies adulthood, even more blatantly here because it's at this exact moment that she loses her topless powers. Adulthood may not feel as special as youth, but it embodies a wisdom and resilience that youth so often lacks. But as I've said multiple times already, it can also succumb to a toxic cynicism, embodying a brutal ends justify the means outlook so powerfully embodied in the Earth being retrofitted as a weapon. Youth and adulthood need each other, and Lauk is determined to impart this message to Nono just as Noriko was able to rescue Kasumi from despair in the original. Nono had once admitted that the reason why she looked up to Lauk was because she reminded her of Nonariri. In this moment, Lauk lives up to that comparison. In the end, Lauk is able to reactivate a hidden power inside of Disneuf, and integrates a degeneracy reactor from one of the Buster machines in order for it to become its true form, Buster Machine 19. Again, this both recalls and subtly alters a scene in Gunbuster, when Noriko rips out the Gunbuster's reactor to jumpstart the black hole bomb. In that case, the Gunbuster's heart embodied the spirit of the long-deceased Coach Ota, and Noriko was symbolically releasing that spirit into the universe. Here, as is appropriate for a finale that seems so strongly to stress reintegration, Lauk takes the reactor from a Buster machine, which, remember, is technically part of Nono's body, inside of her. Nono, meanwhile, breaks through her self-imposed veil of isolation, abandoning Buster and returning to fight alongside her partner as Buster Machine 7. By the way, I've always wondered why Nono and Lauk were given the numbers 7 and 19. I don't know if I'm right about this, but I think I might have an idea. How many episodes were there of the original Gunbuster? 6. Nono is number 7, almost as if she's a continuation of the original, fitting for a girl who's meant to embody its hard work and guts ethos. As for Lauk, I don't believe it's at all a coincidence that her machine is designated 19, one greater than the age of maturity. So the two rekindle their relationship, and are able to destroy the fluctuating gravity well once and for all. The threat of the universe is not over, however. The black hole splits open, threatening to cause a second Big Bang. The remaining Buster machines, who have now taken the form of giant hands, contain the black hole, and by extension Nono and Lauk. As a result, the two find themselves in what's called the polydimensional space-time sensor room, an area far outside the known universe. Now, I read this scene as another instance of Tsurumaki drawing from the work of his mentor, and I find it impossible to watch it without being reminded of the third impact scene from End of Evangelion. We have a giant, almost divine being reaching out to grasp something in front of them, and even an instance of one character reaching directly inside the body of another. Again, I don't think this is just visual fan service. What was Third Impact? Though ostensibly meant to bring every living being together as one, Evangelion suggests it to be entirely solipsistic. Rei reaching out towards the stigmatized Eva Unit 1 was just one step in that process. Likewise, Gendo reaching inside Rei to reunite Adam and Lilith is Gendo reducing Rei to a means to his end, almost like what Nono did to Lauk in Episode 1. In Gunbuster 2, these visual signifiers are reinterpreted as something constructive. The hands of the divine being are not harbingers of the end of individual consciousness, it's the means of ensuring individual consciousness will continue to survive. As for the scene with Nono and Lauk, I find it significant that it's Nono, who in this scene is the analog of Rei, that forces Lauk's hand inside her, not the other way around. This is all to give Lauk her singularity, allowing her to return to Earth safely, while she remains to ensure the collapsing black hole does not destroy the universe. Lauk wants none of it, because that means Nono will have to disappear again. Nono, meanwhile, knows they will someday see each other again. As proof of that, when Lauk wakes up safely back on Earth, she finds a paper crane. All this leads to the final scene, which, like Gunbusters before it, may be the most emotional in the entire series. 10 years later, an observatory in Hawaii confirms something. In response, Lauk climbs to the top of a hill, and watches as every light around her switches off one by one. As she looks into the endless expanse of stars, far in the distance, she sees two bright lights moving ever closer, and suddenly the lights on Earth return to their former splendor. The lights in the sky are Noriko and Kasumi, and Lauk is playing her part to ensure Jung's promise to greet them with a welcome back is not broken. So that's Gunbuster 2. It's a masterpiece, not just an amazing mech show on its own merits, but a masterclass in how to craft a worthy sequel. As monumental as it was, Tsurumaki and Enokido more than demonstrated that they did, indeed, completely understand and respect the legacy of the original, and were able to create something special. It's the ultimate embodiment of Gainax's entire 20-year history, and it's the only show thus far in their post-1991 output that recalls the spirit of their golden age. Gainax's 20-year anniversary projects may have been, on the whole, an uneven mess, but Gunbuster 2 renders that moot. Even on its own, it's more than a worthy representation of that momentous milestone. So, before we entirely move on from Gunbuster, I have one more project to discuss. In October of 2006, 2 months after the release of the last episode of Gunbuster 2, Gainax released a theatrical double feature of compilation movies for both Gunbuster and Gunbuster 2, titled Toponarai and Toponarai 2 Gatai Gekijoban, which translates to Aim for the Top and Aim for the Top 2, the Gatai movie, and released in English as Gunbuster vs. Diebuster. This was a theatrical cut of both series, each one edited down to about 90 minutes. Now, I know we talked about Evangelion Death and Rebirth earlier, but that's a really unconventional case, so I'm going to give my basic spiel about compilation movies here. Anime compilation films have been a mainstay in Japanese theaters since the late 70s, when the Space Battleship Yamato movie broke box office records. That being said, almost every single one that I've seen has been a disappointment. When you take a series, even a short series like Gunbuster, and pare it down to feature length, it's going to feel unnatural. TV and OVA series are structured differently than films. As such, most compilation films are plagued with pacing problems and are often missing crucial scenes excised for the sake of time. The only exception to this is the compilation films of the original Mobile Suit Gundam from the early 80s. I have no idea how Yoshiyuki Tomino and his team did it, but they managed to actually improve the series' pacing and emphasize its core themes more powerfully. As such, it's the definitive way to experience the story of the original Gundam. As I'm sure you can tell, these Gunbuster compilation films completely fail at justifying their own existence. Honestly, I don't know why Gainax felt the need to make them at all. Each Gunbuster series is only 6 episodes long. That's short enough to watch in one sitting. And yet they did, and as can be expected, they're very hard to sit through. I'll start with the original. The film is 94 minutes long, and 39 of those minutes are devoted to the first 4 episodes. Yes, that means an average of 10 minutes is paid to each of those first 4 episodes, and that pacing just ruins the story. The only positive thing I can say about this film is that Gainax wasn't stupid enough to try and insert any newly animated scenes, like the Zeta Gundam compilation movies that released around the same time attempted to do, to less than stellar results. They did introduce some new animation into the Gunbuster 2 film, given that it's a much more recent project, but it's so inconsequential that I doubt most people are even going to notice it. Like the original, the pacing of this film is similarly ruined. Most of the first episode is intact, but the following 2 are entirely excised. That includes Taiko's entire character arc, which was honestly one of my favorite parts of the original series. It picks up again near the critical moments of episode 4, and while this part is better paced, again I ask, why bother watching this inferior version when the original is only about 90 minutes longer? Only Gunbuster completionists need bother to watch them, otherwise just stick with the original series. Alright, now we can move on. Because Tsurumaki and his team would take the better part of 2 years to finish Gunbuster 2, Gainax would, of course, have to rely on one of their other directors for their continued TV output. Their next TV series would debut in April of 2005, and it was, shall we say, quite a bit different than Gunbuster 2. He Is My Master, based on the manga written by Matsu and illustrated by Asu Tsubaki, sees Gainax return to what had become a recurring theme for the studio in the 21st century, the maid show. That alone put the fear of God in me, which was only reinforced when I realized the primary creative figure attached to the show was Shoji Saeki, director of This Ugly Yet Beautiful World. With that in mind, I went into He Is My Master with my expectations about as low as possible, and the first moments of the first episode seemed to conform to those expectations. We're introduced to Izumi and Mitsuki Sawatari, 2 runaway junior high school girls who are looking for jobs to help them live independently. They come across an opening for live-in maids at an enormous mansion owned by 14-year-old Yoshitaka Wakabayashi, who inherited said mansion after the deaths of his parents. Yoshitaka is the dictionary definition of an asshole. He's an out-and-out pervert who has no qualms about exploiting the girls for his own pleasure. The sisters leave that first night in response, but return the next day after Yoshitaka agrees to triple their pay. Their need for shelter overtakes whatever discomfort they may have. This is basically generic hentai plot number 1. Vulnerable girls take job at mansion of a creepy guy who exploits them. Of course, He Is My Master isn't pornographic, but the fact that the girls in question are in junior high makes it feel just as creepy, if not more so, than if it were actually porno. When I realized this was the setup, it made me want to stop watching right then and there, which made me all the more surprised when I realized, after about the 3rd or 4th episode, that I didn't hate the show. He Is My Master ended up being more enjoyable than either Maharomatic or This Ugly Yet Beautiful World. I know that's not a high bar to clear, given that bar is more or less a centimeter above the ground, but it's the truth. There are a couple reasons why this is the case. First, the cast of characters is significantly smaller than either Maharomatic or This Ugly Yet Beautiful World. The expansive casts in those shows made it difficult for me to form any real attachment to all but the most significant, whereas He Is My Master's smaller casts gave each character more room to stand out. This didn't mean I didn't have problems with them, I'll get to that in a minute, but they were far more memorable. Second, it was obvious to me that Saeki understood how ridiculous the story he was really telling was, and thus indulged in that insanity, logic be damned. We get a hint of this in the first episode, where we're shown that Izumi and Mitsuki are traveling with a giant pet alligator named Pochi. Where did they get this alligator? Do alligators even live in Japan? We're never told, and ultimately it doesn't matter. The show is liberally sprinkled with bizarre moments like this, some of which last for an entire episode. I'm specifically thinking of episode 4, where Mitsuki sets up this insane, die-hard-inspired survival game designed to help Izumi and Yoshitaka grow closer. So many off-the-wall things just happen in this show just because, and it makes Maharomatic and This Ugly Yet Beautiful World scenarios seem conservative and restrained by comparison. This is aided by the additional fact that, unlike those two shows, He Is My Master doesn't even attempt to inject any sort of bullshit apocalyptic drama into its narrative. If He Is My Master leaned 100% into this atmosphere of ridiculousness, then perhaps I could give it a higher recommendation, but sadly it doesn't. So much of the show's, quote, humor, unquote, falls back on some of the most tired cliches in anime history. The primary recurring joke is, and stop me if you've heard this one before, Yoshitaka does something perverted, whether intentionally or not, and Izumi clobbers him. This is the biggest romantic comedy cliche in anime, what I jokingly call the Love Hina punch, and it's everywhere in this show. And make no mistake, as tired of a cliche as it is, the show plays it perfectly straight. Hell, it was tired before Love Hina even ended. By the time of He Is My Master, it was basically ancient history. That, unfortunately, is why it's so hard to recommend this show, better as it may be than Maharomatic and This Ugly Yet Beautiful World. It's so reliant on these painfully worn-out cliches to the detriment of whatever moments that shine through as being genuinely entertaining. Partway through the show, I was thinking that Izumi is probably going to turn out to be a tsundere who deep down really loves Yoshitaka, and lo and behold, that's exactly what happens, even though it's entirely unearned. We're never made to believe that Izumi has anything but annoyance and contempt for Yoshitaka. Mitsuki is actually a lot more comfortable with their situation, which is another uncomfortable facet of the show I could easily spend a page or two discussing. But Izumi? No way. And about Yoshitaka. By the end, the show tries to convince us that maybe he's changed, but I never bought it for a second. As crazy as the show can get, it's also, just as importantly, predicated on the evolution of Izumi and Yoshitaka's relationship, and it's exactly this facet of the show that I could just not believe. Like, there's a 3-episode story arc all about Izumi attempting to become an idol, and she actually accomplishes that goal and manages to make enough money to live independently of Yoshitaka. But she doesn't do it, and all I can think is, why? Is this not what you wanted? It says something that what kept pushing my suspension of disbelief to the breaking point wasn't the giant alligator, or wasn't the fact that there seems to be more orphan junior high school aged millionaires in this one Japanese town than anywhere else on planet Earth, but was the fact that Izumi really wanted to stay with Yoshitaka after all. That being said, I must emphasize that given the choice between Maharomatic, This Ugly Yet Beautiful World, or He Is My Master, I'd choose He Is My Master every single time, and I think that in itself is significant to the story of Gainax's continued decline. More than any other Gainax work to date, He Is My Master features almost no significant involvement from any of the studio's big names. Hiroyuki Yamaga is credited with planning, yes, but make no mistake. Look at the credits, and it's evident that this is, more than anything, Shoji Saeki's baby. Honestly, if you were to watch the show with no prior knowledge of the fact that it was made by Gainax, you'd never suspect it. And what's almost tragic about that is the removal of just those elements that would most characterize it as a Gainax show is precisely what raises it above its predecessors. Remember, one of the reasons the show was more enjoyable than either Maharomatic or This Ugly Yet Beautiful World was that it didn't have any bullshit apocalyptic drama. In hindsight, that seems to be a trademark of Hiroyuki Yamaga specifically. I don't think it's a coincidence that He Is My Master, a show Yamaga is only minimally involved with, features exactly none of that. The hints were there before, but He Is My Master confirms it. Yamaga has, creatively, become the weak link in the studio chain, a chain that was about to get much weaker because Gainax was about to lose the only two directors that seemed to be capable of making anything of quality. In 2006, Hideaki Anno formed his own studio, Khara, after the Greek word for joy. He did this for a number of reasons, including wanting to shepherd a younger generation of animators, and the fact that Gainax, at the time, was too busy with their own projects to focus on what Anno wanted to do, return to the world of Evangelion. Apparently, Anno had been planning some sort of new Evangelion film since 2002, and had originally intended to have a new director helm the project. By 2005, after years of being unable to find a suitable candidate, he decided to helm the film himself. That film would become the first entry in what would be called the Rebuild of Evangelion series. Initially planned to be a straightforward retelling of the TV series with a new ending, the films, in typical Anno tradition, began to diverge wildly from the TV series beginning with the second film, such that they very quickly established themselves as something completely new. All told, 4 rebuild films would be released, with the fourth and final film not being completed until 2021. Anyway, Anno put all his resources into this new series, and to that end, he resigned from Gainax's board of directors in 2006, and from Gainax itself the following year. But it wasn't just Anno who would leave. He would take with him most of the major supporting creatives he'd been working with since the Evangelion TV series, most notably co-directors Masayuki and Kazuya Tsurumaki, as well as his production partners at King Records. In one fell swoop, Gainax had not only lost a major production partner, but their 2 major auteurs. Such a brain drain had not occurred at the studio since the beginning of their dark ages in the early 90s. The news was not all bad, as Khara would work closely with Gainax throughout production of the rebuild films. That being said, Gainax would have to once again find a third auteur to lead them into this new era. Fortunately, as was the case before, they wouldn't have to search for long. Hiroyuki Imaishi was born in Tokyo on October 4th, 1971. After establishing himself as a doujinshi artist, he joined Gainax as an in-betweener in 1995, as part of their initial hiring spree during production of Evangelion. Like Kazuya Tsurumaki before him, Imaishi must have made a strong impression early on, as by the time of End of Evangelion, he'd been promoted to key animator, and would only continue to rise meteorically in the following years. In fact, just about every one of Gainax's most significant 21st century projects, from a technical perspective, had Imaishi's fingerprints on them. Episode 5 of Furikuri, arguably the best looking of the entire series, Imaishi was animation director. Anime Tensho, Anno was director in name only, but Imaishi was the one actually running things. The sci-fi episode of Abenobashi, the one I said was my favorite of the entire series, Imaishi was episode director on that. Episode 1 of Cutie Honey, by far the most visually inventive of the 3, Imaishi was episode director on that too. In 2004, he was given his first opportunity to direct a project of his own, not for Gainax, but for Production IG, a short OVA called Dead Leaves. I'm not sure how many of you have seen or even heard of Dead Leaves at this point, since it's always been somewhat of an under-the-radar release, and I'm not even sure it's still licensed in the US, but if you can find a copy, you should definitely check it out. Basically, it's the story of 2 criminals trying to break out of an insane prison on the moon. Imaishi's debut work as a director for Gainax would be released in April of 2007. Apparently in pre-production for almost 5 years, the project started when one of their production partners asked them to make a Gundam-esque anime. However, Imaishi and his writing partner, Kazuko Nakashima, didn't want to just copy Gundam, and so he decided to transform this initial proposal into an embodiment of the entire history of the mecha genre. The result would become more outstanding than anyone could have possibly imagined. Next to Evangelion, Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann is the most successful of Gainax's post-Golden Age projects, both critically and commercially. Indeed, the show has, again like Evangelion, become virtually synonymous with Gainax as a studio. It's a fitting compliment. Evangelion, as a downbeat, depressing, and oftentimes disturbing mecha show, needs something to balance out that negativity, and Gurren Lagann, as an over-the-top, life-affirming mecha show, is the perfect candidate. It's like Gunbuster 2, but somehow even more incredible. In fact, not only do I consider Gurren Lagann another show that manages to invoke the spirit of Gainax's golden age, but I consider it one of the greatest anime series of the 21st century, a judgment that I'm far from alone in having. What's amazing about that is this success came from seemingly out of nowhere. In fact, for a while, there was every indication that the show was going to end up forgotten. When Gurren Lagann was first announced in 2006, reactions on Anime News Network were surprisingly dismissive, and when the show premiered in April of 2007, at first, no fan subgroups bothered to translate it. Eventually, a single group did begin to translate the show, solely because, as the Anime World Order podcast put it, here was a Gainax mecha show that no other groups seemed to want to watch. This would all change about a month later, after the debut of Episode 4. So, Episode 4 was directed by Osamu Kobayashi, who had recently made a name for himself as the director of Beck, Mongolian Chop Squad, and Paradise Kiss for Studio Madhouse. Kobayashi was apparently a friend of many of Gainax's staff, so Imaishi gave him the opportunity to direct Episode 4. Sadly, Japanese fans on 2chan were overwhelmingly negative in response to what they considered artistic differences from the previous episodes. Now, I've seen Gurren Lagann many times, and honestly, I can't for the life of me see what got them so worked up. Granted, I'm no expert in the technical aspects of animation, but I seriously don't see it. Had I not known about this controversy, any differences I perceived I simply would have chalked up to the normal variations between individual episodes of any TV show. Regardless, what elevated this controversy above, or perhaps below, the level of your typical butthurt terminally online fanboy whining is what those fanboys discovered in the days after the episode's premiere. On a Japanese social media website called Mixi, fans discovered a series of posts they traced back to Keiko Mimori, a production staffer at Gainax. In response to the criticism levied at Episode 4, Mimori said that fans, who don't know the first thing about animation, should not criticize the work of professionals. Those fans dug a bit deeper, where they found Mimori, alongside Gainax co-founder and co-producer of Gurren Lagann, Takami Akai, had been leaving disparaging comments towards the fans since Episode 1. Mimori wrote that she, quote, despises 2channel from the bottom of my heart, while Akai, and I'm gonna fade to black here so you can take in every word of what he said, wrote that reading fan comments on 2channel was like, and I quote, putting my face next to an anus and breathing deeply. I mean, that's just fucking beautiful. I mean, God, it's almost Shakespearean. Anyway, despite the fact that Mimori and Akai's comments were, in actuality, objective fact, fans did not take well to them at all. In fact, the uproar got so bad that Akai actually posted an open letter announcing his resignation from Gainax, although later interviews revealed this resignation was in name only and that he remained with Gainax in a more behind-the-scenes capacity. It was only in the aftermath of this controversy, and the attention it received from fans outside Japan, that Gurren Lagann began to gain more traction. More groups began to fansub it, and more fans began to watch it, initially to see what all the ruckus was about, but eventually because they discovered that, hey, this show is actually really good. The controversy surrounding Episode 4 has, by this point, been reduced to a footnote in history, while Gurren Lagann as a whole has been canonized as one of anime's all-time greats. As monumentally stupid as that controversy was, the fact that it eventually led to the greater exposure of Gurren Lagann is something to celebrate. Alright, that's way too much time spent on bullshit internet drama, let's get to the show itself. The world of Gurren Lagann is divided into a number of autonomous subterranean villages. Living in the village of Giha, we're introduced to Simon, a young boy who works as a digger, someone who, well, digs in order to expand the village boundaries. He's not the most popular guy in the village by any means, but thankfully his best friend is quite possibly the most badass character in the history of anime, Kamina. Kamina is in some ways the exact opposite of Simon. Cocksure, optimistic. Basically, he's kind of like Nono from Gunbuster 2 if she were merged with the 70s super robot hero. Anyway, Kamina has the crazy idea of escaping to the surface, as he thinks human beings were meant to live there. Unfortunately, the village chief doesn't agree with him and throws him in prison. Simon, meanwhile, discovers a couple interesting artifacts in his digging. A small glowing drill and a giant face, which is later revealed to be a robot called Lagann. Afterwards, Simone attempts to break Kamina out of jail and show him what he found, but in the midst of this escape attempt, the roof of the village shatters, the result of a girl named Yoko locked in combat with another giant robot. Eventually, Simone realizes his small drill can be used to activate Lagann. Lagann defeats the enemy robot, and Simone, Yoko, and Kamina escape to the surface. If you're thinking, wow, that sounds kind of conventional, I mean, it kind of is, and that's by design. I think the legacy of Evangelion has made the name Gainax practically synonymous with subversion, and I think that's just too limiting, and it certainly isn't helpful when looking at a show like Gurren Lagann. The show is basically the greatest love letter to the mecha genre that's ever been made, and one of its strengths is that even if you're a complete novice to the genre, that doesn't matter. You'll still fall in love with Gurren Lagann, as history has more than demonstrated. But on the other hand, if you're someone like me who gives Bandai far too much of my money, you'll appreciate it even more, because, as we'll see as this segment progresses, Imaishi and his team really know their stuff, and explicitly structured the show to make it an embodiment, in miniature, of the mecha genre's entire history. This initial arc is a brilliant tribute to the great super robot shows of the 70s, above all to Go Nagai and Ken Ishikawa's legendary Getter Robo, and even more specifically to Ishikawa's manga adaptation. I already mentioned Kamina, but Gurren Lagann's ultimate power source, Spiral Power, a sort of spiritual manifestation of the concept of evolution and growth, is a clear analog to Getter Robo's Getter Rays. Hell, even the transformation sequences in Gurren Lagann invoke those of Getter Robo, where the Get machines just kinda smash into each other and boom, out comes a giant robot. Anyway, as an homage to the super robot style, this initial arc of Gurren Lagann is a perfect introduction story, as it contains the perfect combination of straightforward storytelling, over-the-top action, and memorable characters to make the show perfectly accessible to even genre novices. Once our heroes make it to the surface, Yoko tells them that the world is trapped under the iron heel of Lord Genome, who keeps human beings in captivity using his army of humanoid animal soldiers called Beastmen. Of course, they resolve to defeat the Beastmen and free the world from Lord Genome's tyranny, their main weapon being the combination of Simone's Lagann with Gurren, another giant robot Kamina hijacks from a Beastman, forming the titular Gurren Lagann. So, I know I said this first arc is relatively straightforward, but make no mistake. Just because something's straightforward doesn't mean it lacks depth, and Gurren Lagann is the perfect example of this. The characters are so well constructed. I already mentioned the mains, but even all the supporting characters are just as unforgettable. My favorites, if I had to choose, are probably Rosyu, a boy from a village that worships the gunmen as divine and brutally enforces a strict upper limit on how many people can live there at one time, and Viral, a gunman enforcer whose contempt for human beings is balanced out by a genuinely admirable sense of honor. The fact that he's voiced by Nobuyuki Hiyama doesn't hurt either. But it's Simone, above all else, who's the most memorable, if only because he's a rather unconventional choice for a super robot show of this type. Much like Shinji or Noriko before him, Simone is plagued with fear and self-doubt. Hell, one of the first things he does when they arrive on the surface is dig back to his village. It's that instinctual for him. But Kamina is always at his side to build him up. Even if Simone can't believe in himself, if he believes in Kamina, who believes in him, he'll be able to carry on. Kamina is not just Simone's light, he's honestly the light of the world. His initial theft of Gurren spreads from village to village, prompting even more acts of rebellion against Lord Genome's forces, and building up our hero's resistance force, whom Kamina christens Team Dai Gurren. It seems like, with Kamina there to lead them, victory is all but assured. So it's that much more devastating when, in episode 8, Kamina dies in battle. This comes as a huge shock. I mean, I know character deaths are not unheard of in mecha anime. Hell, one of Getter Robo's most memorable moments is when Musashi sacrifices himself for his friends. Kamina's death, however, was different. It wasn't some heroic sacrifice, it was just another casualty in the war against the Beastmen. Furthermore, in traditional super robot shows, one generally assumes the leader is going to be safe for the long haul. One is never really concerned, when watching Mazinger Z, for instance, that Koji Kabuto is actually going to die in his fight against Dr. Hell. But Kamina does die, and given how immensely popular and beloved he became among fans all over the world, this was a risky move for Imaishi and his team to pull, but in hindsight, it was a move they had to make. Kamina is far from a one-dimensional attack-first, ask-questions-later type of hero, but for all his positive characteristics, he was defined by his do-or-die attitude, for never giving up even in the face of overwhelming adversity, and for doing anything to provide the ones he cares for a better life, Simone above all. In a sense, though he didn't sacrifice himself like Musashi from Getter-Robo, he was sort of a Musashi waiting to happen. Given the opportunity to give his own life for Simon's, he would do it without a second thought. What's more, I don't know if Simon himself would have ever become the hero he was destined to become if Kamina hadn't died. For as much positive change as Kamina brought to Simon, at this point he was still kind of using his Aniki as a crutch. His death forces Simon to grow on his own, as hard as that will be, and trust me, it's hard. Obviously, everyone is traumatized by Kamina's death, and no one more so than Simon. He blames himself for his death, losing all the positive ground he's made since leaving the village, and becomes just this insufferable edgelord who does nothing but drill statues of Kamina all day. An obvious cry for help if I've ever seen one. What Team Daiguren needs at this point is for someone to carry on Kamina's legacy, as he really was the spirit driving the operation forward. Simon is the obvious successor, but at this point, he's far too broken to take that role himself. He only starts to change when, after discovering a mysterious pod laying in a canyon, he uses his drill to open it, and finds a human girl named Nia inside. Nia is, in truth, Lord Genome's daughter, which initially makes the rest of Team Daiguren reluctant to trust her, but once they discover that she's been exiled by her father, they begin to warm up. And thank goodness that happens, because Nia, followed by the rest of Team Daiguren, Rossiu chief among them, helps Simon to come to terms with Kamina's death. Simon realizes that, just as we've seen with Nono and Lauk from Gunbuster 2, it was he that actually gave Kamina his larger-than-life confidence. And furthermore, just as we've seen with Noriko and Coach from Gunbuster, even though Kamina is dead, he lives on in the hearts of everyone in Team Daiguren. This finally gives Simon the courage to take up the mantle of Team Daiguren's leader, as well as to return to the cockpit of Gurren Lagann, with Rossiu becoming his new partner. The next several episodes see Team Daiguren make significant advances against Lord Genome's forces, with Lagann's power of harnessing the spiral energy to combine with and take over increasingly bigger and more powerful enemy machines at the forefront of their arsenal. And I guess this is as good a time as any to comment on the animation quality. It's amazing. Gurren Lagann is a drop-dead gorgeous show. Stylistically, it reminds me of Gunbuster 2, but even better looking, which is amazing considering this is a TV series and Gunbuster 2 was an OVA. The characters look great, the battles look incredible, and the show maintains this high quality throughout. Even all these years later, this is still one of the best looking TV anime I've ever seen. The arc ends with, of course, Team Daiguren reaching Lord Genome's capital city of Tepelin, and Gurren Lagann itself defeating Lord Genome and his robot, the Lagann. With his dying breath, he gives Simon an arcane prophecy. When the land overflows with 1,000,000 apes, the moon shall become Hell's messenger and completely destroy the world of the spiral. The meaning of his words is not clear. However, this isn't important right now. Team Daiguren is victorious, and the world is once again safe for mankind to live on the surface. If this were a traditional super robot show, Gurren Lagann would have ended here. Instead, the show keeps going, because Imaishi and his team realize that victory is hollow if they can't translate it into a better world, and that, in its own way, will be even more difficult than the war that they just won. Fight the power! 7 years have passed. The surviving humans have established a flourishing civilization on the surface, with the burgeoning metropolis of Kamina City, built on the ruins of Tepelin, serving as their capital. Simon is the supreme commander, with Rossiu serving as his second-in-command. Though life on the surface seems to be relatively peaceful, the reality is much more chaotic. This arc, with its heavy emphasis on politics and bureaucratic quibbling, draws much from the real robot tradition, best embodied in Mobile Suit Gundam. In fact, I'm fairly certain Imaishi and his team specifically had the original Gundam in mind. The final moments of episode 15, where Simon returns to his comrades after the successful battle against Lord Genome, seems an unmistakable reference to the end of the original Gundam, where Amuro returns to White Base after surviving his final battle with Char. Though Amuro's victory may have ended the one-year war for the side of the Federation, tragically that victory did not inevitably lead to peace. By the time of Gundam's sequel, Zeta Gundam, the Federation itself had split into two warring factions, the borderline fascistic Titans and the reformist Ayug. The world of Gurren Lagann is not at that point, but, as is inevitable in any society, tensions are running high. For one thing, Team Daiguren just feels so uncomfortable in their roles as administrators, which in a way makes sense. I mean, could you imagine Ryoma Nagare from Getter-Robo working an office job? But these new roles are necessary to secure stable, lasting peace. Say what you will about their war with Lord Genome, that entire arc was anything but stable or peaceful. That being said, the world is far from united. There's a sizable contingent of people who wish, now that they have the choice, to return to the subterranean cities, but they're opposed by Rossyu. In contrast to Simone and much of the rest of Team Gurren, he seems to take Lord Genome's prophecy seriously. If people return to the subterranean cities, it would make it much harder to conduct an accurate census, thus putting them at risk of breaching the 1 million population threshold. Rossyu is probably my favorite character of this entire arc, because his journey is just so powerful. When we first meet him, all the way back in episode 5, he's a faithful, kind boy who believes in his village's decision to send excess members of the population to heaven once it grows past 50. However, after Gimi and Dari are chosen for exile, and especially after Magen pilots Agodego, Rossyu decides to join Team Gurren, where he becomes one of Simone's most ardent supporters, notably never wavering that support even during Simone's darkest hours after Kamina's death. Simone's decision to have him replace Kamina as the pilot of the Gurren, and subsequently join him in running the new government on Earth, was the logical choice. But that new position has clearly changed Rossyu. I don't think it's necessarily an example of absolute power corrupting absolutely, but rather, I think it's just because Rossyu takes his responsibility of overseeing the human race more seriously than anything else. In a grand sense of irony, his anxiety concerning Lord Genome's prophecy has transformed the Earth into a mirror image of a Dai village. His anxieties, however, do prove to be warranted. Once the population breaks the 1 million threshold, an army of alien mechs assault the city. Once more, these alien mechs cause massive collateral damage once they're destroyed, so the tactics Simone used in the war against Lord Genome will only do more harm than good. Speaking of Lord Genome, Rossyu has resurrected him, after a fashion, by using a portion of his corpse to create a biocomputer with the Spiral King's memories and personality. And it's this biocomputer that reveals the truth about these new enemies. So, I mentioned before that spiral power is essentially the energized form of the power of living things to grow and evolve. These new enemies are known as anti-spirals, a force meant to keep the threatening power of spiral energy in check, both by means of unconventional warfare and using the most potent non-lethal weapons, terror and despair. Once upon a time, Lord Genome was a spiral warrior who defended the Earth from the anti-spiral army. However, after that victory, the anti-spirals placed a weapon in the sky, the moon, that would reawaken and destroy the Earth if the population ever became too great. This was the reason why Lord Genome, a man known as the Spiral King, kept the rest of the human race under subjugation, as a means of keeping them safe, but it was all to no avail. What's more, it's revealed that Nia is actually an anti-spiral messenger, who declares the moon will crash into the Earth in 3 weeks' time. So the Earth has less than a month to live, and the only way for humans to survive is to defeat an enemy force that seems to far outclass them. When word of this gets out, the people run riot, and to prevent said riot from mutating into mass chaos, Rossyu decides someone needs to take responsibility for what's happened. That someone happens to be Simone. Rossyu arrests him, subjects him to a kangaroo court trial, and throws him in prison, where he just happens to share a cell with his old enemy, Viral. With Simone out of the way, how does Rossyu plan to save the human race? Well, half the people will take shelter in the underground cities, while the other half will take shelter in the Ark Gurren, a spaceship discovered far below Kamina City. When Liron informs him that the moon's impact would leave the planet uninhabitable for a year, killing even those who have taken shelter in the underground cities, he shifts focus to ensuring those in the Ark Gurren survive, leaving the rest of the people to die. Basically, he's become Lauk from Gunbuster 2, only much worse, for Lauk's plan never included throwing her friends to the wolves. That being said, I can't totally despise Rossyu, for I understand his intentions are good. That being said, I can absolutely disagree with his decision to surrender to the idea that this incalculable sacrifice is necessary for the survival of the human race. If the anti-spiral's most potent weapons against the human race are terror and despair, Rossyu has, in some ways, already lost. Thankfully, Simone refuses to give up. With assistance from Yoko, he breaks out of prison and eventually convinces Viral to become Gurren's pilot in Rossyu's absence. Gurren Lagann rejoins the fight against the anti-spiral army, eventually combining with both the Ark Gurren to form Ark Gurren Lagann, and even the moon itself to form Super Galaxy Dai Gurren. Needless to say, the battle is won, and Rossyu, horrified by what he's become, retreats back to the village of Adai. As he thinks back to how village life has conditioned him to believe that great sacrifices were necessary to ensure survival, and how wrong he was for believing that, he, in one of the most emotional scenes of the entire series, puts a gun to his head, prepared to take his own life to atone for sins he believes are irredeemable. Thankfully, Simone arrives just in time to literally punch him right in the face for being so stupid, and his old friend returns to the fold for good. I don't really need to go into excessive detail for the rest of the series, only to say, Team Daiguren leaves Earth to fight the Anti-Spirals on their home turf. The final arc sees the show drawing from the well Gainax themselves had established with Gunbuster, with all the energy and emotion associated with it. The team once again must suffer through enormous sacrifices, but their will, embodied in the spiral energy, propels them forward, embodied in a Gurren Lagann that keeps evolving into even larger and larger forms, culminating in episode 27, where its final form, the Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann, becomes several light years in size. Yes, I said light years. Now, I need to add that just like Gunbuster and Gunbuster 2 before it, Gurren Lagann also got a pair of compilation films after the TV series ended, 2008's Childhood's End and 2009's The Lights in the Sky Are Stars. I'm not going to go into them in any details, since basically everything I said about the Gunbuster compilations rings true here, but I will say, they do have quite a bit of additional animation, especially in the battle scenes, so if you're a sucker for nice-looking action animation, like I am, they still may be worth your time to watch. This is perhaps most apparent in the second film's version of the final battle, where the Gurren Lagann gets an even more powerful form, the Super Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann. Honestly, that battle alone is worth watching, if nothing else. Of course, I can't wholeheartedly recommend these films because the pacing, again, is way off, and so many of my favorite character moments are just gone. Rosyu's arc, in particular, was significantly cut back, and like I said, he was one of my favorite characters in the entire show. But do I recommend the TV series? Absolutely. It's without question earned its place as not just one of the greatest mecha anime of all time, but one of the greatest animated TV series of all time. Period. If you want to watch it as a simple showcase of kick-ass robot fights, you certainly can, but it's also one of the most life-affirming, emotionally powerful stories I've ever seen. Every time I watch it, I'm filled with hope and courage in a way that no other show I've seen has been able to replicate. Seriously, I can rewatch this show regardless of how bad I'm feeling, and it's guaranteed to put me in a better mood. Like Gunbuster 2 before it, Imaishi managed to create a show that captured the spirit of Golden Age Gainax in a way I never would have thought possible. As controversial as this may seem, if you watch only one of the shows I talk about in this video, make it Gurren Lagann. The world needs far more stories of this kind, and far greater audiences to watch them. While Imaishi and company were busy kicking ass with Gurren Lagann, the rest of Gainax kept busy with a number of other projects. In 2007, animator Akemi Hayashi was asked to contribute a segment to Anikuri 15, a series of one-minute animated shorts used as interstitials during NHK's Anikuri program. Hayashi's segment, From the Other Side of the Tears, is essentially a music video about a young woman coming to terms with a broken heart. The following year, the studio would release their next TV series. Corpse Princess, or Shikabane Hime, as it's often called even in the West, sees Gainax explore a genre they've managed to avoid thus far in their history, the shonen action show. There are no giant robots or spaceships crowding the landscape here, just humans mowing down demons, almost like a darker variant of something like Bleach. Admittedly, the first episode doesn't give the clearest indication that the show is going to develop in this direction. In fact, the first episode doesn't give a clear indication the show is going to develop in any direction, as it's almost distractingly varied in focus and tone. In the first few minutes, we're led to believe Corpse Princess is, in part, a horror mystery, a police procedural, a goofy comedy, and a high school show, despite the fact that none of these parts are integrated well at all. It's only by the end of that first episode that we're given our first indication that Corpse Princess is going to embrace action above all else, and that we're given our first real indication of where the story is going. The titular Shikabane are undead beings kept alive by some sort of unfulfilled obsession or desire. Opposing them is a group of Buddhist monks known as the Kogan sect. These Kogan monks are partnered with a special Shikabane called a Shikabane Hime. The series primarily follows the partnership of Makina Hoshimura, a schoolgirl toting dual submachine guns, and Kogan monk Teisei Tagami. Tagami has an adoptive brother named Ori, who, at the series' beginning, moves out of the Kogan temple to build an independent life for himself, and ends up being drawn into the conflict between the Shikabane and the Kogan sect. This conflict becomes the primary focus of the show. Though there are still touches of comedy, for instance, the tone is much more focused on action, and it's all the better for it. The action scenes are routinely stylish and well animated, and the animation quality remains high throughout the length of the series. Admittedly, this whole premise of warriors fighting an army of the undead isn't the most original in the world, but I will give credit to the show's lore being genuinely faithful to the Buddhist traditions they're drawing from. The problem with all this is that Corpse Princess is a very difficult show to get attached to, because the main characters, despite being given every opportunity to shine, are painfully forgettable. Ori is the perfect example of what I'm talking about. It becomes evident rather quickly that the show is, in many ways, his coming-of-age story. He has to not only deal with the hardships of his newfound independence and relationship with Machina, but also come to terms with the trauma surrounding his parents' deaths, as well as the death of Keisei in the finale of Season 1, an event that causes him to become Machina's new partner. This is more than enough material to craft an interesting story. The only problem is that Ori is just boring. One could argue that this could be a manifestation of his trauma, but Gainax has an entire filmography of incredible portrayals of trauma to compare it to, and the difference between Corpse Princess and, say, Evangelion are like night and day. And this is so bizarre to me because the show was written primarily by Sho Aikawa, the man who had recently penned both Fullmetal Alchemist and The 12 Kingdoms, and who, in the 80s, was responsible for such monumental garbage fires as Angel Cop and Violence Jack. Regardless of where his shows fall quality-wise, Aikawa's work is never boring, but Corpse Princess is the one major aberration. But some of the blame must also be shared with director Masahiko Murata. It would have been his responsibility to make sure the show kept its focus, and I don't think he did a good job at that. Corpse Princess, as is surely evident from its premise, is based on a shonen action manga by Yoshiichi Akihito, and like many shonen action manga of its ilk, features a massive set of supporting characters. The Kogan sect, in particular, has a fairly extensive hierarchy and bureaucracy, and a not insignificant amount of time is spent in the manga to exploring that hierarchy. The problem, of course, is that even with 2 seasons, Corpse Princess only ran for a total of 25 episodes. When your show runs for hundreds of episodes, like Bleach for instance, you can afford to get to know every individual member of Soul Society. But when it runs for 25, like Corpse Princess does, you just can't, and Murata should have realized this. The end result is that the show is flooded with an army of forgettable side characters you'll struggle to keep straight in your head, which isn't great considering, as I said before, the main characters aren't that interesting either. So what we're left with is a show with solidly above average animation and fight sequences, and not much else. Unfortunately, while shonen action anime, as the name suggests, might be predicated on their action, without memorable characters, your show's not going to go anywhere. Anime fans are more than willing to suffer through subpar animation if it means spending time with well-written characters. Witness any shonen action show animated by Toei in the last 40 years. Aside from Corpse Princess, anime fans in 2008 had the choice between, to name just a few, Bleach, D-Gray-Man, Naruto Shippuden, Gintama, and One Piece. Put any of those in competition with Corpse Princess, and Corpse Princess loses. Gainax would end the decade with... Fuck, I cannot believe this. Another Mahoromatic OVA?
Gainax.
Stop trying to make
Mahoromatic
happen. It's not going to happen.
Once again directed by Shoji Saeki, who, as you recall, directed the previous summer special OVA. This one, called the I'm Home special, is another set of filler stories set between episodes 2 and 3 of the second season. I'm not even going to bother going into any detail. I've made myself perfectly clear about how I feel about Mahoromatic, and this OVA does nothing to change that opinion. Yeah, that's kind of a low note to end the decade on, huh? I should say, though, there were apparently a couple other shows that were supposed to release around this time, but never did. One was an Abenobashi special, which was cancelled when the voice actress for Sashi, Tomo Saeki, retired from the industry. The other was a TV series called There's a Reason Why We Yawn. The story is about a girl who freedives. I'm actually going to come back to that one in a little while, but suffice to say, it didn't release just yet. For now, let's move into what the studio had in store for 2010. Hanamaru Kindergarten, based on the manga of the same name by Yuto, see Gainax once again veering into uncharted territory. It's their first, and only, entry into the slice of life genre, and to make it more interesting, it's directed by Seiji Mizushima, the man who, by 2010, had become famous for directing the original Fullmetal Alchemist TV series, as well as Gundam 00. While Mizushima does have a pre-existing relationship with Gainax, he was, for instance, an episode director on Evangelion, he was not a full-on staff member at the studio, making him an out-of-left-field choice to direct Hanamaru Kindergarten. Further solidifying this was the fact that Mizushima had never directed anything remotely resembling a slice of life show before. With all this in mind, I went into the show with a definite sense of uncertainty. That uncertainty would only transform into dread as I watched the first episode, which, if I'm being honest, gives off among the worst first impressions I've ever experienced in my time watching anime. The show follows Naozumi Tsuchida, a new teacher at Hanamaru Kindergarten. When the first episode begins, Tsuchida oversleeps and must hurry to the school to avoid being late. Basically, he's like a stereotypical shoujo heroine. All that's missing is the toast hanging out of his mouth. On the way, he sees a little girl and begins to talk to her. This girl, we'll soon learn, is one of his new students named Anzu, and Anzu gets excited because he thinks Tsuchida is hitting on her. Oh my god. Oh fuck. I'm sorry, but I avoid lolicon shit like the plague, so seeing what seemed to me to be the prototypical lolicon scenario in the first few minutes of Hanamaru Kindergarten just turned me right the fuck off. Combine that with the fact that I didn't like Mai Otsuka's designs for the kindergartners, I could never stop thinking that they looked like Funko Pops made sentient, and I have absolutely no problem admitting that I was biased rather heavily against this show right from the start. So imagine how surprised I was when I discovered that, against all odds, the show turned out to actually be pretty good. Now, first of all, I need to start by addressing the aspects of Tsuchida and Anzu's relationship that so put the fear of God in me. The show does not, thankfully, cross the line into some sort of creepy, sexualized territory that one may expect from Japan. Yes, Anzu technically does have a crush on Tsuchida, and that is a recurring theme, but it's clear to me that Anzu just really likes her teacher, and because she's so young, she expresses it in a weird way. Furthermore, while Anzu is easily the secondary protagonist, her relationship with Tsuchida is not the main focus of the show. That leads to the obvious question: what is the main focus of the show then? Honestly, in the grand tradition of slice of life anime, it doesn't really have one, and that's not a bad thing. In a way, Hanamaru Kindergarten reminded me of Azumanga Daioh, a show that wasn't so much about any one single thing in particular, but instead about humorous character interactions and giving off a relaxing vibe. And to its credit, Hanamaru Kindergarten pulls both of those off very well. The show divides its attention between the kindergartners and the other teachers at the school, with Tsuchida serving as a link between the two. Aside from, of course, having his students to take care of, Tsuchida also tries to start a relationship with Yamamoto, one of the other teachers at the school, and of course, Anzu being Anzu, this creates the opportunity for jealousy and planning schemes to win his affection. There's also plenty of attention paid to the kindergarten class just doing things on their own. Throughout the series, we get to know the entire class pretty well. My favorite being Hiragi, the girl with the creepy blank eyes who's basically the smartest girl in Japan despite being 5 years old. These vignettes of the kindergartner's adventures are my favorite aspect of the series, because it does quite a good job of capturing the simple, often goofy joys that come with being so young. Make no mistake, nothing of monumental significance happens in this series, but the fact that they're so insignificant makes Hanamaru Kindergarten feel even more endearing. Watching it makes you appreciate the sheer joy that can be found in what seems like the most ordinary activities. This is all supported by its animation. While I may not have liked the weird designs of the kindergartners, the rest of the animation, courtesy of art director Hiroki Matsumoto, looks great. The world is bright, but not overpoweringly so, almost as if the animators had pastels in mind. The end result is just pleasant to look at, and goes far to enhance the feel-good vibe the show is trying to portray. Also in that same year, Imaishi and his team returned with their follow-up to Gurren Lagann, but if you think they were about to do just the same old thing a second time, well, you're dead wrong. Panty and Stocking with Garter Belt is, well, it's a show that kinda defies description. For as life-affirming and emotionally powerful as Gurren Lagann was, Panty and Stocking is, in comparison, stupid, and really fucking stupid, and this is exactly what it was designed to be. The show came from the mind of Hiromi Wakabayashi, who remembered seeing an episode of Drawn Together when he and several other members of Gainax were in the States for a convention, and couldn't believe how ridiculous it was. He wanted to bring that sort of energy back to Japan, which was probably much appreciated in the aftermath of a relatively heavy series like Gurren Lagann. So what's this show about? I'm not going to spend a ton of time on the story, as, quite frankly, it's not at all the focus of the show, but the basic premise is this. The Anarchy Sisters, Panty and Stocking, are angels who have been exiled to Daten City for bad behavior. Under the stewardship of Reverend Garterbelt, the girls are assigned the task of ridding Daten City of ghosts using their ability to transform into magical girls. Every ghost they kill earns them heaven coins, and with enough heaven coins, they'll be able to return to heaven. The only problem with this arrangement, though, is that Panty and Stocking are singularly bad at their jobs. Each girl has a vice. For Panty, it's having sexual intercourse with basically every man she sees, and for Stocking, it's sweets, and how weak they are to those vices really does get in the way of them doing anything productive. Basically, the show is a combination of a magical girl show, the Dirty Pair, and the Powerpuff Girls, all supercharged with an I don't give a fuck attitude not seen in a Gainax show since Oruchuban Ebichu over a decade previous. Make no mistake, that attitude is the reason to watch Panty and Stocking. Some of the shit that happens in this show literally defies explanation. I'm actually going to go out of my way not to discuss much of what actually happens, so as to provide the maximum amount of shock to anyone who hasn't seen it. I'll just mention one thing. In the first segment of the first episode, yes, the very first segment, a ghost causes the toilets of Daten City to eat anyone who sits on them, because its goal is to cover the city in shit. And the entire segment culminates with the girls fighting a giant shit monster. Conker's Bad Fur Day, eat your heart out.
I am the great mighty Pooh, and I'm going to throw my shit at you.
If that's the kind of thing that entertains you, you're gonna love this show. But admittedly, not everyone is entertained by shit like that. Pun absolutely intended. This show absolutely polarized people when it premiered. If you go back and look at Anime News Network's preview of that season, which is archived on their website, most of the forum responses to that post are just fans arguing back and forth about whether Panty and Stocking was actually good or not. Seriously, it's soul-draining. Now that the initial shock has died down, however, I think a lot more people look back upon the show a lot more fondly. That being said, I mean, you've been looking at the screen, you can tell that this is a show that certain people are just not going to be able to sit through. I, for one, am not one of those people. I have a pretty twisted sense of humor, and honestly, like I mentioned in the Ebichu discussion, the stuff that happens in Panty and Stocking is so over the top, even more over the top than Ebichu itself, that it's impossible for me to be legitimately disgusted or offended. But is there anything else, aside from the insanity of its subject matter, that makes the show worth watching? Of course. If Gurren Lagann was a love letter to the mecha genre, Panty and Stocking is a love letter to American animation of the 2000s. Wakabayashi specifically cited Drawn Together as inspiration, but anyone who was watching Nickelodeon or Cartoon Network during that decade, as I did, will immediately feel at home. The Powerpuff Girls was another show specifically mentioned by Wakabayashi as influence, but you can probably detect all the Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network shows of the era in Panty and Stocking. I can definitely see comparisons to shows like Dexter's Lab, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Invader Zim as well. Hell, their dog Chuck looks identical to Gur from Invader Zim, something that actually caught the attention of Zim's creator, Jonan Vasquez. With the visual style going out of its way to recall those American cartoons, Panty and Stocking is not going to be a visual tour de force in the same way Gurren Lagann was, but it would be almost inappropriate if it was. It's obvious to me that Imaishi and his team absorbed those influences into their DNA. Just from looking at the characters, it seems like something that could find a home on Cartoon Network, if not for the fact that its content wouldn't even get it past the censors on Adult Swim. And even with that style, the show still has more dynamic action scenes than you can count. Made even more dynamic because you never quite know what the Anarchy Sisters are going to be up against. The music also needs to be complimented. Gainax commissioned DJ Teddy Lloyd alongside Taku Takahashi of hip-hop collective M-Flow to provide the soundtrack, and their work is a great complement to the show's manic energy. So, I guess I don't have that much to say about Panty and Stocking with Garterbelt, but don't let that give you the impression that I don't like it, because I definitely do. This is a show that doesn't demand the kind of rigorous analysis demanded of something like Eva or Furikuri, and honestly, it's one that I think works better going into as blind as possible. Again, this isn't going to be a show for everyone. If you're easily grossed out, you should stay far away, but if you're willing to give it a shot, I absolutely recommend it. Alright, let's move into Gainax's Soul TV outing for 2011, which sees the studio creating their first light novel adaptation. That adaptation, The Mystic Archives of Dantalion, is based on a series written by Gakuto Mikumo that began running in the Sneaker in 2008. Gainax's TV series, which premiered just 5 months after the novel-ended serialization, was helmed by Yutaka Uemura, who had been a CG animator with the studio since Gunbuster 2, but had never directed anything until that point. The series is about Royal Air Force pilot Hugh Anthony Disward, who receives word that his grandfather recently passed away. Along with the rest of his grandfather's estate, Hugh is also entrusted with the care of a mysterious girl named Dalian, the guardian of the Biblioteca Mystica de Dantalion, a storehouse of 900,666, yes, that is the real number, phantom books housing forbidden knowledge. Some of those phantom books have fallen in the wrong hands, and it's up to Hugh and Dalian to discover who took them, get them back, and seal them away. If you're coming into this show expecting some sort of grand, overarching storyline, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Dantalion's episodes are entirely self-contained, story-of-the-week tales that begin and wrap up within each episode's 24-minute runtime. You're never going to learn anything substantial about the archives, what's up with Dalian, or anything of the sort. That being the case, one's enjoyment of the show is going to come down to whether or not you're drawn to Hugh and Dalian's relationship, as well as the individual owners of the phantom books they discover. For me, neither of these were strong enough to sustain my interest in the show. Dalian doesn't stand out from the legions of other lollygoth tsundere characters in anime. Hugh is just straight up boring, and their relationship, while enjoyable enough, I guess, is not really special at all. Truth be told, the show is almost completely forgettable. It's telling that when I began writing this section, I had to consult Wikipedia to remind myself of what happened in the series' early episodes, despite the fact that I had only finished watching it a couple of hours earlier and watched the entire thing in a day. The show was really memorable on a tiny handful of occasions. Episode 4, A Tale of an Obsessive Fan that draws heavily from Stephen King's Misery, is both genuinely creepy and an interesting exploration into the psychology of unrestrained fandom. And then there's Episode 5, with its bizarre humor and weirdly inappropriate Gurren Lagann-inspired climax that can only be called Gainax trolling its audience. It's memorable, sure, but perhaps not in a good way. And these memorable moments, whether good or bad, are far too infrequent. The only other consistently memorable feature of the show is its design work, both in its representation of post-World War I England. Yamaga actually visited the country to ensure the show would be as period accurate as possible, as well as the costume design, which comes courtesy of famous gothic Lolita fashion house Baby the Stars Shine Bright. But again, neither of these things justify actually watching the show. I know I'm not alone in feeling that the show is utterly forgettable. It did not catch on in either Japan or the United States, where it took an entire 6 years to receive a home video release. This muted response even led to a fan rumor that Uemura was fired from Gainax after the show was finished, a rumor that's totally without evidence. It should be mentioned, however, that Uemura did leave Gainax after Dantalion ended, but this was done on his own accord, not because of his experiences working on the show. So, yeah, Dantalion ended up being just a regular, nothing special kind of show, but hey, that's not a huge deal. Gainax actually seemed to be in a pretty decent place. Most of their recent work wasn't that bad, and anything Imaishi touched was guaranteed to turn to gold. However, that newfound vein of gold would dry up shortly thereafter, as later that same year, Gainax experienced another crippling brain drain. In October of 2011, Hiroyuki Imaishi announced that he was leaving Gainax to form his own studio, which would be called Studio Trigger. Like Anno before him, Imaishi wanted to establish an environment where he wouldn't have to worry about Gainax's upper management. Also like Anno before him, Imaishi took with him to Trigger most of his significant collaborators from Gurren Lagann and Panty and Stocking, including Kazuki Nakashima, Masahiko Otsuka, Hiromi Wakabayashi, and Akira Amamiya. Trigger would very quickly make a name for themselves as one of the most cutting-edge animation houses in Japan. Less than 2 years after their formation, to give just one example, Amamiya would helm the ridiculously bizarre ONA series Inferno Cop, while Imaishi himself would direct the worldwide smash hit Kill la Kill. Basically, this was the formation of Studio Khara playing out a second time almost verbatim, albeit to a much more severe extent. Trigger was not, as Khara had done with Rebuild of Evangelion, inclined to offer Gainax any partnership opportunities, and what's more critical, Gainax itself no longer had anyone in the wings to replace Imaishi. Gainax's auteur era was over. The only figures of note who remained were Hiroyuki Yamaga and Yasuhiro Takeda on the production side, and Shoji Saeki on the creative side. Saeki, as the studio veteran, would have to step up to guide the studio from here on out, so let's take a look at his next project and see if he's worthy enough to fill that role. Wish Upon the Pleiades is a 4-episode ONA made in collaboration with Subaru. Yeah, the car company. And logically, for an anime co-funded by a car company, it's a magical girl show, because of course it is. The main character, appropriately enough, is named Subaru, and she's a girl who spends much of her free time gazing at the stars. She seems to be somewhat isolated, although we're never shown why. Instead of making friends or joining a club, she prefers to spend her time in the school's observatory, which she goes to one day to find a massive garden has materialized inside of it, with a mysterious boy named Minato taking up residence there. At the same time, a group of girls are lounging in a club room, lamenting the fact that they need one more member, when, all of a sudden, Subaru wanders in. Apparently her compass was stolen by some weird blob thing and she followed it into the club room. It turns out they're all magical girls, and the blob is an alien from the Pleiades who have commissioned them to find the missing pieces of his spaceship so he can go back home. Subaru is brought in as the final member of their squad, and proceed to find another spaceship part, where they're opposed by Minato, the boy Subaru found in the observation room. So this is kind of a weird show to talk about. Not because the show itself is weird, it's a very conventional magical girl story through and through, but because the total runtime of all 4 episodes equals out to about 24 minutes. That's about the length of a standard TV episode, so that one paragraph plot description actually covers most of Wish Upon the Pleiades' runtime, and that's the main problem with this show. There's just no time to establish any sort of attachment to anything that's going on. The show moves very quickly because it doesn't have any other choice. As a result, we don't get to examine the characters in any depth, which is kind of essential for a story like this. Like, why is Subaru so isolated? Obviously, her and one of the other magical girls, Aoi, were friends at one point, but seems to have had some sort of falling out. The nature of their relationship, however, is entirely unexplored. Likewise, it seems as though Minato is being controlled by some sort of evil force, but again, that's also unexplored. The show kinda just ends, with Minato disappearing and the girl's mission still unfinished. Granted, it clearly wasn't trying to wrap up everything by the ending credits, but once they rolled, I just couldn't help but think, what was the point in all that? It didn't even make me want to see where the story was going, because, like I said before, Wish Upon the Pleiades is a very conventional magical girl series. The animation's nice, if not anything special, but the music is kind of forgettable and the main characters are fairly stock. I don't know if this was a limitation caused by the short runtime, or if there just wasn't any substance there to begin with. In any case, for Saeki's first project as the de facto studio elder at Gainax, this wasn't a promising start. Sure, it wasn't a complete disaster like This Ugly Yet Beautiful World, and it does indeed prove that Saeki can pull off drama without completely embarrassing himself, but it's forgettable, and Gainax was in no position to survive producing entirely forgettable works. Saeki would have another opportunity at a TV series the following year, so let's hope that works better for him. Medaka Box is another first for Gainax, their first adaptation of a manga from the legendary Shonen Jump anthology. If you've never heard of Medaka Box until this video, I'm not surprised. Akira Akatsuki and Nisio Ishin's original manga has never been given an official English-language release. A strange oversight considering Shonen Jump's high cultural standing, as well as the fact that Ishin's most famous work, the Monogatari series, has always retained a strong cult following outside of Japan. Anyway, Medaka Box is set in the comically oversized Hakoniwa Academy, and stars the titular Medaka Kurokami, the beautiful, intelligent, and athletic president of the student council. Following up on a campaign promise, Medaka institutes a suggestion box to be used by any Hakoniwa student for ideas on ways the school could be improved. She drags her childhood friend Zenkichi Hideyoshi into the student council to assist her in the endeavor. Though initially reluctant, Zenkichi quickly grows accustomed to his new role. Tonally, Medaka Box feels closest to Saeki's work with He Is My Master, in that it's founded on a concept that's fairly cliched, the cliché this time being a student council that seems to have more power than most world governments. However, like with He Is My Master, the show often rises above those cliches because it's apparent that Saeki and his team are never taking things entirely seriously. I would say it's more enjoyable than He Is My Master because, unlike that show, Medaka Box never falls back on those tired harem show cliches I hate so much. Sure, it's not a groundbreaking work of art by any stretch, but it's consistently entertaining and never fails to realize what it is, and I'm okay with that. If the show had maintained that atmosphere throughout the entirety of its runtime, my discussion could end here. But they made a second season. Medaka Box Abnormal began airing only 4 months after the conclusion of this first season, an unusually quick turnaround for a follow-up of this kind. Instead of continuing along the path trod by Season 1, Abnormal veers hard in a completely different direction. Medaka learns, from the chairman of Hakoniwa Academy, of something called the Flask Plan, an experiment whose goal is to create the perfect human by developing students into abnormals, who are basically people with superpowers. From here on out, the show almost completely ceases to be the school comedy we've grown accustomed to, and remains a fighting show until the end. Now, I'm not inherently opposed to a shonen action series starting as one thing and pivoting to a heavy action focus later on. One of my favorite series of all time, Yu Yu Hakusho, did exactly this, beginning with Yusuke Urameshi trying to do good deeds as a ghost to secure an attempt to be resurrected, and afterwards becoming a spirit detective and hunting demonic criminals for Spirit World. Medaka Box Abnormal, however, is no Yu Yu Hakusho, and I can say without reservation that I did not like this second season for even 1 second. I realize I may be in the minority here, as doing a cursory glance of fan reaction to Medaka Box, many of those who read the manga believe the series really began to find its stride only after its transition to this action focus. It could very well be the transition was handled better in the manga. I haven't read the manga, so I can only base my opinion on what I saw on this TV show, and I do not believe it was handled well here at all. Let me return to Yu Yu Hakusho for a second. One of the reasons why it transitions so seamlessly is because that transition happens so early in the story. In the manga, it's established by the end of the 2nd volume, and in the anime, it's established only in the 5th episode, with episode 5 serving as a bridge between the earlier episodes and Yusuke's new job as a spirit detective. In addition to being relatively quick, tonally the show remains consistent, which helps make the transition a smooth one. Medaka Box Abnormal has neither of these things going for it. The first season gave very little, if any, indication of where the second would be heading, and once that transition does occur, the tone shifts so drastically that it feels like an entirely different show altogether. Make no mistake, Medaka Box Abnormal gets very dark at times. Obviously, being dark is not inherently a negative, but I don't think my complaints are that out of line when, in the first season, we see Medaka scuffling with the disciplinary committee over infractions in the dress code, and in the second, we see this same Medaka argue that life and death have no meaning, with absolutely no hints that such a profound shift would occur. I'm sorry, but this feels like it was done not for any sort of artistic reason, but purely for shock value. I was actively angry the further the second season continued. It reminded me so much of the conclusion of This Ugly Yet Beautiful World, and gave me the idea that maybe the Wish Upon the Pleiades ONA was just a fluke, and Saeki really couldn't handle drama after all. And this doesn't even get into the final episode, which vies with Abenobashi and Maharomatic Something More Beautiful as being among the worst the studio has ever worked on. Now, I knew the show wasn't going to end conclusively, and I was fine with that. But I was at least expecting Gainax to wrap up this ongoing story arc. But no. Episode 11 ends on a cliffhanger, and Episode 12 is a side story with no connection whatsoever to what we've been watching. This is such a baffling, infuriating decision that I genuinely cannot fathom what Saeki was thinking in making it. And make no mistake, Saeki knew exactly what he was doing. The show breaks the fourth wall in its opening moments to comment on its lack of resolution. So not only was the first 11 episodes a chore to sit through, but the show had to craft a finale that retroactively made watching those first 11 episodes a complete waste of time. Very few shows have actually made me regret watching them to completion, but Medaka Box Abnormal is one of those elite few. If this was an indication of Saeki's future creative output, then we'd better hope to God that the other directors Gainax still had under their employ can do something to turn the tides. Although, wait a minute, what other directors did Gainax still have under their employ anyway? Well, let's take a look at their sole animated offering from 2013 to see what the answer is. Stella Women's Academy, High School Division Class C3, is based on the manga of the same name by Tomomoka Midori and Itoma. This 13-episode TV series was the directorial debut of Masayoshi Kawajiri, whose resume is almost non-existent. In fact, he has only 2 credits to his name before C3, as a CG artist on Backstage Idol Story and as a background artist for Gainax's own Mystic Archives of Dantalion. Given the fact that it usually takes someone much longer to work their way up from a grunt animator to helming an entire TV series, this is most certainly an indication of just how desperate Gainax was for talent after the departures of Uemura and the founders of Trigger in 2011. Whether or not Kawajiri was the right man for the job, well, we'll see. C3, as I'll continue to call it, centers on Yura Yamato, a recent transfer to the prestigious Stella Women's Academy. While the opening minutes of the first episode gives the indication that the show is going to be a slow, methodical character study in the vein of Maria Watches Over Us, this is quickly thrown out the window when Yura starts snooping through the belongings of her new roommate, Sonora Kashima, and discovers a number of guns. No, Sonora isn't a member of the Yakuza, but is actually the president of the C3 Club, the school's airsoft club. The rest of the C3 Club, after finding Yura in her room watching Rambo, tries to induct her into said club. While she's initially hesitant, eventually she learns to love it, finding in competitive airsoft the catalyst to transform into a much more outgoing and confident person. In the beginning, I assumed the show was going to be a relaxing, cute girls doing ordinary things kind of show. K-On! With airsoft guns, if you will. And for a while, it was that. But the show always gave off this harsh vibe under the surface. Perhaps the fact it centers on the girls playing high-stakes survival games just made this somewhat inevitable. But as it went on, I began to realize this ominous vibe wasn't just in my head, and indeed became the dominating focus of the show's second half. While hinted at in episode 3, the second half sees Yura transform into a demon, hell-bent on dominating their opponents at any cost. And when I say any cost, I mean it. Winning is the only thing important to her, and that drive comes at the cost of alienating the only girls at the school she calls friends. On paper, this premise has the potential for deep psychological insight, which makes it all the more tragic that Gainax completely squanders it. Carl Kimlinger's review of C3 on Anime News Network mirrors many of my complaints. Though ostensibly the story of Yura's transformation, we're never given a convincing reason why she continues down that road, even after we're told in no uncertain terms that even Yura herself is afraid of what she has become. In a story that's come to be defined by just this transformation, not being able to give adequate psychological insight can only be considered a critical failure. I do disagree with Kimlinger's review on one major point. He argues that despite the failed potential of the second half, the show is still great fun. The first half, sure, but the second? Absolutely not. I found Yura's newfound personality far too off-putting to be fun in any conventional sense, and the inadequate psychological insight made me far too angry to appreciate the show in the way Gainax seemed to intend. Alright, enough of this. Let's see if 2014 treats them any better. Magica Wars began life as a concept from the producers of a Japanese variety show called 2.5 Jigen Terebi. A call was placed to the show's viewers to submit character designs for magical girl personifications of the 47 prefectures of Japan, and over 3,000 entries were submitted. Once the winning designs were chosen, producers expanded the concept into a full-on media franchise, which includes a number of mobile games, as well as, of course, a TV anime from Gainax that began in 2014. The show was directed by Ayano Onoki, who, if Anime News Network is accurate, had only entered the anime industry 2 years ago as a key animator for Medaka Box Abnormal, another glaring indication that Gainax was drawing talent from wherever they could find it. As for the show itself, honestly there's very little to say, literally and metaphorically. Literally, because since each episode runs only 4 minutes, the total runtime comes out to less than 2 hours, shorter than your average Studio Ghibli movie. Metaphorically, because, the show is fine. It's another competent example of cute anthropomorphized versions of non-living things that sprang up in the wake of Axis Power's Hitalia's success. The animation looks nice, and Mariko Kawamoto's character designs look cute enough, but, I don't know. That's basically all I can say about it. It's fine. It's a show. It's a fine show. God, this is kind of soul-crushing. Thankfully, we only have one more show to go, but unfortunately, God, it's another Shoji Saeki show, one that's become seemingly his pet project at this point. Wish Upon the Pleiades TV adaptation retains the core concept of the ONA. Subaru finds Minato in the greenhouse, discovers the alien, becomes a magical girl, and begins an adventure to collect the fragments of the alien's spaceship engine. There are a few changes noticeable from the very start, however, and thankfully they're all improvements. Subaru sees Aoi walking with a new friend before she arrives at school, which not only provides some much-needed context regarding their friendship, but pairs rather well with her opening monologue concerning her isolation. Further, Aoi has been rewritten to be far less of a bitch than she was in the ONA. We learn that she's struggling as well, and is much warmer towards Subaru from the very beginning. The biggest change, though, is in not establishing Minato as the villain after his first appearance. Aside from these changes, the most obvious difference between the ONA and the TV series is, with 12 times the runtime, it's able to introduce complexity unthinkable in the original. This is not to say the series is as complex as, say, Madoka Magica, the series I've often seen Wish Upon the Pleiades compared to, but the show does become far more than the simplistic good versus evil story the ONA suggested it would be. Each of the other girls, as well as Minato, get episodes focused primarily on them, and we learn that each of them, like Subaru, are struggling in their own unique ways. In this sense, Wish Upon the Pleiades reminded me less of Madoka Magica, but Blue Reflection, the RPG series developed by Gust. Both are magical girl stories that use the conventions of the genre to explore the personal issues of a group of high school girls, both have a generally laid-back atmosphere, and both have an almost pastel-like feel to their art. The eye catches in particular reminded me so much of Blue Reflection that I had to see whether Mel Kishida didn't work on the anime. FYI, he didn't. Anyway, as you can probably tell, I like this TV animation much more than the ONA, for a couple reasons. Obviously, the increased runtime gave the show substance the ONA simply couldn't achieve. Furthermore, Saeki did not return to the pretentious or grimdark tones he used in This Ugly Yet Beautiful World or Medaka Box Abnormal. The prevailing tone, instead, is that of a quiet melancholy. The characters' problems are immediately relatable and sympathetic, and you actively hope that each of them come out the other side all the better. I'm going to focus the rest of this section on the ending, though. One thing I was most interested concerning this TV adaptation was, well, the ONA didn't even attempt to provide any sort of conclusion, so how would the series do in comparison? So first, I need to mention that the series' magic is powered by the energy generated by the potentials contained within the magic user. That being established, let's start with Minato, as we finally figure out what's wrong with him. Turns out, as a kid, he was hospitalized with some terminal illness, where he befriended an alien he christens Elnath. Him and Elnath go on adventures looking for fragments of his spaceship. Broken spaceships seem to be a theme here. Anyway, a young Subaru eventually comes and visits Minato, before it's eventually revealed that this was all an illusion, that Minato is still sick, and everything we just saw was one of his potential selves. This breaks Minato even more, which is essentially how he turns evil. He then decides to try and gather the spaceship fragments to live his life in some other universe where he has more of a purpose than he has in this one. The ending sees Minato and the girls chase after the final fragment, which is across the universe in a black hole. Minato has no qualms with chasing it into the black hole itself, which reinforces the notion that his potential is being driven, at its core, by self-destruction. Of course, Subaru snaps him out of it. They get the fragment, and it's revealed that the alien the girls have been helping and Elnath are actually one and the same, surprise surprise. With the spaceship repaired, Elnath departs, and Minato sends everyone, and I'm not making this up, to the beginning of time, where they can choose to live whatever potential lives they want. They all end up deciding to be themselves and return to where they were at the beginning of the series without any of their memories intact, where it appears that they'll end up becoming friends again after all. If I sound kind of exhausted talking about this show, it's because I am. This ending didn't make me angry in the same way This Ugly Yet Beautiful Worlds or Medaka Box Abnormals did, but it did kind of leave me hollow. In a way, it did remind me of This Ugly Yet Beautiful World in one significant way. Saeki tries so hard to make the ending feel cosmic and literally universe-shattering, and while the animation certainly invokes that, the story itself, which matters much more, just doesn't. It's confusing, it tries to do so much at once that nothing really seems to stick as it should, and the ending just felt so anticlimactic for how monumental its visuals suggested it was. And that's not even getting into all the technical details about alternate universes and potential selves, which I still haven't been able to entirely untangle. Ultimately, Wish Upon the Pleiades worked best for me in its quieter, more episodic moments, the moments that reminded me of Blue Reflection. This grand, overarching plot, even when I could follow it, to be frank, I just didn't care. It's certainly more interesting than the ONA, no doubt, but given how much the ending let me down, I don't think I'd even go back and rewatch those moments that I did like, because nothing ruins my opinion of a show more than an ending that makes me regret watching it from the beginning. That's admittedly a bittersweet note to end on, because not only is that the end of Wish Upon the Pleiades, it's also, more or less, the end of Gainax's creative work as a whole. With the single minor exception of the short film Lights of Sand released 2 years later, they produced nothing, absolutely nothing, after June of 2015. And yet their history continues for almost another decade. That being the case, just what were they doing? Oh, just you wait, because this is arguably the most ridiculous, and also the saddest, part of the entire Gainax story. Though Gainax would not produce any more anime after June of 2015, they certainly had every intention of doing so. A number of these unreleased projects were announced at various points in the mid-2010s, so let's look at each of them. First, there's a reason why we yawn, the freediving series Gainax had been working on in the late 2000s. The project resurfaced at Gainax's booth at the 2013 Tokyo Anime Fair, with a few additional plot details. The story was set to take place in 2093, and focuses on a girl who dives to explore the ruins of a rural town that's since sunk 30 meters below the ocean. At the time of the 2013 Anime Fair, the show was still raising funds. 4 years later, it was still in pre-production, with only image boards and rough drafts of the characters finished. Also promoted at the 2013 Tokyo Anime Fair was Saron Des, a manga Gainax had made in collaboration with Kyo Hatsuki. Later that year, it was announced that an anime series would probably be greenlit in 2014, but of course, that never happened. Their other major unreleased projects were all attached to director and studio head Hiroyuki Yamaga. A 2017 announcement at the Japan Expo in Paris revealed Yamaga had been attached to direct a 3-film series based on the works of legendary Captain Harlock creator Leiji Matsumoto. The first, Zero Century Emeraldus, was tentatively scheduled for release in 2020, with the other 2 films releasing every 3 years after that. Yamaga's second project was, surprisingly enough, another sequel to Gunbuster. Details about Gunbuster 3 are almost non-existent. Yamaga was still writing the script, and trying to figure out a way to tie it together with 1 and 2 while simultaneously telling a completely different story. But their most ambitious unreleased project was... can you guess what it is? Think about it. It's an unreleased Gainax project helmed by Yamaga. What could it be? It's Uru in Blue. Of course it's Uru in Blue. Yes, the film that absolutely refuses to die was returning for a third chance. Uru was another project announced at the 2013 Tokyo Anime Fair, where a teaser poster was unveiled followed by a panel discussion about the film. Later that year, Gainax announced a pilot film would release in 2014. That didn't happen, but Gainax did travel to Cannes that year to further promote the film. Yamaga was actively seeking overseas production partners during this attempt, even setting up an LLP in Singapore to raise funds in a way that bypasses the traditional production committee system. Yamaga's tentative timeline was, using these new financing methods, to release the pilot film in 2015 and the full film in 2018. Even with this progress, Yamaga still had a ton of work ahead of him, because the core story seems to have changed significantly since the 90s. Yamaga's panel at Fanime 2015 confirms what little we know about the plot. The movie is set in a peaceful nation with a class of knights that has a history of participating in dueling. In the present day, dueling has mostly moved underground, and is primarily organized by crime syndicates. The main character is now an older man who's starting to think about the future and trying to shed his old, reckless past self. He goes to a huge, New York-sized city for work, where he meets a girl and falls in love. If you're thinking, that sounds a lot different than the Streets of Fire ripoff he wanted to make in the 90s, you're not wrong. All the evidence suggests that Uru and Blue's story had mutated significantly in the ensuing decades, which, makes sense. This would also explain, spoiler alert, the continuous delays the film would suffer throughout the rest of the decade, because by 2015, Yamaga still did not have a finished script. His excuse was that he wanted to design a strategy to sell it, and only after would he start writing. But wait, I hear you ask. What about that pilot film? Wouldn't that be enough incentive for investors to fund the full film? Well, about that. Apparently the pilot was never actually made because of financing issues, even with his new overseas business partners. Sadly, he never went into detail about what exactly those issues were. The interviewer provides a rather rational and, at this point, obvious solution. Why not crowdfund it? By that point, Masaki Yuasa's Kick Heart and Jiro Ishii's Under the Dog had been successfully crowdfunded, and Uru and Blue had such a legendary reputation at this point that a successful crowdfunding campaign would seem to be a foregone conclusion. Yamaga, seeming more than a bit defensive, was quick to shoot the idea down, because he sees crowdfunding as more of a donation drive than actual funding, and no amount of convincing from the interviewer would change his mind about that. Flash forward to June of 2017. Gainax would announce Uru and Blue was officially starting production, but flash forward a mere 9 months later to March of 2018, the year the film was originally supposed to be released, mind you, and it was on hold again. Yamaga's excuse this time was that sponsors wanted to see an initial script before committing any financing, and the script still wasn't finished. If you're thinking, wait a minute, did he not just say that he wanted to design a strategy to sell the film before writing the script? And yes, you'd be right. And that may be what Yamaga was getting at later in the interview when he said that the delays were caused by his naivete, without actually specifying what that naivete entailed. And that being said, later that year, Uru and Blue would receive yet another release date, this time for 2022. To say things seemed chaotic at Gainax was the understatement of the century, and that chaos would only be magnified when one considers that in complete contradistinction to their total inability to actually get their animation projects off the ground, the studio seemed to have no problems doing, well, literally everything else. In January of 2015, Gainax announced that they would be opening a new studio in the town of Miharu in Fukushima Prefecture. The studio, dubbed Fukushima Gainax, was an attempt to help the revival of Fukushima Prefecture in the years following the 2011 Tohoku earthquake. A museum, which would be attached to the new studio, was also planned to help draw tourists to the area. The studio would, in fact, exist under Gainax's leadership for only a few months. By the end of the year, Fukushima Gainax would re-establish itself as an independent entity under the control of its president, Yoshinori Asao, and would relocate to Kogane in western Tokyo. Though no longer under the control of Gainax, and no longer in Fukushima, the studio would confusingly continue to call itself Fukushima Gainax nonetheless. And this was just the first of many, many new Gainaxes that all of a sudden materialized from the ether all over Japan. 2016 alone saw Gainax West, later renamed Gainax Kyoto, and Gainax Niigata. And in 2018 we got Gainax International. Gainax now had an entire stable of offshoot studios under their aegis, and yet their animation production remained at a standstill. Gainax Kyoto was mostly working on in-betweening and key animation work subcontracted to them from other studios, and even then, they had priorities outside of animation. A memorable news story from 2016 reported that an offshoot of Gainax West, called Gainax Marsh, had entered the market of growing organic tomatoes. I swear to God. Anyway, moving on. Gainax International didn't work directly with animation at all. They were a management company for idols and voice actresses. Gainax Niigata is so obscure that they don't even have an entry in the Anime News Network encyclopedia, or even a functioning website, as far as I can tell. The only one of these offshoot studios that was actually making anything of substance was Fukushima Gainax, who would create, among other things, 2016's Masamune Datenickel and 2018's Forest of Piano. But remember, Fukushima Gainax was more or less its own independent entity at this point, which was made even clearer when in 2018, the Kinoshita Group announced they had purchased the studio and renamed it Gaina. Except, even that isn't 100% clear. That same year, production on There's a Reason Why We Yawn, Gunbuster 3, and Uru and Blue, almost every one of Yamaga's anime still in pre-production, moved over to Gaina. Yamaga himself would follow that same year, stepping down as president of Gainax in 2018 and handing the reins over to Tomohiro Maki, the president of Gainax International and a Gainax board member since 2015. It wouldn't take long for Yamaga to find his footing at Gaina, for he was tapped to direct the second season of Forest of Piano that debuted in 2019. All this was going on as Gainax itself, remember them, seemed to once again be running on life support, operating out of a half-century-old condo complex in Musashino. What the hell was going on? At the end of the decade, we would get our answer, but by then, the prospects of any recovery would be next to non-existent. At the beginning of December 2019, police arrested the new president of Gainax, Tomohiro Maki, for the crime of committing indecent acts on an aspiring voice actress. According to police, Maki sexually harassed the woman a number of times, touched her inappropriately, and photographed her naked to, in other words, prepare her for future photo shoots. Maki had only taken the reins of the studio 2 months previous, and the news of the head of a studio with such a storied history being arrested made international headlines. Later that month, Hideaki Anno, still at work trying to complete the final rebuild of Evangelion film, released a detailed statement concerning Maki's arrest. He had a vested interest in doing so. Japanese news outlets would inevitably mention Gainax at some point in their stories about Maki, even though, by 2019, nobody working at Gainax was even employed at the studio during Evangelion's production. This actually caused at least one project related to the rebuild films to be cancelled due to the shame surrounding Maki's arrest. To try and stem the tide of misinformation, Anno decided to speak out. Now, this section is almost entirely indebted to Anno's posts, so I'm necessarily going to repeat much of it here, but regardless, I highly encourage you all to find the link in my works cited and read it for yourself. It's far more than a simple statement. It's a scathing indictment of Gainax's corporate culture dating back a quarter century, and sheds a fascinating light on a side of their history that would have never seen the light of day had he not spoken up. As this series has made all too clear, Gainax was never great at managing their studio. Takeshi Sawamura's arrest, detailed early in the video, was just one example of this, but with him gone and the profits from Evangelion continuing to pour in, there was hope that perhaps Gainax would be able to find some stable footing, but behind the scenes, they never did. Even though they were, by the late 90s and early 2000s, putting out more work at a more consistent pace, this had absolutely no effect, as by 2004, Anno had heard reports that the studio would collapse in less than a month. This made no sense to him, so using his power as a Gainax board member, he investigated the studio's financial structure, where he discovered an enormous disparity in salaries, with those lowest on the totem pole being shafted while others who barely did any work were rewarded handsomely. He tried to correct this, but the rest of management turned a deaf ear, and while the studio would shortly thereafter find additional security thanks to investments from two major clients, as well as the revenue from the Evangelion pachinko game, Anno understood that any hope in a change of management style was a lost cause. This was one more reason why he decided to split off and form Khara, to foster a well-managed environment where everyone was paid what they were owed. It's to Anno's credit that, even after the headaches he had to endure in his attempts to reform Gainax's management, he chose to maintain a close relationship with the studio. As I said, he partnered with them in the production of the rebuild of Evangelion movies, and even remained a shareholder after his resignation. As part of that relationship, Gainax agreed to pay Khara royalties for any projects Anno and his cohort worked on. This, of course, would include Eva, Gunbuster, and Furikuri. This arrangement worked until about 2012, significantly right after Imaishi and his team left to form Trigger, when royalties started to dry up. Anno was more than willing to work with Gainax. Its two senior managers, Hiroyuki Yamaga and Yasuhiro Takeda, had been his friends for decades, after all, and they agreed to repay the royalties in installments. Again, this worked for a while, until in 2014, seemingly out of nowhere, Gainax asked Anno for a 100 million yen loan, without which, according to them, they would go bankrupt in 3 days. Anno agreed to the loan, on the conditions that changes were made to the transfer of merchandising rights. To further help his old friends, Anno offered to buy the rights to both Gunbuster and Furikuri outright. The two studios were apparently finalizing the deal when, suddenly, Gainax's asking price rose to 6 times the original amount. No justification was ever given for the increase, though apparently a bank had restructured Gainax around that same time, and the studio probably needed far more money than they initially thought. Regardless, Gainax did not communicate this directly to Anno, and would in fact sell the rights to Furikuri to Production IG without Anno's knowledge. If you're wondering why you started seeing all these very, very unnecessary Furikuri sequels on Adult Swim a few years later, this is why. At this point, Anno was rightly confused about the actual state of their finances, but Gainax reassured him that everything was fine. After that, several things happened. The Gainax subsidiaries began appearing all over Japan, royalty payments once again dried up, and Gainax began straight up ghosting Anno. Amidst all this chaos, Anno began hearing rumors that Gainax was about to be sold to a foreign company, and in fact, one such foreign company even asked him if he would be willing to make films for them if such a purchase happened. At that point, Anno must have believed the studio itself was a lost cause. Though he probably would never get back the money he loaned them, he could try to secure the rights to the shows Khara's staff had worked on. To that end, in August of 2016, Khara moved to seize Gainax's assets, and a month later, they took Gainax to court. The lawsuit was, in actuality, another way of Anno showing a degree of compassion to his former friends. He figured Gainax would, instead of actually proceeding with the lawsuit, choose to settle out of court to avoid having their finances become part of the public record. Against all common sense, Gainax actually decided to fight Khara's suit. This backfired spectacularly, and just as Anno predicted, the story made headlines worldwide, with Gainax the decisive losers in the court of public opinion. They ended up losers in the court of law the following year, when the bench ruled unanimously in favor of Khara. As part of that trial's investigation, it was discovered that materials from past Gainax works had been sold to Fukushima Gainax in secret, and apparently that everyone in Gainax's animation department was fired and transferred to Fukushima Gainax. This was a major discovery. Remember, Fukushima Gainax was supposed to be independent, but this confirmed the relationship was far closer and far more sinister than anyone had imagined. I have just as much formal knowledge of financial bullshit as I do the law, which is to say none whatsoever, so what I say may be completely off base, but from my perspective, it seems that Gainax was attempting to put as much of their resources, both human and creative, under the aegis of Fukushima Gainax, whose affairs were at that point in much better order, and leave the original studio as a sinking ship. There are, of course, a number of unanswered questions here. Was this the plan for Fukushima Gainax from the very beginning? It can't be insignificant that studio head Yoshinori Asao had worked at Gainax on both Panty and Stocking and Magica Wars. And furthermore, was this the purpose of the rest of Gainax's subsidiaries? Anno doesn't say, though the evidence seems damning. Anyway, after the trial, Anno spent a significant amount of time and money recovering the material that had been transferred to Fukushima Gainax. He placed it under the protection of a non-profit organization he created called ATAC, the Anime and Tokusatsu Archive Corporation, and that's where his story ends. So where does this leave us? With Maki gone, and Anno seemingly in charge of ensuring no more intellectual property suffers any additional reputational damage, he proceeded to entirely revamp Gainax's entire executive team. Yasuhiro Kamimura, an animator Anno had known since his college days and who was currently assisting him on the final rebuild of Evangelion movie, became the new studio head, while representatives from Kadokawa, King Records, and Studio Trigger became new members of the board. This was less done to try and bring the studio back on their feet, but instead more to try and salvage whatever was left of the sinking ship. This new executive team combed through Gainax's documents, and discovered that the studio, to the shock of everyone, was in even worse health than they thought. They had borrowed excessive amounts of money from banks, defaulted on debts, and sold even more intellectual property rights without the permission of the legitimate rights holders. This basically confirmed everything that had previously come out in Anno's lawsuit, but to an even more severe degree. Given all that, the team's number one priority was to regain those rights and get them back to their rightful owners. However, they also had to contend with the overwhelming amount of debt the studio was saddled with. This seemed all but insurmountable when in May of 2024, a debt collection agency sued them for uncollected claims. In no position to pay back what was owed, on June 7th, 2024, Gainax declared bankruptcy, ceasing to exist effective immediately. In December of 2022, Hiroyuki Yamaga published an essay in his hometown newspaper, the Niigata Keizai Shimbun, entitled Civilization Theory Part 1, Behind the Station. The essay, as the name suggests, sees Yamaga reflecting on the advancement of civilization, specifically the continued encroachment of Western civilization into Japan, through the lens of his memories growing up near Niigata Station. In his youth, Yamaga would sometimes hang out in a vacant lot behind said station. At night, the southern end of this lot was populated by an endless expanse of stars, while the northern end was not, hidden behind what he called the pale pink veil caused by the light pollution from the city center. This image becomes the dominant metaphor of the essay, the light pollution representing civilization, the stars representing, in his words, barbarism, and the vacant lot representing a liminal space where both forces coexist uneasily. It is Yamaga's debt, living as a civilized person, to keep this image alive. To quote him directly, "In a society where light has finally permeated every corner, if there is a bad premonition about the future or a hidden inconvenience, would people quickly seek to return to the darkness of the past? I think not. People surrounded by the dull light of a shadowless lamp will naturally crave some darkness. However, I believe that the purpose of using that darkness unconsciously is not to escape into it, but rather to partially cut the light of civilization that overflows around us with darkness, see the cross-section, confirm that light is reaching there, and ease, even just a little, the anxiety of living in this impermanent world." As poignant as this message is, it raises an obvious question. Why share it now? To the best of my knowledge, this is the first time in years Yamaga has made any sort of public statement, and even in the past, he certainly never wrote anything like this. It's hard to say, because more than any other figure in the long, turbulent history of Gainax, Yamaga is a cipher. Try as I might, he continues to elude me. The monumental nosedive his talent seemed to take after his return to the director's chair in the 21st century, his history of bitter conflicts with those he used to consider his closest friends, his criminally shady business practices, and his frustrating tendency to be evasive in interviews, all this adds up to a figure with a giant blank space at the center of his being. Not a great position to be in, considering he's one of the central figures in Gainax's history. Given that, all I can do is speculate. This may be entirely wrong, but I have no other options. Though I can't pretend to know why Yamaga wrote this essay, I can't help but see it as an analog to Shiro's speech from the rocket in the final moments of the Wings of Honneamise. Both are, in their own ways, reflections on what they've learned of civilization, as well as their hopes for the future. There is, of course, one fundamental difference between them. Shiro was staring down at Earth from a rocket, while Yamaga was looking at the burning wreckage of a rocket that exploded on the launch pad. His essay may have been written 2 years before Gainax's closure, but by 2022, the writing was certainly on the wall. The studio hadn't released anything in years, Maki had been arrested, with Anno and his allies taking control of the reins, and the courts had found their business practices illegal. Even outside of that, their history speaks the loud and uncomfortable truth that they had, in relative terms, been bad for far longer than they had ever been good. Most of their modern work was, at best, standard, and at worst, a train wreck, and their few out-and-out masterpieces were more the products of a couple of preternaturally talented auteurs who had long since gone their own way. In spite of their undeniable successes, if one takes their entire history into account, it's very, very difficult to see that history as anything but a failure. Gainax, and I specifically mean the Gainax of the Golden Age here, is, in a way, Yamaga's space behind the station. Not entirely embracing the light of the mainstream, conventional anime industry, while also not succumbing to complete anarchy, it existed in a state of, to once again use Toshio Okada's phrase, controlled chaos, harnessing the best of both worlds without ever surrendering entirely to either one. The history of modern Gainax is the history of the studio becoming overwhelmed by the light, and paying the price for it. Perhaps this essay, in a very, very roundabout way, is Yamaga's attempt to come to terms with that history, his way of understanding what's been lost, and, crucially, his way of trying, even at this late stage, to salvage the memory of what remains. I realize that I may be giving Yamaga way too much credit here. The evidence is now incontrovertible that his entire tenure as studio head was one of non-stop baffling mismanagement and out-and-out betrayal. Betrayal of even those he considered his closest friends. It's suggestive that throughout the entire length of the lawsuit that led to their collapse, the only statement Yamaga gave in response was an apology posted to Gainax's website, which felt so corporate it may as well have been a form letter. If he really was remorseful for the despicable way he acted towards his friends, then he sure as hell did a bad job expressing it. Anno, in his statement written after Maki's arrest, admits the most difficult aspect of this whole story was not the money lost or the businesses ended, but the friendships ruined, perhaps beyond the point of salvaging, and I agree 100%. What started as a close-knit group of geniuses making some of the greatest works of animated art in the history of the world had degenerated into utter catastrophe. And through it all, there's been one constant: Irwin Blue. That film, more than anything, embodies this idea of Gainax, to return to Yamaga's initial metaphor, being swallowed by the light. What started as another exercise in controlled chaos between him and Okada would become not the artistic triumph befitting of a sequel to the Wings of Honneamise, but a recurring nightmare, haunting the studio for decades and coming to serve as an emblem of Gainax's inability to resummon the darkness and temper the strength of the light. Far from another artistic triumph, its legacy is money lost, time wasted, friendships ruined, and studios destroyed. And yet, I cannot see Irwin Blue as solely this symbol of Gainax's failure. Every time I look at the concept art for this film, without fail, I'm filled with a sense of wonder and awe that only the products of genius can produce. Talent like that does not just vanish into the ether. I refuse to believe, to again return to Yamaga's metaphor, that either darkness or light will ever have the unconditional last word. There is always the potential to restore the balance, to recreate, even if it isn't in exactly the same way, that space behind the station. Do I think this is going to happen? I have no idea. Gainax's bankruptcy announcement implied more mismanagement may be uncovered in their other offshoots, and if Yamaga is implicated in that, his reputation could sink even lower than it already is. Even so, I want to believe that Yamaga, both as an artist and a human being, is not beyond saving. One of the remarkable characteristics of human beings is, given enough time, the tendency to remember the good at the expense of the bad. If you want proof of that, just look at the countless retrospectives that have come out since Gainax folded. Even if they mention their modern issues, what dominates are those classic works of yesteryear. Decades upon decades of mismanagement, lawsuits, and mediocre products cannot diminish how much those classic shows mean to people. Hell, just look at Anno himself. When Gainax declared bankruptcy, he, in his capacity as head of Studio Khara, purchased their intellectual property. Their name still means so much to people, even to those who had been direct victims of their mismanagement, and I suspect it always will. Their great works, even decades later, still feel like nothing else that's ever been made. It's exactly this tendency that founds my belief that maybe, just maybe, that we'll see Anno and Yamaga reconcile, that we'll see Uru and Blue released, transformed from a symbol of Gainax's destruction to one embodying the joy of rebirth. Is that unlikely? Certainly. But really, is it any less likely than, say, a group of amateur college kids being asked to create one of the most expensive animated films in Japan, and a decade later creating one of the most lucrative media franchises in Japanese history, all the while retaining a stranglehold on fan imagination? I didn't think so. Holy fuck. I need a nap.